Weekly jobless claims numbers just coming across here from last week, 216,000 versus 233,000 expected there. So not the right direction as far as the market is concerned. Already back to session lows here for the futures ahead of this. Continuing claims downside as well. Week over week, 1.6 million versus 1.7 million expected there for the continuing claims. Productivity revised 3.5%. Labor costs as well to the upside, 2.2%. Dollar upside on that, just hearing in my ear. Overall, the market extending these pre-market declines. We were looking at Fisker to kick things off this morning. Overall, the Qs downside in a big way here on that number. Same story with the SPY, now full percent. For the NASDAQ, make it 4 in a row here, or the market trying to anyway. Pretty negative week so far right across the board. We'll touch on a whole bunch of things coming up here this morning, including more downside for Apple, more headlines coming out of China overnight. Officials in that country sounding like they're going to hurry this along when it comes to not allowing government officials to use not only iPhones, but foreign branded phones, smartphones. So we'll touch on that coming up. Obviously, the rest of big tech under pressure as yields are higher again this morning. As I mentioned, the dollar popping on this weekly jobless claims numbers as well. It's Thursday, September 7th, 2023. Tradertv.live starts now. Yeah, the slide continuing here for both the S&P and the NASDAQ. NASDAQ worse off right now. 1.03% now, the S&P about 0.5% to the downside. Again, if you missed it, the weekly jobless claims here, 216,000 versus 233 expected, 1.6 million for continuing claims versus 1.7 million. So right across the board here, all of these not really in the direction the overall market would prefer. So there you go. There's the NASDAQ right now extending this slide that we've seen over the past few days here. Make it 4 in a row. Pretty red week to kick off the month of September. Your shirt looks kind of white on screen, but it's pink. It's actually pink, so it's pink. A lot of white today.
Yeah, it's all good. Yeah, interesting numbers coming out of China yesterday. Big decrease in exports and a big decrease in imports as well. It's an interesting look because it's actually less than analysts were expecting, but it is down on the month. But here's another point. This Apple issue with China, very interesting here because the Chinese government is the biggest employer in that country. So there's a lot of people that will not be able to bring their iPhones into work. That is interesting here. But the other side of that coin, Brendo, India possibly here picking up where China may leave off. So we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, we'll see how that plays out. But yeah, not good for Apple, unfortunately. More, as I said, more headlines coming out of China overnight, suggesting that this could be hurried along. Still watching the market here, guys. Day lows to kick things off on a Thursday. Good morning.
Yeah, it's not looking good for the market. There's a lot of short sell-ups. Yeah, we've had the bull bear thing just because we haven't really changed it. It's like one bull versus one bear.
Yeah, we got to go
when
bears.
You go sideways. But today, after what happened yesterday, so many short setups. There's like, if you like SSR bounces, there's companies that didn't report that are down 10% today. I'm looking at you, BlackBerry. BlackBerry came out with like
BlackBerry.
They basically came out with revenue numbers in advance saying they're going to be 20% lower than what the street's expecting, getting out ahead of it. So that's not a good look. Dutch Brothers had an offering, random stocks to the downside. Apple's down another 3% here. Nvidia's down 2.5%. AMC's gap down again. I'm trying to think of C3AI's SSR when it opens up, it's down 12%. Jesus. American Eagle didn't have bad earnings and they were flat. So there's your positivity there. I'm sure there's something else that's up today because it is looking rather not nice. And bad job numbers, a strong job market looking like it's going to be bad news for the markets again. I mean, already down 1%. This is not looking good. I mean, I could have thrown Tesla in there, but you guys get the idea. The Chinese ADRs have all gapped down as well because there was some data out of China. So they're all down like 2%. It's one of those types of mornings. It's a bear till it's not a bear.
It's one of them days. Yeah, I mean, I just right now just punched short Apple. I mean, it broke 177. It was, I don't have the sticky note out yet, but it's a trade today. And, you know, yesterday the way Apple fell was pretty dramatic. I mean, we just, you know, we had this whole move pretty much, and it was great. We shorted it off the open, then we shorted it on this pop, and next thing you know, it was destroyed. So, you know, we'll see if Apple can keep the train rolling to the downside here. I mean, the NASDAQ is absolutely falling apart on that jobs number. So once again, man, this is, and we had Chris Bretcher on and we had Michael Noss on the last couple of days, and we had highlighted a lot of trouble in these markets, and it just continuing to sort of bleed down here today. So let's see. I still think there should be a little bit of a relief rally, but I just don't know if that's going to be happening today. Apple's still relatively expensive at their current PE, so you got to watch out for that. The price to earnings is right now still quite a nice number at 32. That's too high, probably needs to get reweighted. I mean, if this name drops 25%, it wouldn't surprise me. They've had 7 moves of 25% or more in the last 10 years or something like that. So, you know, a little bit of a pullback down here. And again, we were just sniffing at all-time highs. Like, it was just up here again at 190. What's the all-time high? 192 something? So, you know, you were just there 3 days ago. You know, you were at all-time highs. So, I don't think there's too much to worry about, but that story about China continues to be a worry. And I was telling this to Sharif, is that Huawei phone that was just released in China sold just as many units in the first few days as the iPhone 14 did at a fraction of the cost. So that's a little bit worrisome. Obviously, people that are in the environment stay in the environment, and that's fine. But if there's going to be such an aggressive alternative, and, you know, maybe that's giving some sort of push to China to maybe make this kind of a ban. I mean, it's just...
It doesn't hurt.
It's not great.
When it comes to PE, if you're looking... We always talk about like support levels in terms of price for stocks, but in Apple's case, if you look at like a PE ratio chart, like the support's at like 25, which from here... You know, you're talking. It doesn't always work this way because if it moves and then there's a report in between and there's revised numbers, yada yada yada. That's not exactly how it works. However, it is 20% from here. If you look historically at PE, so if it were to make a pullback into support from a PE ratio standpoint, that's 20% from here, barring any kind of update in earnings numbers, right? Because every time you adjust the earnings, then these numbers obviously change. But yeah, that's what a lot of people are looking at. Like you're pulling back. I like these charts. This happens to be Y charts. We're not affiliated with them or anything, but this is the one that's free. The one I was using before, obviously you have to pay for. So I like looking at that from time to time because sometimes you can find support and resistance from a PE basis and then use that to your advantage as well. But this is going to be, like we're now down, we were 1%, it's 1.2 now on the NASDAQ and still falling. So usually things settle down after an 830 number. Let's see where they do settle, but it's not looking good.
All right, a few other things moving around here right now this morning. I was just reading a note on this one. Joby, which is, they make these things, these crazy helicopters. Yes, I want the cookies. These eVTOL, they're going to have a taxi service anyways. They got FAA approval for the energy storage system. Which is on each one of these things. So that's kind of cool for this stock, JOBY, downside this morning, but recent runner anyways. A few other things to consider here this morning. C3 AI, they reported, we'll touch on this BlackBerry note as well, updating their guidance ahead of earnings coming up in a couple of weeks for BB, downside in a big way this morning as well. But yeah, that's the China note here. More, as I mentioned, coming out of China overnight on this iPhone ban, as the guys were touching on there. But I mean, a lot of different angles here. We can charge point as well with earnings. Not bad. C3 AI, not great. BlackBerry cutting their forecast.
Yeah, I don't know too much about BlackBerry, but ChargePoint was interesting. They have a charging station at my gym, and it is seldom used, and it is quite slow. And I also think the business model there is going to be challenged by Tesla's expansion and a lot of the big automakers adopting Tesla's charging. What is it called? The whatever, you know what I mean? The American standard charging, whatever they're calling it. So that is going to be challenged. With respect to AI, I think that this one kind of ran up on a lot of exuberance, people anticipating that there were going to be more demand for their product. Right now, we're seeing them beat on the top and bottom line, but you're selling off 10%. So it's really nothing that they've done. I think people just expect it a little bit too much.
Yeah, you got to zoom out a long way here. In fact, are we back to all-time lows on this thing this morning for charge point? That's a monthly chart. So apparently, same thing in our the building that our gym is in has the same thing. There's an entire floor, an entire wall in one floor is all EV chargers.
Oh.
And they actually do use them, but as you said, they're very slow and not very efficient. But anyway, not a good look here for ChargePoint, guys. BB as well, downside on this guidance revision.
The guide's the reason why AI is down as well. Like, I mean, they can beat top and the bottom line, but when your valuation, and I'm talking about C3 AI, when you're valued at like 3.6 billion, and what was their revenue, like 170? So what is, like, I don't know, like it just gets ridiculously expensive. You cannot guide poorly. Like, you need to be sustaining growth, at least having bigger revenue numbers, beating expectations. And when the AI, when you have a lot of AI names which are quite frankly, in a bit of a bubble, like that, you're just going to get punished. Now, ChargePoint is at 52-week lows and going lower. It's technically a candidate for an SSR bounce the second it opens up because it's down 12%. I think the trend is your friend in this particular case. Obviously, round numbers like $5 and $6, you could maybe catch some bids in there. But this one feels like I could see a lot of reasons why ChargePoint could trend down. Like, back of your mind, I always have an SSR bounce, but when you have a flat bottom breakdown and everything looks this bad, like, they're going to be buyers here. The only buying I think will be short covering on ChargePoint. So I think you're looking to short some pops on the BlackBerry. Just on the word of BlackBerry, one thing to keep in mind: Veritas had potentially, there was like rumors that they'd be interested in buying them. That was back when it was at $4.40 today. So I think if it gets down that far, if that's when the rumors came in that somebody might want to buy this company, then if it falls to that price, that's where I think BlackBerry could bounce, like nowhere else. If I'm long in BlackBerry, it should be down around 440. It would have to be down 20%. That said, I'm saying it now because I think that's not impossible today with that guide. It's going to set up a rollover at 5. We have to pay for locates. Not a lot of volume. I think this is the kind of stock you can look at a little bit later on in the session. But that rumor came in at $4.40. This falls to that price. I'm looking SSR bounce. Another 10% down on BlackBerry. In terms of shorting it into that, wait for it to open up because it doesn't do a heck of a lot of volume. But I don't want the long anywhere else on this and a host of other names. Like, we haven't even mentioned, like, Dutch Brothers is down. That might hit 10% today. It's already pretty wild.
Yeah, it's not going to, I mean, people are always scared about September, and, you know, it was down, historically down 0.7 on the S&P. Well, I mean, we're doing that yesterday, we're doing that today. September could be a bad one there. C3 AI, we talked about this when we'd had the after show yesterday, or the earnings came through, and it was holding out okay early, man. And then all of a sudden, we checked in on it right when we were leaving. Well, not when we were leaving, but you know, as the show wound up, and you could see big volume coming in here into the sell side, and it just took it out, man. And you know, the numbers were fine, but then we talked about the guide, and that didn't hold, and you get a little bit of a bump. Conference call happens. Next thing you know, you're down here to 27 again, and it's just, you know, this is the 60-minute chart for these guys, and you've just broken below right here. So, you know, you're breaking below this $28 mark. That's not going to be good. I feel like if you get any bump ups into this area, that would be something to look at. C3 AI's short float right now is not great, 34%. The shorts are winning here. Will they give it up today or not is another question. So we'll see here what does happen with C3 AI. But for me, I still think we can get a chance for that, get this name back up to $30 here. If you're going to look for a long, I mean, obviously you might want to look at a daily chart here, as we'll pull that down to find out. I mean, here we go. We're using Trade Ideas charts now, as you guys can clearly see. But you know, earnings is right here. So you fall back in and you say, where could there be some support? Well, unfortunately, I mean, you barcoded a little bit here at 23.24 with a 27 handle on it. By the way, right now, man, Apple is kind of X gonna give it to you. Apple 50 cents, give it to you right now on the down break. And we wrote down here, I don't even have the sticky note out yet, just been busy. But this 23.24 area, I feel like is a spot where you may want to think about buying C3 AI, and we'll analyze this a little bit more. It's on our watch list, and there's more to talk about. So, but yeah, just as a rough little overview there.
Oh, it's this guy.
What's the matter?
Someone
Squishy face?
Chill vibes in the chat's like, yo, fix the bear's eye. Well, the bear's squinting at the market. He's screw-faced at the market right now.
We are like...
The bear's even like, what's going on with this, man? I didn't think it would be this bad.
Fix the bear's eye. That seems very demanding of chill vibes.
It's still messed up. It doesn't matter.
Anyways, all right. Yeah, it's going to be a good one here today if you're short.
It's the other bear that's having an issue right now. PALI, big mover yesterday, just came out with an offering. So heads up on that. Big flush through $1 once again for PALI. There was also an offering on Dutch Bros, which was a little bit surprising. There wasn't a huge move on that, but BROS to the downside after the close yesterday. Verint Systems, another one, just going through a list of companies that came out with offerings. But this one we were looking at yesterday.
Yeah, PALI, we were looking at this on the midday show yesterday. Let's have a look at the details here of the offering. So they're looking to purchase about 2.3 million shares of common stock. It's about $20 million or give or take. Landenberg, Thalmann and Co. is acting as the exclusive placement agent for the register direct offering. A bit of a double top here, guys. Right at that 180, 190 level, selling off aggressively, now below $1.
Yeah, positive news yesterday, obviously, but hey, that was short-lived. WHLR, another one going crazy here so far this morning. Trying to hold on to $8 right now, but 650,000 share float, or free float. Anyways, this thing's done 4.5 million already today.
This is the reason why those types of you hit it and quit it. Like that's the notion. Whether it's Pally, whether it's the days that Mullen does it, or this Wheeler today. Like just get your money in and run, and don't worry about, oh my goodness, can it HKD or any nonsense. Like yesterday, you had multiple chances to get good 10, 20, sometimes even 30% runs on this, and then they slap an offering. If there's a shelf available, I mean, they're not benefiting by this unless they do an offering. So a lot of times that's exactly what's going to happen. Most of the times there is like a time period where they need the stock to hold up a little bit so they can file, but every now and then they have the opportunity to do so because they've already filed, and they can drop it the second there's any kind of a price increase. That's what happened here. Maybe there's a trade on Pally, which would be, to me, a fade at the dollar level. We'll see what happens if it gets back there. But that Wheeler, it's the new, I suppose, a hot one today. It's already dipping back in. I don't know what to tell you guys. It is a reverse. You just look at the same play over and over again, but this is what it's been. It's just been a reverse split, consolidation. If it finds a bid, look for the breakout, and that's exactly what happened in this particular case. The break has a high of $6, so this could easily pull all the way back to $6 at the open and still be valid for some kind of a secondary push. At this point, that's what you're waiting for, because even it started to fall when the market went to the downside. So this halts down a couple of times and is able to bounce off the 6 level, then I'd look for it to the long side. But I think you want to sit. I'm going to be sitting this one out because it's in the middle of no man's land, currently trading at $8 on Wheeler. But that 6 level, that's the previous reverse split high. So if it gets down to that price at the open and starts to bounce, hopefully look for like some kind of a consolidation long. Don't want to be punching tops. Like Pally yesterday, would rather be going into consolidation longs where you can risk a little to try and make a lot.
All right. I'm just going to be as honest as I can with everybody. I didn't look at Pally. I didn't look at anything. I'm not looking at anything else today. I'm looking at Apple. I mean, we just made 75 cents on Apple. And that's in the pre-market. So I'm looking at Apple, I'm looking at AMC, and I'm looking at GameStop, and I'm looking at nothing else. So I'll have to look right, you'll have to look left for some of those names. But I'm just going to stick with, what's really been trending and where we've been making, or where I've been making the money. So like right here, just on Apple already, a huge move to the downside. We wrote down 177 on the sticky note. It's continuing to move down. We just got a 176.25 fill right there for 77 cents. I feel like just the focus for me all over this. So I'm just going to be on the NASDAQ today and looking at everything. So if you are going to be looking for something, well, we'll talk about AMC as it comes through, but it's only $8.49 right now. I mean, Apple could hit 172, 173 today. alone. So let's just, for me, I'm going to stick with what I do best. So we're going to be on that one and nothing else.
All right, the other end of the story here, the other group getting hit the hardest here, it would appear so far this morning, are these. NVIDIA already 2.6%, AMD about the same. There was a note from Citigroup I just saw on Intel maintaining their hold with new price target for IMTC, but today could be a little bit challenging if all of these don't find a bottom somewhere.
Yeah, and some profit taking from Jensen Huang here, some insider selling. Let's have a look at what he did from the 1st to the 5th of this month. Sold about 60,000 shares, plus minus about 700. And then on September 6th, he sold another 30,000. These are the prices at which he sold. Yeah, probably should be taking some profit here, probably not really indicative of anything.
Yeah, given what that stock has done this year. Good for him. Here's the note from Citi on Intel, $34 on the price target. We're obviously above that, but this is quickly becoming a red day, guys.
Yeah, there was some other note by Citi with regards to Intel, and they had another note on I think it was Oracle. No, it was Micron. But there's a potential whale customer, they're sort of saying, in the foundry business, because that's one of the big things for them, for Intel, is like, are they going to be able to bring online and steal some of the bigger clients from TSM? The biggest speculation has been that they could maybe bring in NVIDIA. They'll probably have some small deals with NVIDIA. It's just a matter of getting a big one. It was super strong in the afternoon. There were some good longs near the end of the day. Obviously, you could see it was trend up. It's rejected 37, got the nice fat line at 37. It is worth remembering 37.5 is the triple top on Intel. It feels like, going out on a limb today, I don't think we're getting this $37.5 break. In my note this morning, I was like, yeah, Intel's relatively strong. This was before the number came out and the market had tanked, and I was looking for a 37.5 break. I think that's probably not going to happen today. But it's still a triple top on the daily. If the market does find some strength, this would be one I would go into. Unfortunately, that just hasn't happened for it. The other one that was super strong on a relative basis was Oracle. Maybe I have to stick a fork in the notion of like a 125 breakout. But Oracle, another stock that was trending up. Market catches a bit of a bid. Those are two names that ended the day liking to the long side. Unfortunately, the market has decided that we'll have to wait to find some strength for those two. But I still like Intel up there, and Oracle for sure has been trending. It's just a matter of waiting to catch a bid. This market needs to cool itself off before you start thinking about any longs.
What's up to Mr. Westermeyer here? He's already talking about it here. The $1 club incoming pre-market. You are killing it. Thank you so much, Mr. Westermeyer. I mean, this is what we're doing, right? We're trading. We're showing you the good trades that we have, and that's what it's all about, right? So, and then there was a talk up here from, I think it was Chill Vibes as well, saying, why don't you at least look at AMD? Yeah, we'll look at a few other names. There's no doubt about that. But like I said, when you're sitting in these positions, it's pretty good. So we'll just leave it. I don't have any more bids out for Apple. So yesterday's Intel, was it an upgrade for Intel or what? It was a hold? What did it move?
This was just a hold.
Okay.
The one today is a hold.
The one today is a hold. But what? Yeah, that's kind of muted. I mean, who really cares about a hold? But yeah, that 37 is right there. Yesterday, it's funny because yesterday we kept shorting. Well, we didn't keep shorting. We actually got one short in here that lost somewhere. And then we shorted the 37, which you guys remember we made like 5 cents on it or something ridiculous on that one. Intel just doesn't have the gusto for me. I think we'll trade the bigger guys here. So, but I do like that 37. I mean, that's going to be a good one. Wow, here we go, man, Mr. Westermeyer. We are now almost $1 in the money on Apple. So this is what I'm talking about. But what about a 105 break here on AMD? I mean, AMD is getting shit kicked as well right now, just all the way down. Like we could have just shorted this name as well, and it would have been a nice one. But there's 105. This is just a level that I was looking at, thinking that could be a break. Why not? Easily could take out 105 there. It's like what Brendan was saying. The market's sort of starting to go here, and unless you're on something like we are, I mean, like I was saying with the Apple trade, it's gonna be tough to start to hit some of these as we open up for the market. I want to play some pops. The sticky note's now out. And I don't know, I have it GME, AMC, and Apple written on there. That's really it. AMC down another 4%, starting to trade like a real stock now. Hopefully it doesn't go down 35% every day. Yesterday was an amazing day for this name, and now you're just going to get back into some of these levels. And remember, our charts do not do justice because they're not split adjusted. But right here on a 60-minute chart from Trade Ideas on AMC, I mean, I was thinking if we can get any kind of a pop, I was going to use $9 as a level, but we haven't been here in forever. So, I mean, this goes all the way back. This is August 15th. I mean, it doesn't matter. Whatever chart we look at for AMC is not going to give you the answer because this is 80 cents. So right now you're sub $1. I feel like if you ever get near that $10 mark, that's going to be a huge short. So that's why we're going to be waiting for 9 on this name. And I don't really know what to do, honestly, with AMC at this point. I mean, here's $9 right here. We gave it up yesterday and kind of hung around. So we'll start the short around 880, something like that. I feel like there is a chance to rally up on AMC, but other than that, man, there it goes. I mean, right now we're about to break 176 on Apple, guys. So this name just continues. Feels silly now taking 25 or 40 cents that first time, 75 cents the next time. Let's see if we get a little bit of a bounce off 76 here, but it's not looking good.
All right, let's get some analyst moves for you here. McDonald's top of the list on the upgrade side. Some banks getting some love I saw this morning as well. Bank of America on here, HSBC, Lowe's, and Canada Goose. Shout out to Raymond James. ChargePoint, as we said, there's a bunch, 6 or 7 negative notes this morning on CHPT, Dell, Roku, and Play at the bottom.
Yeah, Dell's actually still holding that gap from the obviously that fantastic earnings day. This is the reason why Dell was the perfect example. Lululemon to a certain extent as well. Why you can't sleep on these types of movers when you have big opportunities on earnings, because that's the day that you want to trade them. And Dell was by far and away the best opportunity when it reported earnings. And 67.5 is your support. It's been like 3 days, including the earnings day, that it's managed to hold it up. You could flat bottom break this today. And even the strongest names can get beaten as we pull back in. It's probably worth watching. I mean, Roku yesterday, certainly likely to fall again. I mean, I'm sure GitLab probably a good short as well. And we already talked about ChargePoint in there. I think that's the short till it's not. Just be careful of the ones that are already 10% down at 9:30. If something's already 10% to the downside, it's going to open SSR, and sometimes you can get some short covering right at the open. So I think those ones you want to be extra cautious in terms of getting trapped at the bottom. But yeah, this Dell flat bottom break, if it happens, again, maybe the market bounces, who knows. But if this breaks 67.5, it doesn't actually have to fill much of the gap in to be any good.
Roku yesterday was an amazing trade. I mean, yesterday Roku, we had we had it both ways. We had the long, and then we had this destructible short. Like, we wound up making $6 or something on this move all the way down, like short 90s. We were actually short 91, and it closed. Well, it didn't close the day. Remember we got out right here or right here, I think it was. Yeah, about 3 o'clock. That's where it was, 84. So we had 91 to 84. We had a $7 banger yesterday on Roku to the downside, and then now today it getting downgraded. Well, I mean, it's a nice pop up, and there was a big relief rally into the close, man, big one, all the way back up to this 86, 86.50 area. So for me, that's a good little level right there to look at, 86.50 for a possible short on Roku. But I learned my lesson yesterday with this name. I did not expect it to be this violent. So, the amount of shares that you use on this, it's a very, very active name when it starts to go. So if you are going to be short here around 86.50, then I feel like you want to give it not too much room, maybe 88. I don't think the market's rallying today, so I feel like you're going to be fine on any shorts there. But I think Roku on a downgrade is something you want to look at. It's down more than the market right now, so that's a good harbinger there for what could be happening later on. But I'm still watching that 176 level. I wonder if that's going to bounce at all there. But yeah, some upgrades and downgrades. Brendan mentioned some of the banks there quickly. We haven't looked at that in a minute, but JP Morgan, man, we were saying stay short under 150. Well, there's $6 for you. So congratulations if you did that. I'm just so mad at myself because I just keep giving all these ideas and I'm not doing anything about it. BAC. Okay, BAC is actually a little more aggressive. We wanted to get short under 30. And now you're down $2 from 30, so that's down like 7%, which is nice. And the good thing about BAC is you're coming up to a level, because I want to start to buy some banks on a little bit of weakness. I mean, I think the banking sector is going to be fine. You're going to have a change of rates coming soon, obviously, as we probably get one more rate hike if we get that. I know there's looking for a pause and then maybe a raise in November, I believe. I think it's November, right? Pause in September, pause October.
Oh, sweet, Randy.
Thank you, my guy.
Sir. Cheers.
Salute. You buy your VinFast yet there, Randy?
Oh, goodness. Don't even start with VinFast.
Yeah, I asked Randy for a coffee, so thank you
You know,
so much.
VinFast isn't actually at $10 yet? You believe
It was
that?
at 26, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's surprising. I'm surprised VinFast,
Ooh, now
given what
21
happened to
today.
HKIT, like HKIT gave it all up in one day. VinFast has been slowly giving it up over the last week. There's probably gonna be
Still
a day
down
where
10%.
it's gonna do one day where it's just like multiple halts to the downside.
This coffee
I feel
tastes
like.
funny.
It's
Does
just a
yours
matter
taste
of
funny?
time. A little. I thought maybe it was just mine.
Uh-oh,
Soapy,
guys.
kind of a little bit.
Guess what?
Soapy.
Is it?
Yeah.
All right, Mr. Westermeyer, there it is, man. You want to dance off for the dollar club? We got $1 right now on Apple. So Apple down now 4%, $1 in the money. There it goes.
Oh, yeah, that's-
Ciao. Down through 176. It's almost time to average in, but it's not at 150 yet, Sharif.
News on stocks. Just hearing a note, guys, on Anheuser-Busch and Uber apparently teaming up on a deal for NFL game days throughout the NFL season. So here's Palantir as well, 2.5% downside this morning. I was just noting, trying to get back to 15, but I mean, everything I pull up at this point seems to be 2+%. So it's going to be one of those days. 9 o'clock, let's get into everything else we need to know this morning. Sharif's going to lead us off.
Below 4,500 is where we closed yesterday on the ES. In fact, we closed at 44.71, breaking the support level that we had built back in mid-July and mid-June. So here's where we are. 44.71 also happens to be the high of day. So where do we find support if we're going to find support? Well, their chart suggests this 44.25 is an interesting area. This goes back all the way, you guessed it, to mid-June, early July. And again, it ended up being an interesting area here in mid to late August. So we'll see if that 44.25 can provide some support.
All right, let's get to the watch list this morning. If you haven't done so, go to watchlist.tradertv.live. You can scan that QR code, bottom right corner right now. That'll take you there as well. Enter your email address, and then it just magically appears every single day in your inbox for free. I was just reading this. Interesting note on CNBC actually reporting this. Apple and ARM signing a new deal through to 2040 for architecture for their A-series chips. It looks like ARM obviously coming to market in the next couple of weeks here. So might be a little bit bigger story when that happens. But there's that on Apple I just saw as well. And then this China story, obviously, as we mentioned, continuing. This is a monthly chart that you're looking at here of Apple. So trying to make it 2 in a row here.
Yeah, it's interesting. I was talking to Sean off camera this morning about, the reason for this China ban for some of the phones. It could be twofold. It could be even more. Number one, we know that Apple has been divesting from China. It's been looking at building more phones in India. That could, irritate some of the powers that be over there. The other reason is it could be, just a response to the chip ban that the Biden administration has been pushing on China as well. So this tit-for-tat exchange continues.
As we said, though, I remember a few years ago here, Huawei phones were very, very popular. I actually had one at one point. But selling the latest version, selling the same or roughly the same in China as the iPhone 14. So it's not like they don't have alternatives, as we said, guys.
to what you were saying there, Sharif. It's like the reason for the action is probably just a little bit of everything. It's not as if it's like, it's because of the chip ban. It's all these things piling up to be sure. That ARM news, by the way, that's an ARM thing. That's not an app. It's not a good story for Apple. I mean ARM's technology.
I think someone's mic is live, by the way.
Yeah, we're hearing stuff in our ear. ARM's technology is in every smartphone, pretty much. So, like Apple extending that deal it's good news for ARM because this is one of the reasons why Intel was unable to buy them years ago. This is one of the reasons why NVIDIA was unable to buy them because people thought that suddenly there'd be like a restriction in terms of their technology being available to everybody else. So now that you're going to have another structure change, they're still going to be able to line up these deals. That's a good thing for ARM. That's next week. In terms of big tech, I just want to point out, only because I think it was like just now was Hampton's trader was just talking, saying Google's not really falling as much as everything else. Alphabet has held up in terms of big tech relative to its highs. This is the one that hasn't done a lot of a pullback. As a matter of fact, it's still kind of above its previous breakout high, that 133. I say kind of because it's testing it now. Last gap up, 133.5 support. It's flat bottom breaking, but it didn't really flush underneath. Anytime I see something like this, it leads me to one thing, and that is allow this to be the over-under. At 9:30, if we hold beneath that previous support level on Google, you look short underneath that line. If it is busting out above that price, do not short it. Like that's what it means for me. Like if this one is not at the lows, it did not really flush as much as everything else, but it did break its support. If it immediately regains that at the open, and the second we're into real trading with volume, it's above there again, then you sit it out until it shows enough weakness. So Google's on my radar for the short underneath that number. Again, I want to see things at the open when the volume does come in there. As far as where we think Apple can get to, we talked about the daily chart and that 171, 170 area. I think that's where there can be a buy today on Apple, that 170, 171. That makes some sense, right? And at that point, obviously the market will have had to do some nasty things if we get to that price, but I think that's where you'd be looking for any kind of a buy. I like shorts in front of 180 and then any previous close. I don't think we should turn green on that stock. If I flip long in one of the big tech names, it would probably be Google above that line. But the market's a short till it's not. There's stronger names out there and some of the legacy names that we've been calling them outside of big tech.
Look, I just tweeted this out. Let's just, call a spade here. This is not uncommon behavior right now. This is according to Bespoke. 1+% declines in the NASDAQ over the first 3 trading days of September haven't been particularly uncommon. So here we go. Like this is just a chart. It seems like it's about 50-50 here over the last, what is this? This is the last 40 years or so, or exactly. So, you're getting back and forth. And, quite frank, I mean, it looks like, well, actually, I was going to say the reds look a little bit, stronger than the blue. But at the same time, the last couple of Septembers, we've seen some downward moves as well. So, there it is there, the last two. So 3 of the last 4, 4 of the last 6, I guess, have been down moves, right? And then these are the percentage points right here. So we've seen, this is just the first 3 days. So like last year was 1%, then you got a couple 2%ers in there as well. So thanks to Bespoke for that. But I don't really see too much worry there's a lot of worry in the NASDAQ, but the NASDAQ's been super hot, right? I mean, here's the NASDAQ over the last, Okay, I'm trying to use trade ideas here, but it's, I got to actually talk to Michael about this because these wicks are not going to fly for me here. So let me just check this out on a daily chart quickly right now. So here it is, huge move to the upside on the NASDAQ. Obviously, we've seen it, really get going, this year. I mean, you go all the way back to the beginning of the year, right into here. It's a monster move up, right? 270 up to 370 where we are right now. And we were just minutes away from taking another high. Right? And then we failed, and now it's dropping back down. So I think the NASDAQ has at least a 350, 360 area. We're only at 370 now. This is the triple Qs. I feel like we can fall down at least another 20 points. That could happen, don't want to say today, but this could happen this week. We still got tomorrow. So down into here where you could find some buyers coming through. So that's $10 down on the Qs. We'll see if it can make that move. It just goes right back into where we were in middle of August. I feel like the NASDAQ has some growth left in it, obviously, as the AI trade is not going anywhere. But for me, it's Apple. We're already in the money there. And I was trying to find another tech name that I really wanted to short, to be completely honest with you. And I wasn't. I do like what Neil was talking about there with Google. I mean, I love that name. I think that's my largest holding now. I'm going to have to double check it. But Amazon, maybe. I mean, Amazon yesterday, again, had this move up right into 137. We know we like the 137 short. That paid because the market really tanked down. You got $2 from that move, and then look at this move at the end of the day, straight up $1, making me think that there is some strength in that name, but then boom to the downside right now on Amazon as well. So I feel like maybe a 136 or something there, but Amazon's one of the tech names that I really like, man. We're going to talk about Tesla soon, but Amazon's a tech name that I really like, and it's actually doing better than the market right now. A name that I was checking that's also getting Cathie Woodshedded right now is Tesla, down that 3%. So we're going to talk about this in a minute, but this one could be a stock where we look for some relative weakness in today, Tesla. But we'll get to that when we talk about the Cybertruck. And I tweeted out that pricing a couple weeks ago. So yeah, it's going to be an interesting story.
All right, let's go to GameStop here. Back to the downside this morning after a positive move after the close yesterday. If you missed it, actually surprisingly better than expected as far as GME's earnings are concerned. This was kind of interesting though. No call? Weird.
No CEO, no CFO, no problem. Ryan Cohen to the rescue. He pushed out Matt Furlong back in June. That was the CEO, the last CEO that they had. But let's talk about how they did, because here's the real good number. $108.7 million was the loss last year, the net loss. Look at this, $2.8 million now for the loss on GameStop. Now, they're still suffering from business model problems. We know a lot of people are downloading their games. A lot of games are being given free, and they're selling virtual, in-app purchases. That's hurt GameStop's business model. They tried to shift to NFTs, didn't really work out that well. But the fact of the matter is, the balance sheet is starting to make a bit more sense.
We were talking about this earlier in the week, but this Dumb Money movie coming to a theater near you on September 22nd as well. Going to feature GameStop, obviously. So what do we do here today, guys? We're with GME.
So much for like this one getting squoze and going to $30 today. It felt like that could have been the case, at least early in the aftermarket, but in every single way, it's given it all back. You talk about pulling back in to like 19, it doesn't even hold yesterday's close. You're now red on the day. It was up at like 21, 22. Like this was the recipe for if it's over $20, look for squeeze in GameStop. And that's just not what you got here. So I'm not really thinking about any kind of a squeeze anymore. It seems almost ridiculous, but yeah, these low float runners, man, like that's where the game is, it seems, because you're just not really getting the opportunity on the other. It's just still 20% short. It's just that's not really the catalyst here. It's not like it was a bad report. Usually, like a year ago, this would probably be enough for GameStop to be up 8 to 10% today, and looking for a bigger runner. But unless it can get back to the $20 level, I don't really think so. And even then, I think you probably fade the $20 level at this point. It's turned into a no setup for me on GameStop, despite looking like it was interesting aftermarket briefly.
All right, I think GameStop's setting up a little bit better at a $20 level. So we got to get that pop. GameStop still has a short float, 20%, so it's right there. So I wrote this down on the sticky note because I think it's worth looking at. If you get into that 20, I was trying to edit this chart and it just crashed, but if you get into that $20 level right up here is sort of where we consolidated, get that big pop up, then the fade back down. So I think you could sit here and look for a short around $20. I have to figure out if we have to pay for shorts first on this one. So let me just test it, put out 100 shares here.
Probably.
Go way up. Yes, okay, so I got to pay for shorts. So right now, GameStop, I like the $20 level. Again, not a horrible report. It's only down 1.6%, right? It's almost beating the market right now. So that's kind of weird. But GameStop, again, I thought they had like a 13 to 14% implied move, so you're getting nowhere near that. So I feel like this could pop, and when it does, we'll be sitting there around $20 looking for the short. So GameStop for me is a decent short opportunity at that $20 mark. And if you break lower than that, I mean, on the daily, it's not horrible. 17, I mean, oh gosh, yeah, that's right, we have the split there. So here's what the daily looks like for GameStop. I mean, there's the big red candle. You had a great week and a half heading into the report where you could land around 16.50, 17. I feel like you might want to buy 17 and then risk that for $1, I don't think is the end of the world down here to 16.50 or so. So I feel like that's a decent buy area. So I think we have some good sell zones there, the 50 period around 20 bucks and the buy side around this $16.50, $17. So we'll see if we're able to catch any of that, but those don't look horrible to me at all. I feel like GameStop is something that you definitely want to have on your radar today. Let's just check out the imbalance locator quickly to see if there's any sort of an action on there. We had ChargePoint. I think we're going to get to that. ChargePoint's on. I know we talked about it early. ChargePoint's on our watch list. You can go grab that watch list on tradertv.live. And Palantir. There's no NASDAQ names on here now, but I'm not even seeing GameStop on here. It's funny because yesterday we didn't see AMC on here, and it managed to just get destroyed, down 37% or something yesterday, and we had that whole short. So let's wait to see what happens here with GameStop. Looking to fade 20, looking to buy 17.
Let's talk some AI here. Downside this morning after C3 AI, but all of these I noticed, even SoundHound was getting hit on this as well. After the close yesterday, this thing goes down to 28 bucks. Here we are at session lows. So withdrew their forecast or profit forecast and are now not expecting to be profitable in Q4. That's basically summing up what you need to know.
Yeah, that's exactly why it sold off. It didn't sell off because it missed on the top and bottom line. It beat analyst expectations on both, yeah, you guessed it, the top and bottom line, but they're not going to be profitable. And that's something, you know, that was, I guess, built into the price, which is maybe why it was running up so much earlier. We'll have to wait and see how they do.
Not good anyway for AI as a group today, guys.
It's not a good look for C3AI. The positive would be maybe it does an SSR bounce, being down that 10%, 13% actually, I should say. They were priced like 14 times sales before, so I don't know what the heck it is now. But like we said, if it's a big valuation, the guide's going to matter more. And if you're not going to be turning profitability anytime soon, this is not the kind of day that's going to be for you. It was a flat bottom break. When my note came out, it was a 28 breakdown. I actually had time to get it in, but I'll cop to the fact that I hadn't paid for locates yet on C3AI. So just as I was sort of gearing in, like, had all my levels set up and all that good stuff and put all my notes together and then was able to get it out, it broke 28. I went to fire an order. We had to pay for locates. By the time I got it, this was already down around 75. Didn't really want to chase it in the pre-market given the spread. Just, you know, you're giving an extra 10 to 15, maybe 20 cents to begin with. So chasing a move another 20 cents, there's suddenly, instead of risking 20 to 25 pennies, you're risking 40 to 50, and I decided not to chase it. It would have worked out anyways, but I find if you break a rule, just because it would have worked out doesn't mean it was the right call. But yeah, AI looking nasty. That 28, where does it come from? Pretty obvious. There's your flat bottom break in there. You can look at it on the 15-minute, kind of even better looking on the 15-minute. That means it could pop. And if there is an SSR bounce at the open, it's the 28 level that I'd be looking for the short. In terms of where you'd go for SSR bounce long, the only thing that comes to mind is 25 bucks. That would be this level going all the way back into May. It's also the 200-period moving average. So this stock has room to 25. I'd be shorting it in front of 28 at the open and thinking there's room to $25 today. That would be the ultimate SSR bounce spot for C3AI. I'm sure there's a bunch of sympathy names that we could look at, but what's the point? We can just look at C3AI.
Yeah, I mean, we did this a little bit earlier there, and I think Neil just talked about some of those levels. It's just coming into that $23, $24 mark. If you can get any bids down in here, I think that's pretty reasonable. That's the 200-period moving average on a daily. So I think that's something that you want to look at. It's actually 25, sorry, is the 200-period, but I feel like you could get to that today. There's going to be so many names moving around here today. I feel like I'm already have FOMO a little bit about all this. I just wrote down on here short tech, and I'm looking for more names here, and I don't know if the right trade is to go over to a name. Earnings are difficult, right? You saw that with Roku yesterday. Not that they earned, but they came out and guided, and it's one of those things where you don't know which way the market is on this, right? Like C3AI, we talked about this already, and maybe Neil just mentioned it. 34% short, like that's a monster short float, right? And so the thing is, it's one of the biggest on the street right now, and they report, and the shorts win. So the thing is this: if 34% of the short float or of the float is short, is this a covering moment right now as you come into the 200 period? Do people wake up and are like, okay, well, you know, C3AI was just a $40 name, and now you're not getting it chopped in half. You're getting it chopped in half from the highs, but just from a month ago, you know, 43, 44, people that were shorting in this area right now, you get a breakdown through 40. This is almost a reverse of a pattern that we like, the other way around, where you consolidate and break. Well, that's what happened. You consolidated and broke, and now you're breaking again. You're sort of consolidating between 30 and 35, and now you're breaking down below again. So it's like, where is the next level of possible consolidation? And I'm looking at it right into here, 22 to 24. So, you know, if I was still short this name, probably you cover half of it maybe, because depending on where you're short, it doesn't really matter where you're short, 14% is good enough for me. And then now, where do you hold it and where do you maybe cover the rest? Well, what about 24, 25? And remember, if you're playing it for the short float, then you know that there's a potential for this to get right back to the upside. So I'm looking at C3AI in those mid-20s for a possible log, and I don't want to trade it right off the bat.
10 minutes to go. Let's touch on Tesla here. Nothing significant as far as news for Tesla today. I mean, there was more projections as far as pricing is concerned for the Cybertruck to come. I think the bigger story here, this thing's been wild this week. Initially to the upside, getting back to 257. We come right back down then yesterday. Here we are now testing these lows. If you zoom out a little bit for Tesla.
Yeah, well, here's the story that I like, Brendo. Tesla to install 20,000 charging stations at 2,000 Hiltons in North America. So America, Mexico, and Canada. Here's a look, though. The hotel chains have been asking for this. Hilton coming out and saying the #1 search attribute for our hotels is shuttle access to airports. #2, EV charging. Didn't even show up a few years ago. That's how much things are changing. And by the way, this is not just going to be for Tesla models. It's a universal look. So all EVs able to access.
So Tesla expanding their already leading network, guys.
Yeah, well, that doesn't necessarily matter right now.
We starting to get nasty for Apple right now. Sick, wicked, and nasty.
Yeah, so Tesla, 242, that's the level for Tesla. If we get there, I think it probably breaks down from that price. I understand that you have some positive catalysts in there, but this might not be the day for it. At the end of the day, pretty strong. So if there is a pop-up, you can look at that 252 level. But the 42 is kind of a mini flat bottom break here on Tesla. Starting to look a little bit nasty. I'm going to get to, well, after we're done this, I'll let you talk about it, but I want to mention that H-kit at some point before we get to the open, because that was a huge.
You can mention it now.
I just want to get into this H-kit. That was that big flush yesterday. Nothing was uglier than H-kit. I know AMC was bad, but this was a heck of a lot worse. This is what happens to things like VinFast. Eventually, they come back in, and sometimes it happens in one day. I'm looking for a hero bounce on this today. It just means the risk to reward is sort of favoring a consolidation breakout. For now, that looks like a $5 break. Ideally, I would want this to make a fresh low and get to like $2 or $1. But if it does not break the pre-market bottom, I will look for like a breakout, maybe even like a halt up situation to try and grab like a quick in and out long. This could go to $10 and it wouldn't even be putting a dent in what happened to it yesterday. So just this one's on the radar. There's a couple of questions about it, and I did promise that I would be looking at this today after what nonsense happened to this. Just be very careful with these VFSs and these wheelers and all that good stuff. Because if it goes up and goes like $50 and you think it's going to be the next HKD, a day like yesterday can happen to HKit where it goes $33 to $4, right? No one wants to get caught holding a bag like that. So take your profits on these when they go up.
Yeah, another example of that is Pally, of course, and then Pally with a $2 million direct offering.
Exactly.
Just boom, down 42%. I mean, you guys know these names. I mean, you trade them at not your peril. I mean, there's a lot of people that are making money on these names. So hopefully you're short, or if you're not, watch out for Pally right now, 2.5 million shares. But I just tweeted out, like, this is getting nasty here on Apple. I mean, Apple's another 4% today. I mean, like I said, the PE right now for Apple is still 31. It'll be re-rated today a little bit. But this name just continues to go down, man. 175. I don't really have a target for these guys. I just wrote down 172 because the bottom here is 172. I mean, we were just having FOMO of this name because it went all the way back to 190 after an amazing, we had 2 weeks of one red day in there. And in 2 weeks of Apple climbing up, maybe even more than that, started on the August 18th, straight up. You've given back everything in 2 weeks in 2 days. So bye-bye Apple right now. I was looking to short 176 again, or not 176, sorry, 177 if that game popped up again to where we are. I don't know about that anymore. The 50 period is right here, 176.50. That's probably a good one. Look, it's nice to be $1.30 in the money early, but this is nothing. Like we're going to be putting on a lot more positions here as the day goes on. So it is what it is. Tesla, because we're talking about the Cybertruck a little bit there, I feel like that's very aggressive pricing. Obviously, that's a base model. You know, we bumped up the Model 3 and got it to over 100 grand here in Canada. Obviously, this is for the rear wheel, I believe, model for $49,900. Most people that are buying a truck will pay that extra 10 or 15 grand to get the all-wheel drive. Plus, there's going to be many more different options. So I don't want to like celebrate the price of the Tesla truck yet until we see the sales numbers on those. So we know it's going to be strong. People love to buy their Tesla. And if you have a car, why not buy a truck, right? I mean, that makes sense. So we'll wait to see if there's some disposable income lying around right now for some of these trucks. But we'll just wait. I still like the Tesla Semi. Like, wait until they get into freight and everything like that. When that starts coming through, we know Pepsi and Walmart and some companies like that are already looking into that. So just like Rivian has Amazon and so on and so forth, we'll see if Tesla has a lot of levers to pull. And again, nice move back down, but it still has work to go, man. You can get back into this 210 area where I think is the next buy opportunity. So yeah, sad market right now today. Sad face. Here's the imbalances just came out for the NASDAQ. Apple with a small sell. This name is reeling anyways, so that's not really going to matter. AMC, we're going to talk about that in a second. That's also coming out with a sell. So let's go over to the desk. NVIDIA with a sell here. Just wanted to bring up to this attention that, you know, the market is getting hit right now on some big names with sell imbalances.
Another low float name just popping up, Rosecliff Acquisition Corporation. So this is a SPAC. RCLF, there's no news that I can see, but 450,000 share float on this, free float. The actual float is like 6 million, but only 450,000 available for trading. It's about to turn all of that in a matter of moments here. It's at 433,000 shares today. So RCLF, another one to add to the list. Let's touch on AMC here.
Yeah, AMC, bad day for it. 37% down yesterday, another 4% today on news that it's going to do an offering of about 40 million shares. Look at the options market. The options market not liking this one bit, Brendo. Said yesterday, Kevin Kelly of Kelly Intelligence said 1.43 times more puts than calls on AMC during yesterday's session. Looks like that number increasing here, 62,266 buyers of those September 8th puts.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on AMC. I was just hearing another alert on this one as well. RCLF, guys, was that little SPAC.
I think bid $10 on that maybe. With those, it's like I just watched it drop like $3 and now it's bouncing $1 higher. Let it open back up. AMC, it's a short till it's not. It could pop. It's SSR from yesterday, so only down 5% today, but it'll be short sale restricted. You look at the afternoon resistance, that was at like 888, so call it 9. Pre-market, same thing. So if it pops up there on an SSR bounce, I think you look for that as the first shorting opportunity. The other big levels were 10 and 1070. Those are so far away that it probably halts to even get there. So that's good. It'll be on the radar again today. I think you go for it and short the pops. I doubt you get anything as juicy as yesterday. And I reiterate, dude, if this gets to $5, this is a long at $5.
We just got $2 on Apple right there. So we just got Apple is absolutely shitting the bed right now. We're short 177. So it's $3 right now. I mean, it is starting, well, now it's $2. It was just 174.20 there, got rang up. That was $3 in the money right there off the jump. So I apologize if I'm not going to be looking at too many other stocks today. Apple with the monster move down. The market is going to die today if it hasn't already. It's down 1.37% and looking a hell of a lot lower. I wanted to short AMD. I was like, come on, AMD, get to 107, baby. But it never even came, well, it tried to get there, 106.70. And then just now, a big quadunk in this market. I don't know if something just hit there or people are just getting ready for this because the market just fell on its face right there. $3 we just had, unrealized.
The NASDAQ didn't move much, actually.
No, the NASDAQ, I see a little bit of a flush here down.
No, it was more Apple than anything else. Apple made...
The NASDAQ went 30 points.
Apple made another leg on the range, but the NASDAQ basically
look at
made...
NVIDIA.
Like, it was like 20, 30 points in the NASDAQ when it already dropped 100. So really...
That was a flash crash.
Yeah, it was it looked like it was local to Apple from what I was seeing. Like, Google did flash down to the bottom, but it's still in the channel. Like, it hasn't even broken the lows. I think that's... If any of these bigger names that have not broken lows break lows at the open, this gets very, very nasty very quickly. Just be careful on, like I said, those stocks that are already down 10%. Those are a little bit, if there's a bounce at 930, then those ones are really susceptible to a big move to the upside. I'm talking about things like C3AI, just because they are SSR, because of those short floats. That goes for ChargePoint as well, which is absolutely dying. ChargePoint broke $6 already. I like to short here, but it's now so far to the downside that if it pops back up toward that pre-market high, you might have to give it a little bit of room, wiggle room up there. This is a nasty start to the day, and it's because we got good numbers on jobs. Think about that for a second. Bad news is good, good news is bad. But 3, 2, and 1, ring it.
All right, so let's see if patience rules the day here today. As there goes AMD, man, breaking through 106. So we'll try to short it a little bit. I just want to get short. I mean, I understand the market could pop here. I just want to sit in something for a minute. If the market starts to rip up against me with AMD, that's fine. We have our plan of action right now. We don't normally get into something this early, obviously, but I was looking at 107. I mean, 107.10. Something like that right now. So there's the flush. We knew we were going to get like a little bit of an epic flush there right off the open. AMD may be holding suit though right now. Apple still down $2, looking at 175. Could we get a bouncing spot there? We already covered some there at 175. So let's see what AMD wants to do now. It's a nice move up into 106.50. We'll average in a little bit if that does happen again. We should have took advantage of that and maybe waited instead of just punching in short immediately. But here it comes right back up to the upside right now. So I'm fine. Like whatever happens now is fine for me. Apple right now is absolutely tanking right now. So let's go, man. Hit the sirens because there goes Apple. We're almost $3 in the money off this pre-market trade. So yeah, Apple heading to the downside, and we don't have anything else. Well, we have AMD, but we're watching Apple just absolutely fall on its face right now. Down to 174 and change. Is this where we start taking some out, or are we being a little frugal by even taking $3 on a name right now? Yesterday I was disappointed when we did that. So let's see what we could do now with Apple and AMD.
Whoa, that's wild. The market just made fresh lows. Dell just wicked $70. 70, if you remember from earnings, 70 was this huge resistance on earnings. I thought we were going to go the other end of the channel, which would have been the 67.50 bottom. Instead, it's making a run at breaking out to the upside. If the market's this weak, the first things first. So like if it breaks out, it breaks out, but that has to get through 70.50. I did not see that level coming in right away. Brendan, what do you have?
Wild mover here, going back to last week. Edible, if you remember, EDBL. This is a greenhouse company. They make greenhouses for vegetables primarily. Announced an offering right at the open of the market. So it goes $1.20 to $1 and halted now for EDBL.
Oh my goodness. Speaking of offerings, that dollar level on Pally, I said I'd fade it if it came in. That's getting pretty close, and I'm not saying they're doing an offering, but I mean, Nikola, heck, whatever. At some point they probably do. That dollar level on Nikola, never got a chance to defend it yesterday, never got a chance to defend it recently, but we are in it right now in front of that dollar. I have 103s. I'm getting out if this thing breaks 99. I had those orders in every single day. This is just the day that it happens to be getting to that level. So Google also just set me back up. It did wick that level, that pre-market, low. Now we're in the short in front of that 133.80. So Dell, Alphabet in there. I still like the short on Pally. Watch out for HKIT. It's bouncing a little bit, but I'm looking for a 5 break or a halt up there.
Holy shit, guys. Yeah, so right now, man, I mean, new position alert. Look at AMD starting to go to the downside right now. We just covered some in the 50s and 60s. Absolutely disgusting. Right now, 173.50, the bottom for Apple. We'll see if we can get that. We put a bid there. If we get it, we get it. Here we go. Come on. This might just be, I told you what we were doing today. We're sit back, relax, you know, sip some cognac. We got NFL tonight. We've got the Apple getting absolutely destroyed. We've got I mean, your boys got all of this, man. I mean, this is not, we're not playing around. I mean, I thought we told you that before. There's a nice move for AMD. Reload. We're so confident in it. It got reloaded up there, baby. So there it is right now. I don't know what happened to the audio on that. But Dell, I liked that idea there, Neil, and I went short as well at 70. So let's wait to see right now where we go on Dell. I mean, it's funny, we basically have the same price. I'm bidding a little bit lower. I don't know if I understand why this is happening exactly, but Apple is bouncing a little bit now. So we're only $3 now in the money. But AMD, NEPA. We have another one that's coming through right now. This looks like it's going to join the Dollar Club again. Uh-oh, are we two trades, $2 Club members right now? Let's see what happens with AMD down at 105. And Brittany, we did it again, copyright or not. What's up, Brendan?
Another little one, 2 session highs here and halted, guys. American Rebel Holdings on this note. There's a negative note on this Liberty Safe company that makes safes. So this is an alternative, so benefiting from that negative note. So AREB on a big move.
Yeah, and guess what went right to the $28 level and then immediately flushed? AI is now just getting destroyed. It's down 15% here. Dell's going up. Google's going down, so one good, one bad. But we got to get into some C3 AI here because this is absolute nastiness. I thought we'd get to $1 on Pally. It doesn't even want to get there. To get into that short, I might have to chase it just a little bit. But the next available pop, we're going short in AI. AMC is also absolutely dying. Said maybe there'd be a bounce. I thought there'd be a short pop at the open. Instead, you're just already going into the downside. So kind of looking for what's next. And it might be a little bit of patience with some of these, I guess, low float runners or the smaller names, the short squeezes. We do have that Google short. It keeps threatening 133. I'll respect the fact that twice now it hasn't broken the low. I said underneath that line, we go short. And that's what's happened here. So that one is now coming into the downside. Nicola, you guys know the drill. If the market falls, it probably does break that dollar, but ultimately that was a level I was going to trade no matter what, that dollar level. I said I'd defend it, and we're there. If Dell makes a high off of yesterday, then I just get out of it. It's a little bit weird that it's this strong, but it's not the only thing that was strong. Intel it just wicked 37.
Apple is whipping.
This could be is this a trap? That feels like this could be a trap. My first instinct was like just short Intel right now at that wick at 37. But if the market's bouncing from here, Intel was super strong yesterday. Maybe hold off on shorting Intel specifically.
All right, we just put some more Apple on because for some reason it went up, so that's fine. We do want to watch out for 177, remember, for Apple. So we are still sitting there at 177. Hey, maybe this epic flush that happened right there off the open with huge volume coming in, maybe that was the top there, or sorry, the bottom of Apple, 173.50. I'm still waiting to get a little bit more, a little bit shorter, a little bit higher up there at 177. I think that was a key level where we initially started this short. So here we go, man. We could be wrong at 177.50. I feel like that might be a spot where we may want to get out of this name, 177.50 to be wrong. Maybe 178. I don't know, but here comes Apple again. What's up, Brendan?
Boeing, guys, flying around here. Just be aware the CFO presenting at a conference right now, so making some comments on these recent quality issues the company has. So anyone looking at Boeing, just be aware of some volatility here.
Yeah, so HKIT halted to the upside. I missed it. There's no way fans or buts about it. It made the curl. I was looking for long. I never got it. It was probably a good idea. I don't know. The market bounces here and Intel continues to go down. So I felt like it was a bit of a trap going short. It actually ends up holding up. We did grab some out of Google at that low, but it just bounced right off it. So I like the shorts in front of 133.7. If we bounce more from here, I want to try to get a better price on the way back in. It is Tesla, the one that's flying right now. Tesla just bounced $3 to the upside. So I think this is the one. Maybe if it gets to 250, you think about the short, but that is way too big of a move to the upside. I've been trying to be patient for levels on some of the big cap tech. That's why I'm only in Google as far as those go. Now you're testing that 177 on Apple. This is where the volume came in. That's the only level to work off of currently. I'll get to HKIT when it opens back up, but that's a huge miss for me. I stared at that one all day long for exactly this move. Brendo?
So many moving around here. Here's another one. UiPath with earnings. They're forecast to the upside for Q2 and Q3. So back higher right now after an initial fade for Kathy Wood name here. UiPath up 4.
Earnings report there for UiPath. All right, so GameStop right now trying to make some moves. So let's see what's happening with GameStop. It just broke through 18 bucks. So that was going to be a level that we wanted to look at here. Again, not a lot of volume. It came through on the open. We were looking at 20 short. Looks like the highest we got was 1950 right now. There goes what?
Dell.
Yeah, Dell. There it goes, yeah. So we'll take an L on Dell, unfortunately, but that was not a big position. But still, we'll flush ourselves down the toilet as we both had that one, but Dell not working out at all. And look what's happening right now, man. I mean, now we're reloaded pretty decently now on Apple. It's coming up to that 177. We talked about, we always looking at the 200 period if there's a name really, really moving. That's 178.32 right now. Color me purple or whatever the hell the saying is. I did not expect this on Apple. So, I mean, the fact that it's happening right now, good, I guess. People that were buying those dips. Again, next time we see like an epic flush like that, we're going to have to find out. We're going to have to look at the RSI and things like that about some of these stocks because we definitely crashed a little bit below right there on the 5-minute, below the 25 period there on the RSI. We're actually hit 15 on that flush for Apple again. So big move to the downside right now, big move to the upside. Let's see if Apple can hold for it now. We're short at 176.60, so we're short right here, right now. And yeah, man, we got reloaded a little bit. So let's see if we get something maybe at 176.20. Let's put another bid at 176 flat. If Apple pulls back, that's the 50 period, that's VWAP. I mean, we are in a little bit of a panic mode here because, we didn't expect this to happen. We also did clean out a lot of our AMD, but that's coming back upside right now too. So these could be some L's coming through here for sure on these names as the NASDAQ looking to go back here. What level did we just hit?
15.2.
Yeah, that was a good call by both of you guys. But I was sort of looking to see if there was anything on the downside on why we spiked back up.
Not really.
So we're back into those pre-market levels, I guess.
151.5 isn't I don't consider it a big level, but we did break out from that. Sometimes breakout levels matter. I don't put too much stock in that for the future, usually with equity, but that's where we're bouncing from. So if you still think your Ariel's down, to me, you look for anything that's at a key price level. Again, that's why that Apple at 177. Google, I have not reloaded Alphabet just yet, but Tesla this is, I guess, the granddaddy right now. If it got to 250, that is super, super strong at this point. Nikola has already started to bounce, but again, it's at that 103 level. So, every couple of cents, I will have offers out there all the way up to 110, 115 along those lines. HKIT, as I said, was just a stupid miss by me. It did open back up, and it's trying to take out $5. If it holds the halt price, I will look for a long off the halt price, but this is not exactly, I wanted the long underneath here and then into the halt instead of trying to get it above, unfortunately, on HKIT.
Wow, look at Apple, man. Apple is excuse me. Apple is crazy strong right now. 177.50 right now for Apple. Where were we? I don't even have any offers up here. I was not expecting this. The 200 period is coming into 178 as we speak. So our AMD is fine. It's more, I'm just looking at this Apple because this is, 177.50 might have been a good spot there. Let's take a little bit more. As you just came right in, that's 178.30. So, I mean, if we're wrong on that, the pre-market highs here for Apple, 178.50. I mean, if you're going to take in, that's before 8 o'clock. These are 8 o'clock dark pool dumps, so unfortunately that's what it looks like. But right there, that's 178. I feel like if we take out 178, man, we may just have to slow our roll here and go the other way on this because this is a lot stronger than I thought. All the rhetoric, I mean, I didn't see anybody talking about buying this name, so definitely not me, but there it is right now. Good thing we took advantage of it, but now we're average into the short, so this is going to be an L situation here unless it rectifies itself ASAP.
Yeah, just one thing that is not bouncing with the market, I think that is a good sign for the short, is going to be AI. I just tried HKIT. I don't want to risk. I'm trying to risk small to make big on it. So if you don't like a 30, 40 cent stop, that's how I want to trade it today. And I think it can move dollars, but I'd still rather risk small. It just bounced off the hull price. I'm looking for reentry, but I'm going to grab C3AI down here because it's the market just bounced big and this just bounced small. So it's still got relative weakness. Google's holding up, so I can probably try to reload that one as well. You just want to stick to things which are following the plan. And if it's really, really weak, I think you want to stay with it to the south side. That is C3AI. Charge point was another one that we're like, we should only be short. This is a bit too far to chase. It just bounced off $5. If anything, I think charge point is an SSR bounce now. $5 wick underneath, it just went $4.96. That's exactly the kind of level that I look for an SSR bounce. You already missed a $6 to $5 move. You got to worry about what is next here. So I'm going long on charge point. It is not an endorsement of the stock. I think I had a horrible quarter. I think it's just an SSR bounce. I'll give it to the local bottom and see if it can get back to VWAP.
Let me just check out Apple's finally starting to come back down. Let's check on Dell. So Dell does wick us out, or not wick us out. We got out of that one, and we'll see what's happening right now. Okay, come on, Apple. Let's go. Go to your home down here somewhere around 175. VWAP is 175.77. We just took something out at 80 there. Our average price is 73. So it fell back in. We did have too many shares because we just got averaging at bad prices. We actually talked about 177. That's where my average price should be. Should be at 177. And the fact that it's not is bad. So we are going to take something out here. I still like a 177.50 fade on Apple. If that hits that again, I mean, that is the 50-period moving average on the 5-minute. Well, actually, I got to figure this 5-minute chart out, to be honest with you. There's something going on with it over there. But let's just see. We just touched 177.50. The out for me, if Apple turns completely disastrous, I was looking at like 178. And I'd hate to get out at the very 200 period right there, but I feel like that would be it. And then one little level up from that 178.50. So next average in up there somewhere around 178. And then we'll have to just say, hey, if it blows it up and Apple can somehow get back to 178.50, then that's an L, and I'll take that, and there's nothing I can do about it. I like the short. You got to stay somewhat convicted with it. Here it comes back down, so now we're flat on the trade. Well, we were flat on the trade. I do have a bid in the 60s again, or maybe I don't. Let me just put that in there. Okay, there it is. So we just got out there. Let's see what happens now with Apple. Hopefully we can fall down. Again, we are pretty convicted with this short today, but that move up was not something that we had planned. So let's see. Okay, here it comes now. And just let's put a bid at 50. Why not? Maybe we don't need the home runs anymore, right? I mean, we're 30 cents in the money on Apple on obviously an upsized position. So, if it can come back in, we just touched 50 again. The 50-period moving average, which I'm using, is also here at 176.20. So a couple fills there in the 60s. See, we could have got some more out there. AMD is something that I don't want to ignore, though, because it's trying to do the same thing, and it has its 200-period right there as well. So, yeah, this market's getting a little spicy, man. Maybe we got to check on NVIDIA. Like, I don't know. This
it's super spicy.
This is getting a little spicy, too.
I'm going to get to Intel in a second, but a couple of quick updates. ChargePoint tried to break that $5 again.
Wow, Apple.
I was able to add to it at that $5 level. It is looking like it's trying to bounce, but there's still some resistance in the teens. VWAP stands at 540, so that's going to be the target. Apple comes down and gets right underneath that 177 again. Went for the short to give to the local high, and it's like it just popped again.
Just going, boys.
Apple is just absolutely gone. I keep trying to short the same level, willing to take my out, but all it does is it just runs that stop. So keep taking those cuts on it, and I only have one long. I mean, Nikola doesn't count. ChargePoint's actually an SSR name. So really, nothing in terms of big cap tech or to the long side. Okay, here we are. This is 37.50. Intel is about to break that triple top on the daily. So it was a trap to go short Intel. That's the only good thing happening today, unless ChargePoint goes parabolic to the upside, would be Intel not going into the trap short underneath 37. So that's probably saved me here today. But now I got to find the long here. It is breaking out. This is the monster triple top on the daily for Intel. I did not think we were going to be doing this at 9:30. 15 minutes ago, this seemed very unlikely, but here we are. I got to look for a long on Intel if we can break through that 37.5. Brendo?
Just beware on Intel, guys. Just going to mention heavy call buying being reported right now across the board for INTC.
Yeah, I mean, there you go. The problem with going long up here is you are going long at resistance into a market which is possibly stair-stepping down. So you need to see buying above 37.50 or wait for 37 to come back in. That's what patience is all about, but I am not really thinking about the short in there. I think that's complicating things. I think if you're going to short something, I think you stick to what makes sense to be short. Google hasn't broken the top off just yet. What's with all these buyers?
What is with these buyers?
Sorry, sellers on ChargePoint, because a $5 SSR bounce, I'm expecting it's already filling you above 20 at this point. I just got filled at 17. I'm looking to get filled above 20 and then into that 540 level. What's going on with Nikola here? Nikola, it bounced. Oh my goodness, I didn't have a bid at 1. Oh, that's pretty stupid. Let me just get a bid down. I should have had a bid at $101, sorry. I started at 03s. I thought I had a bid at 101. I did not, just got distracted by other things. It just bounced back to the highs. I'm looking for 5s, 7s, 9s to the upside. Then we can rock and roll with this dollar bounce. Pulse, oh, there goes Google. Even Google can't hold on. So Alphabet gets to the low. I reloaded off of that local high, and now it's breaking back out. Now, my rule for Alphabet was flat bottom breakdown. Do not short it above that line. That's what it looks like on the 15-minute. Like, accept the fact that I can like the short all I want, but it's strong above here, it's weak underneath that. I'm only shorting it beneath 133.80. If it's going to be above that line, I'm not even going to try to touch it. I'll wait for the short to come in, wait for it to set back up. Otherwise, this might actually just be a jailbreak on it. This is all of a sudden turned into I have a couple of low float names to the long side, and we have to be patient with these shorts.
I mean, I am trying to be as patient as I possibly can be, man. I mean, we've reloaded a lot of these names, but I am getting a little bit nervous. We're basically taking these Apple trades out for flat here every time it comes back in, man. I mean, it's just like it's hitting this 177 and bouncing over and over and over again. So we actually have better outs than 177. We have 60s, we have 80s, we have 70s. I mean, here it comes back in. We're taking better fills. We've got 80s. All of these fills are profitable names, profitable fills. So Apple's going to be is a very profitable name for us, but it's just taking a minute. Like Neil said, we got it. Okay. Now it's going. Now we got to get a little bit more aggressive on some of these outs because AMD just flushed a little bit there. Went right to the 50 period, so that was a good trade. Let's just see, man. And there goes Apple again, right? Look at Apple. We just got filled. What a great fill on Apple. We just got 75s, 60s, 65s, all that there on Apple, right in there. And then it does this move straight back up to the highs. Man, just be aware. This is not... Something's like pretty wild up in here. So just be careful up in here, Brendan.
Agricultural company here, FMC, downside on a blue orca short note. So FMC on a short note.
Orca.
So
what 300. The hell's blue orca?
300 just got wicked on Meta. I saw it in the chat. It's like 300 Meta. I'm like, no way. Like, that's actually getting to afternoon resistance. So Meta... Again, this is just one of those like setups that I happen to like off an even dollar level like this. It wicked above. It just gave 300.5. So I have a 300 short, give to the local high. Like it's complete. Like the lack of liquidity on these, like it's floating 50 cents. You got to keep that in mind. We're floating around 50 cents at a time here. So if you give it 50 cents worth, I think that's reasonable R&R. ChargePoint starting to slow back down. There's just a lot of sellers on this stock that's trying to bounce. It got to that 20 level. It looks like it's continuing to maybe head back lower. The fact that it makes higher lows is not bad, but this is still trending to the downside, and we got to be cautious with it. Nikola is still holding out. That Pally stock, probably another miss by me. I should just short the 90 level here. I don't know if I'm going to get a chance at $1 on PALI. So if it pops up again, I'll look for 90 short. And I keep on forgetting about AMC. Like AMC, Neil, AMC. Like you fight these big caps to the short side, AMC, you can short any pop. It still hasn't even broken the opening range to the upside. It's actually stair-stepping down. It's like the one that got away here is AMC.
Yeah, I feel like the one that got away for me for sure was Intel. I mean, we talked about...
I want to throw up about Intel.
Yeah, so I think this is the one because we were looking at it. Like Intel, AMC, the thing about Intel is we knew how strong it was yesterday. So it's just like the fact that today the market just rallied like that, and I was just sitting here like, I mean, look, we are really banking right now on the shorts, so it's fine. But this one was a missed opportunity here for Intel for sure. I'm not going to short this name, but we were just talking about missed opportunities. I feel like Intel is like right in that for both of us anyways. GameStop again, and I mean, you just mentioned AMC, GameStop on earnings again. I still want to be patient with that, wait for 20 bucks. I'm not even looking at Apple. Don't even come on my screen. Well, okay, now I'm looking. It's a nice move. But we'll see where that one goes. Let's just check out the big dog over here, NVIDIA. We've left that one alone because we went back to our roots with AMD here, and now we're 40 cents in the money on both those names. But NVIDIA, we talked about this on the after show. I'm getting rid of this chart because I don't know what this 5-minute chart is doing right now. But we talked about this coming right back into the 50 period of 450. When that gets dropped off, 450, see you later to everything. So that's going to be a big problem when that, yes, let's go, finally, right now. Here comes Apple, man. Come home where you belong. Let's go AMD as well right now. Now we're starting to cruise out on shares that we happy with right now, baby. So let's put some more bids out at 40 here there it is. Boom for that one. Another 50 cents coming through right now. Apple starting to move as well. We're at the highest spot we've been at all day right now. So despite having to hold those against us, this is what happens. I told you about conviction. I mean, part of that is what it is. We did get out a little bit too much there early, but we had more shares than we were thinking about on Apple. So yes, sir. Let's go, Apple. Next bid. Right now, let's put some more bids out and just take another fill right there as Apple's approaching VWAP again. But there it is. This is the damage that your boy's doing. Boom, 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 back in. We talked about 177.50. We should just be loaded the hell up on that level. Let's go, Apple. There it is again, man. Not only is the dollar come 3 times, let's make it 4 times. Bye-bye, Apple, $1.20 in the money. Let's go, baby.
Yeah, the market just broke 15.2 back into the downside. Meta just broke 299. Looks like everything is resolving right back into the downside. I want to note that how strong Intel is still. So, forget about that winner for a second. It's a little bit crazy that Intel, it's still holding that 37.5 level. If it never breaks this, that triple top on the daily, it might just be a long still, even with the market looking weak. It almost seems crazy to say. I don't know what the heck is going on with this bad boy. Couple of halts to get to in a quick second, but Tesla is absolutely giving up the ghost. It was super strong. I said 250. It went to 248.5. So a little bit of a miss by me. I could have chased that one early, but if you chase early and break rules, it's not going to work out for you. 250 is definitely the level. Here, SSR bounces still playing out to the upside for me. I think you get to VWAP, probably like 7 to 8% on charge point, and then I would probably look short again at VWAP on this name. So it's looking good so far, but remember, this is already down 27%, probably the only reason why it's not continuing to fall. I also did mention that if BlackBerry gets to $4.40, I will go long. Don't sleep on this. It actually could happen today. That's where the Veritas rumor came in. I'm already bidding it, and it's already SSR. I think it could happen. Doesn't mean it's an absolute lock, but that Meta 300, I think we just go stair-stepping off of this. If it holds on at $299, I'm going to reload up at that $300 level. And Intel, it's like, you got to be kidding me.
Here goes Apple again. Right
Intel's about to make another fresh high. This is stupid. Intel doesn't trade like this.
Well, it's been trading like that for...
No, but this is different.
These kind of moves. Well, we also talked, Brendan also brought the information
the call action.
So that's
this
like another,
insane.
That's a little bit of a different level there.
Just almost long anywhere, maybe.
Yeah. But yeah, great trade on Meta there. I really like that $300 level, whether or not it comes back or not. I'll try not to miss that. Glad Neil has that nice, dollar there. Hopefully that can come back in. Look at that. Look at these levels, man. I mean, that's what you're looking for. The thing about Meta, though, now that I'm looking at this, is that it is positive on the day. So maybe it has a lot more to fall here.
Of course, look at Dell, too.
Yeah, I know. I already looked at Dell. It's way down now. And this is, that's so stupid, man. What the hell? I guess that was yesterday's high, right? Or the pre-market. Yeah. Damn it.
I basically made top wick on Dell.
Rob, are you going to ask for more coffee? Because that would be okay. Oh, why, thanks, Rob. That'd be awesome.
I'll take it. Mine tasted funny.
If you're doing something, don't even worry about it. Yeah, where the hell is Randy anyways? Here you go. No, here. May I pass to you this way if you want. Thank you, Rob. Okay, so.
Oh, there we go.
Got something in my eye. All right, we should have just reloaded Apple there a little bit, but I'm trying to be like, I'm trying to be that guy. Like, I'm trying to hold on a little bit now, but I know that's not, like, just because of what happened yesterday, how much of a dramatic move we saw in some of these names. But you still need to stay true to the kind of trading that you're doing. I mean, you know, you don't need to switch up gears just because the way the market's moving. I feel like it'll give you more opportunities, but if you're still noticing patterns of support and resistance and levels not breaking, and like Neil said, Intel not trading maybe the way that we're used to it, you know, those are kind of like, not like, I'm gonna get another piece out here at 24 because we were just at 70 on Apple, right? So it's like, I don't see Apple normally moving 50 cents in 20 seconds. So if we're able just to piece out some of the positions that we have on, I think that's good, and then holding the rest. We still got about 35% of what we had up here. I didn't have too many shares, and obviously in hindsight, I wish I would have held it, but we're at the highest spot we've been at all day anyways. It's just, you know, a little bit too many. I was just a little uncomfortable on that, and I don't know if that's embarrassing to say that or not, but you know, when stock is not moving your way and you have too many shares, we've both been, Sharif, Max, everybody, I mean, I'm not talking anybody's book, we've all been railroaded on positions that we really liked. So, you know, part of taking profit is exactly that, taking profit. So you got to do it every once in a while. Like right there on AMD, just as I was sitting here talking about it, I just got out multiple times right here. 29s, we just got out at 40. Now it's at 80. So it's like, no matter what kind of share size you're swinging around with, like you have to take profit when you're seeing this kind of stuff come through. So that's, you know, we're trying to put on like a trading class and like teaching you guys about some of the stuff that we're thinking about. It's not always going to be right. And we appreciate everything that we see in the chat from you as well. So, and there it goes, Neil, Meta right back again. Like some of these names are
missed a reload
just so wild.
It's like I said, it's floating around every 50 cents. So, oh, there we go. I just got it. I just got the fill off the high. This time we take a fill off of the actual high. If it gives the range, it's been giving you $1. But if it takes out the top, I just get out. I'm not holding anything past any stops today. There's just no chance. What I should have been doing for Google is even thinking about the long above that line. Oddly enough, we draw a resistance line. Come to my chart. We drew this. Said underneath look short, above look long. I got out when it broke. I did not reverse long. Look at that on Alphabet. It bounces right off that resistance line. What it was a resistance line, now it's support. I think the long might be in on Alphabet here. I now only have charge point to the long side. And we're going to get to the ad read in a quick second. Intel's at 37.5. If it holds this, got to be long on Intel. Should have already been long like 5 times already. Let's go to the desk with Brennan and Happening Now.
This segment of the show brought to you by Surge Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million. Keep 90% of the profits. The program has simple rules, no time limits. Go to surgetrader.com/TTV. Use promo code TTV for 10% off. Just be aware, guys, Fed's Harker speaking right now. So some comments coming through on the overall market. Just heads up on that. If you missed it this morning at 8:30, we got a couple of data points that came out to the wrong side of the scale that kicked off this selling that we're seeing. First off, Q2 labor costs, 2.2% versus a 1.6% print expected there, so much higher on labor costs. Non-farm productivity, 3.5% versus 3.7%. Initial jobless claims, 216,000 versus 234. Continued claims as well to the upside, 1.7 million versus 1.6 million expected. So that really got things going to the downside as far as the overall market is concerned. Boeing, just be aware, still seeing comments coming through from the CFO at a conference today. So Boeing very, very volatile so far. A couple of things we were discussing if you were with us in the pre-market. One was GameStop coming off a better than expected report. They're set to be the spotlight of the Dumb Money documentary coming out on September 22nd. AI with an earnings miss. Fisker as well. We didn't touch on it really, but they're going to ramp up production to a whopping 300 units per day for FSR. There's Boeing still chopping around on that conference note I mentioned. AI, huge mover downside, guys.
Yeah, but it's relative, man. Like, it's for Fisker, that's a good number, right? So yeah, everyone has to start somewhere. I know we chuckle at numbers like that, but every EV name is going to be different. This one, again, I'm not endorsing ChargePoint. The market is down and the stock is bouncing because it's short sell restricted. But I said VWAP would be a target. It just got to 530. I still have half of it, which is probably too much on this bounce already. But if it curls here, I'm thinking about reversing into a short, just not yet on ChargePoint. I realized as Harker was speaking, I didn't want to get trapped when the market turned. So I was in and out of Intel. Should not be in on the front end of a trade. As it's coming back in, I should look for the consolidation, show me the strength, then I can buy into it. That's a FOMO entry, even if it works. So I do still want to be favoring alongside of it, but you got to be a little bit careful with that notion. This market feels like it wants to roll back over and head back to those lows. Do not sleep on C3AI. And we have not even mentioned NVIDIA. NVIDIA hunts 460, now putting in lower highs. This is now trending down. The 450 level is a big one on NVIDIA. If we tag that, I think it's a big short underneath that price. But before it gets there, I'm now looking at this stair step to the downside and wanted to join the trend on NVIDIA. Down 3.5%. This is maintained weakness. It never broke out of the pre-market high. So the trend is definitely your friend. Looks like we're headed lower. Want to short before we get to 450, but if I end up just only taking a 450 break, that's a break that I feel like every trader is going to have, or at least a lot of traders are going to have. I'll be there as well. Thank you very much, Rob. Just got the refill. That last coffee, actually, mine tasted a little soapy.
There was some suspect in that. Randy,
well, I'm a coffee short at this point.
Thank you so much, because look at this. This is what the market's doing. Cheers, Neil. And you know what? The thing is, let's effing go.
Money,
I mean, what's happening right now in this market is absolutely falling apart. I wonder if there's going to be an embargo about dumb money. I'm going to the TIFF to see that tomorrow. I know it's out September 22nd. So get your review live here on Monday, as I'll tell you all about that movie. Should be pretty fun. Seth Rogen, Pete Davidson, Shailene Woodley. So it's I think they're actually trying to make it like a real movie. So that should
Why would it be a real movie?
I don't know. Well, it's just because there's those ones on Netflix that were like more kind of documentaries and stuff like that. So I don't know. I'm excited. I liked, well, by the way, right now, we are like, this is my best day, August, September, everything. So we're fine right now, as everything is absolutely collapsing. So that's great. The market's right back down near the bottoms. We had to withstand some of that pressure, and we did it, and now we are having our best day, so we're cooking it up. I hope all of you guys are also having a fantastic day today, as we're just now want to kind of just chill. I mean, we are getting lighter on all the trades. I was surprised about Apple sort of hanging up. We did get too many shares out here at VWAP at 176.20 or so that kind of sucks. But now we'll just sit back and relax. Like I said, it's our best day as of now. That could easily change. We could go red if something doesn't act properly very, very soon. So that's what that is right now. I'm excited for that movie. I'm excited to trade for you guys today. I'm excited for the after show. I'm excited for lunch money. I'm excited for Trader TV Live. So here we go, man. $2, no, $170 now in the money for AMD as this is collapsing back in. I do have a bid in the 20s right now. I'm actually bidding 21. Let's just change that. I mean, what the hell? Let's bid 32s instead for some strange reason. We'll just take a fill if that comes in. And again, you're only taking profits. You're only up when you're taking profits. So there goes Apple. Again, just bouncing off there. 70s, like we got to put some more bids out. And again, if it falls in even lower and we look back and Apple's at 173 or something like that, so be it. I'm taking some profit. Like I said, we're having a great day, and I just don't want the fun to stop. So we'll take it out little by, see, there goes AMD with a nice little bump there. Little by little, as Oasis says. We will just keep taking them out on these levels. And I think we just got an Apple fill. Yes, we did. So there it is right there. Boom. No more outs, man. Let's see what happens. Again, great day. We're getting lighter and lighter on these positions, but we still have enough on to do some damage here.
Yeah, I just put a new one on there. C3AI just rolled back into VWAP. So the first time we had it, it was kind of a consolidation short. It did eventually break down, but it did wick out before, and I'm willing to get wicked out. On anything that is down 10%, I want to have a really tough, don't give it more room if it's down 10%. That's kind of going to be my mantra today. So C3AI going to take the same consolidation. If we keep making lows, I think you take multiple swings at this, because until it gets to $25, there's no actual support on the daily chart. $25, that's 26 now. So there's a lot of room still to the downside in C3AI. I'm almost at a charge point, thankfully. You did get to VWAP here. It's a very slow grind now to the upside. I'm going to hang on to the last bit and just trail it to like 530 maybe. Just in case this breaks VWAP, we'll hold something. And just if you get a bigger move, fair enough. We'll see what happens with charge point. But it was an SSR bounce off $5. We're respecting Nicola's not doing anything. I want multiple shots off of, I think we're headed to the downside in NVIDIA, have a consolidation short now. I like this one into VWAP. I want to back off. I'm not bidding till it gets to 52 on NVIDIA, and I think underneath 450, this could be a breakdown. So when you're setting up NVIDIA on the higher time frame, you got to respect how big the ranges are. Underneath 450, I have to zoom way out. Underneath 450, the gap's $15 on my chart for NVIDIA. I know that sounds stupid, but if we saw underneath 440 today, I actually wouldn't be surprised if a 450 break happens in NVIDIA. So I want to make sure we're giving this one a little bit of breath. Underneath that VWAP is going to be the short here for me on NVIDIA, setting it up on that higher time frame. AMC is another one that I have yet to get into, but it's starting to pop. I said short the pops on AMC. We have not shorted one yet. It is going up right now. So I'm looking for VWAP here. So once we're at 790, I'm already sitting at like 98s. I want like 90s into 99, something along those lines into VWAP on AMC. Let's just be patient with it. It looks like it's going to be strong. It'll look relatively weak. Why doesn't anyone ever talk about Adobe, James Lopez says. We will when they report earnings. I promise you that. But I'll give it a look right now.
It's too expensive, I think.
It's an expensive stock that we don't usually trade. Okay, there you go. Adobe, it's a $500 stock. It's the same reason we don't really trade AVGO. Super expensive, massive spreads. It's actually not even moving. They report next week. I promise you we'll talk about it then. Like Oracle, like Intel, these legacy names have been strong. So full credit to Adobe. Speaking of Intel, I got out of it because Harker was talking and I felt like I'd rushed in. I just can't find my way into the Intel long. And every long has been good. Even the one that I felt I was getting in too early. Got in, got out for 3 cents, and was like, no, let's be more patient with it. You can't be patient with Intel, apparently. You've just got to get into the long and hold it. That's just the way it's trading today. It is flying around, up 2% into a 1.3 down day. That's strength, abundantly. A 38 break I'll probably just take because it's a nice round number, but the next dip I'm just sitting on the bid, and this time we'll leave it in.
All right, let's go. I've just been getting some more out here, so let's just look for something else. It sucks that the trade that we put on one of our very first, well, not one of our very first ones, but Dell is actually, we should be 3 for 3, but that's an out. And we talk about it all the time. I mean, we're still having our best day despite that. It's just about like, and I said this in the chat already, it's like being a risk manager, and I say that every single day, and it's like you got to manage the positions you're in. Once you're in them is when you have to start to manage them, right? There's no other real time to do it. All right, Meta obviously had that move up. Let's check out SoFi, maybe for a little bit of a smaller name. I mean, I'm just looking at big cap techs right now, so we could check out SoFi, see if that's doing anything. All right, wow, down 4%, okay. Oops, wrong way. Wasn't really certain about that, but there's that 200 period again coming into play on SoFi. So nice move to the upside. Darn it, 850. That was great as well.
Wow,
the 200 period is right there. $9 is right there. Breaking below 8 would be definitely something, but you still have time before that starts to come through as well. Nice little rally back in the market, man. I mean, we just before we just started talking right there, look, like, I laugh because this was 1 minute ago. We got out here at 95, and then now here's the move right back to the upside. So just be careful. The market's coming right back up to VWAP. Is this a reload
Intel's
spot right now for us on Apple? Possibly. Just coming. Let's go over to Apple first. I don't want to worry about AMD. AMD is fine. Just more about Apple. There's so much excitement about it. There's 177.50. All right. Now that the 200 period's here, we got to get out if it breaks 178. So I'm thinking about some more at 30 here, and then I might even just get out if we break that high of 80. So perfect. I mean, we're emptied it out. We only have right now 15% maybe left. So that's good. Maybe we'll put on another piece right now because we're sort of at that level. But again, a pretty small one right there into here. We're really looking to get 177.40s or so on this name right into here on the 200 period and then out at a 177.80 break. Day high break. We're out. So 177.80 with more shares coming around 50s. Okay, so that's the plan of action for me on Apple. We just reloaded it right there. Let's see if it makes a move back to the downside here. Apple and then AMD, we're just kind of waiting. So I'm going to stick an order there, 177.50, see if we get a fill.
Well, I see Grom halted reliable, Rudy. I just got AMC just popped into VWAP, so I just grabbed that one. I said I'd short the pop here. We do have it. 99s, I was just sitting right in front of 8, very, very creatively. If it breaks VWAP and gets above 10s, I think I give it up and look for another one. So to go to your halt play, Grom was a mover yesterday. We do remember it pretty well. It's done less than 1 million shares of volume because it's very, very illiquid. Again, just remember, when you reverse split, this has been kind of the thing. We said the reverse split was coming, and usually you want to short those. I guess this is not waiting around. It's like the second time reverse splitting. Usually they calm down for a couple of days, but it held the low, which is usually the first thing you look for. It held 5. It could be breaking out. If this breaks $8, anything is possible. I don't want to write it off. I don't want to be short something like this if it breaks the high of the day. It has to be failing those tops on day one. So usually you do fall for a couple of days after a reverse split. This is halted to the upside, but it has yet to break out. The tap is flat. 675 is the halt level. 670 is the current tap. So it's not even like it's halting and then tapping up above that 7 level. This is the next dip that's happening on Intel, it looks like. So I'm going to get back into this in front of that 3750. I do have C3I and AMC to the south side, and watch out for Nikola, that dollar level about to get tested. The best fill I got was 105. I'm just getting some shares here at 101, and if it holds on to $1, great. There's like 3 million shares on the bid of Nikola at $1. That doesn't mean it won't break because it's done 15 million, but that's what I'm long in front of.
107.50. All right, just putting out the stop orders here in case something happens. So AMD, again, 107 reload, out 107.50. Apple, we got the reload now. We talked about that, so let's move on. Okay, what else do you guys want to do? Square, okay. Yesterday we shorted Square, was a monster. We got hit early on it, and then it faded, and now look where we are on Square. I mean, I can't believe this didn't happen yesterday when we had that sort of I think it was a switch in rating from somebody, Bernstein, I think. There's the short yesterday, squashed early up to 60, and now look at today. Absolutely destroyed down here for Square. Let's have a quick look at the daily chart. Again, down 4%, right? More than, I think it's, AMD right now is only down 2.6, so, but there it is. Look at this, man. Square right at these bottoms one more time. That bottom is possibly a good little break spot there. What is this? I don't know. Do we want to put too much risk into this? This is a 55 break. I mean, that's pretty sweet right there on the daily. You still got 40 cents to go. Obviously, we're focused on AMD and we're focused on all these other names, but this is a great level break there for Square, but it might be finding a bottom as well. This is the 1-minute chart. So I feel like if you think the market's going to bounce right now, this has a lot of good risk to reward here because, again, we talked about being a risk manager. You know, even if you buy 100 shares now, the risk or one contract, whatever you guys are trading, we are going to have options soon on this platform, which we've been waiting for that for a minute. We're going to have 0 day to trade options, so that'll be good. We have to be flat on those at 315, I believe, though, so we'll see. But $55 coming in right now, that's going to be a good area. If you just buy some of these dips and get out if it breaks 55, that's not a horrible risk to reward right there for something like Square, especially if this market takes VWAP, right? The market's getting back up. You're only down 1%. It's not the end of the world by any stretch of the imagination. It was really ugly, but look at this push back. You know, we've seen some relative strength in names like an Intel. In names, I think it was the financials or something was starting to go upside right now as well, as I'll double check. Here's what I have here from Trade Ideas. So the percent change on the close, I thought I could sort this, double check. There it is right there. Yeah, so there's Intel 2.5, Meta 1.5 up, Pinterest, who cares, Amazon 0.5%. So there are some bigger names here that are up, right? Google's flat on the day, and then you just see the negative names, AMC down 8, like damn. XPeng, we hate these Chinese names, down 7%. Qualcomm down 6% on Apple worries, obviously. Unity down.
Neo's at 10?
5, yeah. So they're all kind of busting.
Oh my God,
here.
Unity's. I just saw Neo in $10. I'm like, is it already? Look at this holding $10 on NIO down here. 998 quadruple bottom on the 3-minute. Like, it is just riding this to the downside. Charge point broke VWAP in a big way. I held on to a little bit, but VWAP was always going to be the target there. That's just how it goes sometimes. But wow, look at this battle going on Neo down 5%. AI just came back to the upside. Intel is 8 cents away from a 38 break. So if every time I look over like that, I'm watching for the breakout on Intel. That could be headed to the upside, continuing to head to the upside.
Yeah.
2.5%. This NEO at 10, it's very, very tempting to just be long 10 and give it to 98 and risk 3 cents so they can bounce off of this and get the view up. But you have to remember, this is not the first time NEO got to $10. It's already made this bounce. It's already flushed through it one time. So I'm going to back off that. Nikola is now making another push to the upside. Maybe this is the time that it goes. Yeah, this is the time that it's going. Now Nikola's starting to go. I did get some 2s. I got nothing at 101. You can sit passively on the bid. It does not mean you will get a fill. That's how the market works. I'm going to try grabbing some midpoints here at the 5 level. I have offers 5, 6, 7, 9, 11, all that good stuff to the upside. And just to reiterate what's happening on Intel, I'm still trying to buy the dip, but if I don't get it, the 38 break is imminent. I'm going to take the 38 break, give it a few shekels. If it goes right away because it's absolutely flying, it'll be like a scalp out trade. That's how I like to treat these breakout style trades. I just cannot believe that 37.50 came and went so fast, and we're already thinking 38 here. And Grom is absolutely flying. It's kind of hard to be looking at those while focusing on the big cap names. It did halt to the upside again, but it still hasn't broken the pre-market high. So that pre-market high still very much in play at $8. It's tapping above 8. So it is halted at 770 with a tap over that pre-market breakout. As they say every single time, nobody ever went broke taking profit. You saw what happened with HKIT yesterday. Respect the fact that these can fall and fall very, very fast, but good for you if you have that long on Grom. Just realized I didn't get anything out on AMC on the way back down. It bounced off VWAP here, back down into the 790s. If this gets to the low of the day, got to take some profit on AMC.
I know we were talking about Meta when you were short $300 there, and I looked over and it was at 304. It's like, what? Meta just went for a run there, and we shorted it, and we just took 70 cents. We're now 50 cents in the money on this trade. We're short here at 303.79, and here it is. There it goes. See ya. That was just 80 cents, but we got to see where it goes from here. This could still rip back up. Meta really strong today. The reason why we shorted it again was right here. Yesterday's high, the high from the post-market, no, it's pre-market yesterday, right, right in there, 304. That's not necessarily why we shorted it. We got that top wick right there at 304.40, so we're taking 1-to-1 right now. Still could be an L, but we'll wait to see what's happening right now on Meta as that's continuing to make a move down right now. So, all right, Nicole Harris. Damn, girl, that's what we're talking about. Money. It's $50, and you are damn welcome for that one. You're the one that hit the trade, but thanks, team, Sean Katina. Yeah, we're all part of the same team here. So thank you, Nicole, for that one. She grabbed Apple puts for $14, sold them for $4.25 a piece. Damn, Daniel. Like, that is, like, if that's the kind of return that we're getting, man, bring options into this system and watch to see what's going to happen here on the show. So, amazing trade there. Congratulations, Nicole. I mean, the market's rallying now, so good thing you got out of some of those. But wow, what a move to the upside, and thank you for that 50 smooth, man. That means a lot, so that's good. Thank you so much for all that, and congratulations, Nicole Harris. You've been a friend of the shows for a very, very long time, so cheers up for you, man. I'll raise my cup.
That's the key.
That's a great trade.
That's the key with options, man. The opportunities are absolutely endless. You trade them the same way. Like, it's all about market movement at the end of the day, but it's just to be able to go upsize. So when we get those, it's going to be insane. Although we have been waiting quite some time. We're going to go to Brennan at the desk. I'm about to get trailed at a charge point. That just quadunked here, down 21% and continuing. It was running to the upside. It was a nice 10% move, but that just had a quadunk candle, which probably trails me out. Let's go to the small cap recap because we haven't traded too many of them. Although go Nicola.
Is to on low float names. I was just actually checking. Yeah, ChargePoint is actually in that category, 2.5%, obviously, coming off of earnings for CHPT as well. Here's a few other ones. American Rebel, which is that AREB, big mover today, on the way back in. Guys, thank you. AREB on the way back in through $2 right now after just making a new high on this note. This Liberty Safe company had a negative note out on its, they actually make safes, if you can believe that. Negative note out on their product after the close yesterday. This is an alternative, or they have an alternative, I guess, for that. So big move up on American Rebel so far today. Wheeler, one we're dealing with in the pre-market, or touched on in the pre-market, WHLR. Huge mover in the pre-market. It's been doing nothing but kind of grinding back to the downside. 450, or this was the 650,000 share float on this one. A little REIT moving around. HTEK, high-tech global shares, the ones that got absolutely demolished yesterday, continue to halt on the way back to the upside as well. Another low float name, guys.
So Intel just broke that 38. It immediately found like offers at 38.10. So when you're taking a scalp trade, I immediately jammed out of about 75% of it just to take the quick scalp. I think if we trend up from here, then you want to look to see the buying hold above 38, calm down a little bit, maybe even have the futures go with it. I will hold on to a piece of this just to see how far it can fly, but a breakout trade is very much different from a dip buy. If this were to pull back off 38, VWAP's at 37.5, and you don't hold Intel 50 cents against you, I think that's insanity. This is the reason why you give it a chance. It's still breaking out that double top, or sorry, triple top on Intel. What an absolutely big moonshot, and thank you for Brendan mentioning the exceptional call buying that's going on in this thing, which explains why it's levitating the way that it is. I mentioned that ChargePoint had put on a reverse on me, but it holds on to 550, but I did move a trailing stop. I don't want this coming back down in. It was a god-awful quarter for them. The stock's down 22%. This can get back to the lows, to be sure, even though the SSR bounce has been successful so far. Nikolai did get some fives out as well,
sir.
and AMC is headed to the downside. So we finally got into AMC, got some at that 85. I'm going to look to just rinse and repeat this off of VWAP into a possible trend back into those lows. And remember yesterday, the break of the low was also a good trade. And whenever you had a double or triple bottom, you could just take the break down on AMC as well. So don't sleep on that. AMC down 8%. I think it got short sell restricted. Pretty sure it did at some point. So do watch out for any bounce or breakout through that 8.
I mean, we just shorted Meta again and got some out in the 60s, so that was about a 70-cent trade there. We're getting lighter on this name. This is not one that I'm trying to hold I mean, we are trying to hold it all the way back. It's just, strong name today, no doubt about that. If you're not using VWAP or anything, or you're not, following, the way I'll trade or anything, I'm just using that, that's all. Like, there's VWAP right there. It came up to it. We re-engaged in some shorts. Some people were asking me, where's my AMD out? I mean, it's not moving that great. Well, we already talked about 107.50, so I already have that out right there. If it does rip up, we just take a fill right there at 107.10 or something. 107.14 is where we're short. So let's just see if it does rip back up again. We'll get out. We've given some money back because when we were at the highest spot, we were unrealized, of course, and we didn't get everything out. But we got a lot out down here on AMD when it flushed in. You could see that. I mean, these are all real outs. These are all completely, above water trades, and showing you literally every single fill that I'm taking. And then there we go. Here comes Apple. We just took another fill. We just took 2 more fills at VWAP. And again, this is real trading. There's the short right there. We put that on. We could have put it on again. We were just waiting for higher, waiting for 177. And then boom, right there, coming back in. So that last fill right there is about $1 right now, just as it is, let alone these fills. So, you can see what's happening here. Had a really successful day. AMD, though, it looks like is relatively strong. So we are going to stick with our out right now at 107.50. I do have, actually, I have no more outs. To get average into the short. You are at the 2. I think we should do that though. 107.20 right there. I'm just going to take one more shot. I mean, this is one more shot on AMD for the short. Still down 2%. Let's see what happens right now on that one. I tweeted out about Grom yesterday.
This is why you don't. This is why you take profit when it's going up, right? It just opened back up and halted down. And it actually was about to halt down one time, and then it stalled, got back to the high. It was halting down at 750, broke back up, got to 820, and now was halted down at 745. The tap is 630. It's indicating an open down here on Grom. If you chase these moves, you're going to get yourself in trouble. That's 1 halt, that's 2 halts. We talked about that rule. I don't know, it's kind of a loose rule on the floor. I would never want the long past the first or second, past the second one. Generally speaking, you can get yourself into a lot of trouble. So Grom looks like the reversal is on for that. Intel, this is why we took some scalps out in front of that 310. It breaks back underneath. Now I look for the dip buy. I want to, if it stair steps up, the breakout to breakout, I want to look for the stair step trade where you can get a consolidation long. AMC is getting back into VWAP. If it can hold underneath 8, I look to reload it, back what we got out, and then see if we can't trend back into the downside. But it is a potential SSR bounce play on AMC. Got to watch out for that. Charge point still going. Nicola, what are you doing? You're still, I mean, the offer, there's now an offer at 5, which it's basically chewing away at. Just needs to break that, and we can start getting back out. That dollar play did end up working out. Neo, oddly enough, it's actually still here. Remember, I was like, yeah, Neo will wait around. Let's see some real conviction on this level before we jump into it. Now, it wicked the bottom and is still holding right exactly at 10. Maybe you just go long 10 with a 95 stop. If this were to make any kind of a decent bounce, it'd be pretty good. Should double check to see what's happening in Alibaba and the overall group. Baba's getting destroyed.
Is it?
Its chart's not low. There we go. The chart just took a little bit to load there. Baba's underneath 90 and down 5%. If this breaks VWAP and starts recovering, that Neo is probably a really good long off that 10 level. Like, this has already bounced $1, and Neo is just sitting there at 10 bucks. Yeah, if this breaks back above 10, I'm just going to go long and give it 5 cents on NIO.
All right. I don't know, just looking around again at everything. So everything's still going fine. The only real problem is going to be Meta, and we already know about that. So C3 AI is popping again. Oh, we took some more out. I must just show you. I told you I'm showing you all the fills. We got another fill right there on 80 for AMD. 83s, I think it was, right there on AMD. So that's another fill. I'm going to put it. Actually, I do have another bid. I think at 60. Yes, I do. So right where the 50 period, or right where the 50 period is, and then I have one at 40. No, I'm going to put one at 40 again. Right now, just in case that comes through, we will take that fill as well. So there it is. Okay, that's our AMD trade. Our Meta trade is right there. We did want to look at C3 AI because that's making a move on earnings as well. So it just came right back up to the 200. We like to short that for sure. It's just, again, you know, a name on earnings. It's actually right where it opened right now, C3 AI. You can see we opened up right here, 27.50 or so. That's right where we are. We actually, I guess, well, it was flushed down, so I guess 28 or so we opened at, and then the nice little flush down to 26, back up to 27.50. Just watching out for that 28 break. That's actually not a horrible short somewhere in here, 27.80 against that 28, so there could be something there, something to look at anyways there on C3 AI. So we will have a look on that name and see if we can do some damage coming through on that one. We do have right now something that we've sort of ignored today, surprisingly. 100%. We didn't look at Coinbase yet, but we'll look at crypto right now with Brendan at the desk.
Hey guys, information as always brought to you by our friends over at Benzinga. If you haven't done so yet, make sure you take advantage of that deal at the bottom. QR code, bottom right corner, will get you there. They're offering right now 50% off their premier news and research platform for retail traders with code TTV. The link in the description will take you right to the checkout. It's already applied, so heads up on that. Great tool to have with you on a daily basis, including this really neat drop-down feature. You can just search for whatever it is you're looking for. In this case, I just put in BTC. Shows you all the stories relevant to Bitcoin today, including, jobless claims data out if you missed it at 8:30 this morning. Comes in downside unexpectedly here, so a little more indication of maybe some underlying strength left in the overall economy. So both of these, Ethereum and BTC, downside initially this morning. I'll show you the board here in a second, but initial claims declined by 13,000. Revised reading for the prior week, 216,000, also downside as well. So here's Bitcoin, another red candle forming here on the daily chart. Back to the downside, as I mentioned, below that 25,700 level and firmly holding right now, green at the moment, but 25,664 holding. 0.2 for Ethereum, 1626. Back to basically flat here on this board, guys.
I checked Coinbase. There's really not a heck of a lot happening with it here today. There's just way too many other things moving around. AMC, like I said, if AMC makes a flat bottom break, I am short, but I am shorting a bottom break because that's worked. It worked every single time it made a consolidation bottom yesterday. These are hard to see because of the scaling, but you know, if you had double or triple bottom, you just shorted it when it broke. If you had a double, triple bottom, you just shorted it when it broke, and then all the way to what ended up being a bad day. It is going to be short sell restricted, unfortunately. 10% down when it makes the break, so you either get a fill or you don't. That's just how it goes with SSR. You need an uptick. We're going back over to Brendo.
Just double checking on this. There was a short note from Grizzly Research on PDD, Pinduo, guys. Big spike downside there on that.
Come
That
over to my
stock has been flying.
Yeah,
so it's probably bad.
PDD, Bob. I mean, you mentioned BOBA, so that's pretty nasty.
100.
Who with me?
No, it wasn't.
Who with me on this? Look at Meta right now. Every single name that we've put on today, besides Dell. Dang you, Dell. There's Meta right now. We are now $1.80 in the money on that name as it continues to make moves downside. We just took some profit at 303.25. Sorry, $1.50 in the money was just tanked down there. But now we'll see if it can get even lower on that one. As there we go, man. And not only did we talk about AMD, we also gave the prices that we were looking at. So there's an out at 60. We missed that out at 40 because we're at 37. So I'm going to put a bid right now. Well, here we go. I'll put a bid at 43. What the hell? Cancel the 37 and just let this one come back in as well. So I was saying sort of to Neil when we went over there, like how easy is the short? It's crazy easy today. You just have to be patient. There's been opportunities to get run over, that's for sure. We had the short in Dell, we talked about that, which now is flat actually on that position. But yeah, a little bit of a difficult day for the longs for sure, eh? But there's PDD.
Actually, it depends on what you're long, really. The SSR bounces have been good. I'd say the short was not easy, because I'd have to break almost every rule in the book for myself to hold some of the shorts. And to me, I can't do it, so that's just not the way I trade. Like, I'd rather have a bad day on a day like today, for the short side of it at least, to try to be good on the days that are more like yesterday or like the last week or so. So it's all about style for you. When it comes to short sell reports, understand that sometimes the day that the report drops can be the bottom. So with a little bit of caution on PDD, I wanted to pull up the daily chart. I'm not sure this is that's one of these days, because Pinduo was off a monster double top at 105 here. Like, this could, if you just look at the daily chart, this could be like $80, $90. Those are levels that could come into play. So usually you'll hear me say exit liquidity on day 1 or 2 after the short seller report. I'm not really feeling that here on PDD. I'm thinking maybe still work for the trend to the downside here on Pinduo. It's only down 6%, lots of room for it to still run. I keep moving my trail on charge point, and it just keeps on going a little bit higher. So it's at 550. If it breaks top, I'm going to get out at 6 and then keep moving the trail higher. I'm just going to get an offer out in front of it. Grom is continuing. It's still halted. It's going to be a 10-minute halt. So when it opens back up, I think this could retake $5. Reverse splits are usually supposed to go down, so I did pay for locates here to look for, that's a huge reversal, to look for the short off of the previous halt high, which is 770. That's where I want to go for the short, maybe give it to $8. Tight stop on Grom, but if this goes down to $5, which is where this whole mess started, that's still $2 away from here. Plenty of room into the downside. What else do we have going on? I am long, but I'm long in charge point, SSR play, Nikola, gimmick off of $1, and Neo, which I still think is a bit of a gimmicky play because it's $10 long, giving it to $9.95. Right? Like, I'm not going long on any big cap names that weren't Intel on the 38 break. As far as I'm concerned, like, the ship has sailed on the market being strong today. SSR bounces mean the stock is getting itself pummeled and you're looking for a relief rally because it's short sell restricted. Those I do like, and this is a day where you're going to find a lot of them.
All right, we just got more out of the short again. Like, AMD fell right into VWAP again for us. Like, not only, I mean, we've just been reloading all of these shorts, man. Just boom, right in. And Apple is the one. We just took another piece out right now. Again on that. So we'll look for something else, man. I mean, again, feel like we could. I really like the short on C3 AI. It's just, I don't like to trade earnings names, right? But if you do want to go long on something, I know there's people talking about going long in the chat there. Eli Lilly, man, another move. This has been
There's
big,
more news.
yeah, there's news on this stock as it just continues, man. I mean, this has been, there's their earnings. call through 5 bills, and it has just kept on going. It's been amazing. I actually got into this name about a year ago, and it's just been like just absolutely rocking now as it just continues. Obviously, people are gonna, you know, I don't trade this on the show, obviously, because again, the spread right now can get 40, 50, 60 cents, and then when you're wrong, you know, but anyways, I haven't really ever traded it, so I should keep my opinion on that one. But Meta just went to 302.50 there. Look at this move up now. Very aggressive move as the market goes right back up to VWAP. So again, couple good outs. Like we just got out some AMDs there. We got out some Apples. We're very, very light on everything right now. So if this market wants to do what it's doing now, that is completely fine. We have our targets. We have our outs. We have our reloads. Everything is all gravy on this side. So we just have to make sure that maybe we lower the boom on some of these and lower our target areas on this and just start to maybe not average in. If the market wants to go up, fine. That's fine. It's already been up here. We reshorted this. But 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, the market's too strong. I didn't think it would be this strong today. It's still down at 1%, but like keep on testing VWAP here at 1040. I feel like it should have been kept down here a little bit. So right now, a little bit of pause for concern on some of these reloads. My AMD reload is still 107.20. So we're nowhere near that right now. Trying to get it to this 107.50. You know what? Let's just stay safe right now. I'm canceling that. Apple right now. I don't want to average in because we could give back half of everything on one wrong call. So not worth it for me. Apple right now, 177. Maybe if we breach that, we just get out. That's the 200 period. So I'm going to cancel all my offers right now and just really try to regroup on everything. So that's that. Like, look what Meta just did. It just tore up $3, 250 straight to the upside. So again, you got to take profits where profits lie. Otherwise, sometimes you do get burned up right there. So Meta on the move back up. We will no longer short that, and we've canceled all of our shorts right now. We'll just wait to see what happens. We've got our outs. That was an out on Meta, just got triggered. So far, so good. We'll look at Fubo for you as well.
Yeah, Mac Attack gets that in a quick second. I'm on the offer. I'm getting back in Intel on this bounce, but I'm on the offer here trying to grab like this little out here. I think once 106 goes on nickel, it might squeeze higher. So I'm going to cancel 7s. If you have a double top like this, I want to get this fill, but if it breaks this channel, why sit at 7? It's probably going to print 8, 9. That's kind of the way I look at things. Fubo, sometimes you think it's a sympathy play for Roku. Will it be profitable by year end, ready to run? This is one of those heavily shorted type names, which when it decides to go, it can go. Let me just double check. I want to make sure I get the float right on this because if I make a guess and then I'm way off, you know, I feel bad. 16% shortfall, so it is a good short float on Fubo. Just wanted to make sure I was getting that right. It is channeling for a breakout. If it breaks 3, I hate when I say when. If it breaks $3 on Fubo TV, it's got all kinds of room to the upside. Up 6% today. I feel like yesterday's move to the downside was because of Roku. A little bit. Like once Roku was coming to the downside, Fubo just started like crapping all over itself. It's all green on my 15-minute chart up here, but the $3 level has to break and hold. With short sells, with highly shorted names, you want it to squeeze, which means stopping out shorts, getting above key levels. I never want to guess that it's going to squeeze. I want to join in when something starts happening. So above $3, maybe a 305 break on Fubo. That looks pretty juicy to me. Shout out to you guys. Thank you for the super chats. We don't really ask you guys of anything. And we appreciate when we get them, Nicole Harris, any of the super chats that we get. Doesn't matter how much. Mac Attack just now. All we ask you to do is...
Hola, like and subscribe today.
Because the... Sharif's like, how come that's the only one that gets played?
He wants to get his
Sharif just said, why is that the only one that gets played?
Yeah, okay.
Like, subscribe, and share the show that takes you into the heart of the market every day.
Ramin just said it right. You literally asked for it. Literally. If you don't like it, why would you just tell us to play another one? Like yours, Sean? No, I'm not playing mine. You're the one that asked for it. I don't know where Brendan's is.
I don't know where Brendan's is.
I've got Sean's, yours, and Kat's. That's all I have. Those are the only buttons on my board. I don't even have my own button. I'm just saying. Oh,
all right. I mean, do you approve of this one, Sharif? We have to go now to Sector Watch with Brendan.
Just seeing Walmart on a move here, guys. Back to session highs. Just be aware. Looks like they're going to cut some starting wages for hourly employees. So Walmart on volume moving back to the upside. Let's talk about the S&P 500. Speaking of, back to positive as well in that move for Walmart. Home Depot also positive on the day. Some of the retailers holding on to decent gains, including Amazon, obviously leading the way. Tesla downside 2 days in a row here, 3 days in a row. I guess it is now 2.7%. Pretty ugly. Once again, down here, bottom left is where the red and negativity is focused. 4% at the lows for Apple, Nvidia, Broadcom, AMD. Intel notably strong, as we've seen, 2.5% to the upside. Everything else, though, firmly in negative territory, including Google, Microsoft, Adobe, and Oracle was actually red to start the day, back higher. Some strength to point out here. Pharmaceutical names back higher on the day. UNH down here as well in the healthcare group, also higher. We saw yesterday some of the defensive type names, industrial stocks, showing some strength. Not the case at all today. All very, very negative so far, the entire group. Some energy strength starting to fade even, guys. So not much to look at for positivity.
It's so weird. Like,
You always go away from things.
no, like the number hit, like before that number hit, I was like, Oracle's a long, Oracle, I'm looking long today. I didn't think 125 I thought was a breakout. If you just literally bought it at support yesterday, it would have worked. But remember what the market looked like and what it felt like 20 minutes ago, a half an hour ago. So the fact that I'm not in an Oracle long, I'll slap the fail on myself. That sucks. I'm now into an Intel long again. And this is probably, it should be like my 8th long in Intel. It's not. I'm not going to pretend that it is. But I just got that dip into that local like 3750. It just bounced off VWAP. I said, instead of catching it on the front end, let's try to catch it on the back end, back in and off of VWAP. So I'm long at 59s. Every 10 cents, I'm taking it out till it gets to 38 even. Nikola finally filled me on the offer, but that's not even a market following long. Like Nikola's charge point's not a market following long. Again, those are just SSR plays. So I should be in Oracle. I'm only in that Intel long. Now starting to ring the register on that. I got to watch out for AMC because this is you don't want AMC finally catching a bid and then you're trapped short. So, and again, this is what I mean. Like if this breaks $8, like I'm going to give it to like 805, 810. But if this breaks out from there, this could go $1 in an absolute heartbeat. And I do not want to get railroaded by that one. I see Claudia talking about Palantir. If Palantir bounced off 15 again, oh, never mind. Palantir's at 14.90 and they just bounced 60 cents. Palantir was down at 14.30.
Everything
apparently.
is bouncing.
14.30. I didn't even look at Palantir today. The big level on Palantir is 13.60. 13.60 is like your ultimate. That's the Alamo on Palantir.
That's an alert level right there.
No, it is. This is a huge alert level on Palantir. Like this is where you want to buy the dips. This is where if it breaks, you want to look for the massive short opportunity. So if we had gotten there today and I didn't have the long, I'd be throwing up. But Palantir, good move. But it's not really quite, it's not even above $15 just yet. I don't know that I would chase this move on Palantir. You're still beneath 15 bucks. Yeah, this is not a chase for me. Sorry. It's very, very strong move. Congratulations if you got it off the bottom. If you're enjoying this video, please take a second and hit the like and...
He hit it.
Oh, come on.
What happened? Why did that stop? No, I didn't play it. Sharif,
I did not.
Sharif played
Who
it.
did that?
Sharif, and then he just left.
Oh, okay. I see what's up, Sharif.
No, it wasn't an accident. Play it again.
No,
People want... Oh, they don't have it. Okay.
I don't have it. I can't do it. I'm not saying that just because I don't like my video. I actually don't have it on my
Sharif
board.
literally played it and left.
Yeah, like we're honest with you guys all the time. Like if I just didn't want to hit it because I didn't like the video, I don't like it. I think we should shoot another one, but I couldn't do it.
There he is. Now he's back. Now he's back.
Okay,
now
Sharif.
he's back.
What's
okay,
up?
Sharif. Okay.
Speaking of, just a couple of things. This market's starting to pump up. I just got the first 10 cents on Intel. Roku. Sorry. We're talking about Fubo just now as the sympathy play to Roku. Roku is actually bouncing as well. So I'm going to pivot from thinking about that Fubo long to throwing an order in there for the breakout. Like if this takes out, I know it's up a little bit, but sometimes when you're looking for something on a higher time frame, like remember, like it looks like a chase on a 3 or a 5 minute, but locally if this breaks out 305, it's just too juicy. On the daily chart, it looks really, really good. It has to go squeezing past that level. To me, it's risking 5 cents on the off chance it squeezes past like $1, and it's 17% shorted. So I'm going to have that one in there. AMC looks like it's going to be the last ditch effort for it to go. Yeah, actually, never mind. I'm just going to punch out of it. It looked like it was good off of VWAP. I wanted to try to give it some room off that VWAP, but now it's just too big a move to the upside. You do not need this squeezing $1 on me. If it gets up to $9 and I like the short there, I can wait for 9 to go short. I'm not really thinking longs on AMC, though I suppose SSR bounces have been pretty good so far here today. Wow. Speaking of SSR bounces, Charge Point just hit $6. So much for that. It's arrows up for Charge Point. It's a heaping pile of you-know-what, but it was down over 10%, and it wicked $5. That's the entirety of that setup. You only look for that long off of round dollar numbers or massive support levels. It wicked 5 underneath to 496. You go long at 503, you risk 7 cents, and it just went all the way up to 590. I'm out, and now I'm looking short in Charge Point somewhere. Maybe it's a $6 level, maybe it's 650, but I'm done with this being a long. To me, this is now bad quarter. It just rallied $1. There's going to be a nice curl in the stock at some point. It's a matter of being patient, waiting for it to come into play, and then hit it when the getting is good. Intel just bounced and got to 37.80. So with the market now only 0.8% to the downside,
yeah, wow.
It's like I don't have an Oracle long, which I should have. But if we take out the previous overnight low, like this is 15.28, if we take that out, we could be testing. I mean, it's crazy, but you could be threatening to turn all the way up to 15.3. That was a big level. If those get taken out, you could be thinking about green, which would be a huge reversal in the overall market. To me, those levels are resistance till they're not. So if 15.3, 15.35 are resistance spots, I think you look at the weak names and try to go short if there's even any of those left.
All right, so yeah, we just, our last trade right there on AMD, we'll flush it down because we said we weren't going to go short anymore. It came right back up to the level, and we shorted it literally right here at 107.40, re-shorted it, and then it broke up. So we are now out of that one. AMD, relatively strong, I feel like, bouncing off that VWAP. Nice move to the upside. Positive name, obviously, today, and that's all we're trying to put through is positivity. It looked like there was buyers there because I felt like when it was trying to rip up there, it was trying to come back in a little bit, and now look how aggressive it is. So it's a good out at 107.50. We talked about that being the day's high right there. So again, an average day, like here, just to zoom in a little bit. There's an average at 30, and then there it is again at 45 before getting out at 50. So our last trade was very, very slippery on that one. And got out. So fine, see you later, alligator. And then right here, we're one last try here on Apple as well. We have that top, but I'm only giving this to 177. Well, actually, we almost got stopped out there. 177.25. So these levels, okay, we didn't really almost get stopped out, but we're about 10 cents away from that. I was trying to give it to these highs right there. I don't want to play this wick game. We talked about how it was so back and forth early that, you know, sometimes it was just acting a fool. So we'll play closed candles right there. 177.20 is the out there for, yeah, now AMD just gave it up. So now AMD is heading to the back down. That's too bad. Our last reload would have been okay, but you got to, like I said, you can't look at trades the way I'm explaining it. You know, if you have your out, I mean, you can look at the way I'm explaining it, but not have too much FOMO, because if you have your out and it triggers, it's the same way as taking it out down here. Like, I'm getting out down here because we're down to VWAP, we're down to the 50 periods, right? So even though we, you know, here we, again, look, same thing, getting it out. So when it drops down, sure, we've got some left, back into old support, get it out. Right here, short it into this, fine, comes back in, get it out. Short it into this, breaks, fine, get it out. So now that it drops down, sucky, because it would have been a winner, but woe is me. And the same trade's happening right now for Apple, right? So here it comes, coming back into 83.84. My bid's at 70, so let's just put a bid out right now. Get an out there. Well, we just punched it out at 84. Let's get a piece out. Let's just cancel this 70 bid. Maybe Apple does fall in here. That's a 50. So again, we're just going to try to follow our rules there, put in an order in the low 60s, see if we get a fill down into here somewhere, and then that will be Apple. And then if it continues to fall down, great. Look at AMD. You see, I'm doing it already. Like now I already have FOMO about getting out, but whatever. Ran to our level, we got out. I had to hold that 20, and Neil talked about following your rules. Like I had to hold that 20 cents against me, which we could have done, but then I'd feel even worse if it just continued to go up, because I would think that why didn't I follow the old Tilray to the moon? Have you looked at any weed stocks today?
I just saw Tilray 340. No, it's not.
Mooning, no.
Tilray's not at 340.
It's up 3%. It's having a nice move. You could come over to my screen right now. It's just having a nice move.
It's still beneath.
But yeah, Tilray, Did someone say 340 or you said 340?
No, 340 was that high from the other day.
Yep.
I remember because that was the long. There was a 320 breakout long. It couldn't get past 340. I was in the long at that point. So wake me up when it gets to that price. I did get in the charge point to the short side off that 6 level. I think all good things come to an end. As far as that being a nice bounce. So the 6 short, I like it back into VWAP here. If we can get VWAP, we'll be pretty happy about it. So roll into this short. We'll see what happens as we go to the desk for Money Talks.
More data this morning helping the U.S. dollar, just having a look right now, to the upside. Once again, back to highs essentially on the session. I'll show you the chart. This is that UUP if you want to follow along with an ETF. Don't have access to the DXY. UUP will give you that same look, just absolutely straight higher, going all the way back to the end of July. Yeah, I thought this was kind of an interesting note this morning from Wells Fargo. Fed set to cut rates by as much as 225 basis points next year. That's coming through from Wells Fargo. So they're a little bit thinking that things are overdone at this point as far as these hikes are concerned. However, we still might get one more before the end of the year. The CME Fed Funds tool is suggesting that still at this point. That high gets taken out yesterday. No looking back. We're all the way up to 105 now. We were talking about 103 just going back 5 days ago. It's an unbelievable move here, guys. Continuing once again today for the dollar.
Yeah, I mean, buy everything if that's actually true. If they're that aggressive next year, but.
I mean, that's almost giving back all of it. I mean, half anyways. Yeah. I mean, they ripped up 525 points. To give back 225 would be pretty sweet.
That's aggressive.
That is faux show. I'm having some crazy FOMO, like I said I didn't want to have. I mean, we got out of AMD, which would now be an 80-cent winner. Well, that's too bad. I mean, let's just check out what NVIDIA just did there.
Look at the curl.
My mood is still fine. I know, the NASDAQ completely...
Intel took 10 minutes. Intel took 10 minutes to go 15 minutes to go 37.50 to 37.80 on one 3-minute candle. It's right back in, and that's one of the strongest names in here today. It's like this was just looking fantastic, and now you're right back into VWAP. Now VWAP is support level, but reloading off a candle like that's not the way I want to go about it. Let's see it calm down a little bit here. Like I had just gotten into charge point and immediately went down to the 80. So already one leg to the downside. I'm going to get more bids out in front of VWAP just in case. See what happens. ChargePoint made that move, and I was like, I forgot all about Pinduoduo. I thought this could trend down and continue to go, despite the fact that a lot of times it's upside liquidity. It's exit liquidity when they do these short seller reports. But Pinduoduo was at such a high that this could buck that trend. Like I could see this one falling even further. So Pinduoduo, I think, is a stair step. Look for the short trade. I'm going to cancel my VWAP. I should have been more aggressive. If flat bottom broke and already went $2. So the next consolidation's right here off of 94. If I can get something off 94 on Pinduoduo, we'll go ahead and do that. But that was a bit of a missed opportunity. Brennan brought us the story. Yeah. And there was a chance to short Pinduoduo multiple times. I just missed out on it, unfortunately, here. I'll try to rectify that in front of 94. Arrows down for this and some of the other Chinese ADRs.
Yeah, Intel weak off 38. Yeah, that is right, guys. Yeah, so there's many reasons, obviously, why I love my wife. One of many right now. She's working on chili right here because tonight, of course, is NFL. So she's got the chili. We're ready to rock and roll with that. I hope everybody obviously enjoys their NFL experience tonight. Good game, KC Detroit. So shout out to Marissa. Man, do I love you so much. I need to have something like that. Oh, but you know what? It is now, we don't put chicken. She puts actually pumpkin. There's some pumpkin in her chili. Sorry if I just gave away your secret, but that's what we do. over here. We give away trade secrets and cooking secrets as well. But you know what time it is? It's almost this time. All right. What is for lunch? People may be asking or maybe not asking at all. Let me just find out what is for lunch right now. Again, another popular segment on the show is what is for lunch. So right now, what is for lunch? Okay, so we had jerk chicken on Tuesday. We had chicken pesto fusilli yesterday. So we're not having chicken today, are we? Well, guess what? The chicken is
100%. I mean,
the chicken is reloaded.
It's not even.
It is a I know. It is a rotisserie chicken quarter. All right. I don't know if we've had it listed like this before. It's always like barbecue chicken quarter. So rotisserie could be good. We'll see if it's some Portuguese getting thrown through here with steamed basmati rice and mixed veggies. So it seems like it's like a picnic lunch. It's good.
I mean,
I always like when there's lunches for lunch. You know, like
we get a lot of dinner for lunch.
Yeah, like those heavy pastas. Like when you see lasagna on there,
I can't eat it.
It's just that's why I'm going with the salad, obviously. But I don't mind.
You get sleepy in the second half of the day.
Yeah, and we're
pasta at lunch.
Damn you, AMD is now down $1 from where we got out. But stay with the shorts here, as I feel like the day is just getting started. To be honest with you, it's 11 o'clock. There's been some great trades happening so far. But look at AMD, as if, brethren, all the way down to the downside. We love AMD. We're still positive on it. So all is good, my friend, on that one. But you know what? AMD Tank City, and the one that I was like, okay, well, if AMD's going down and the market's doing this, obviously Apple is as well. No, Apple's not doing anything right now. So watch out. Apple could be a very, very strong name. It's not going to be very, very strong, but relatively strong as this market just dropped down. Let's call it, retraced all the way back to VWAP. Here's VWAP for Apple. Apple should be right now at 176.20s or 30s. So it's 50 cents higher than where it should be, in my opinion. So this name definitely stronger than I thought. So right now we are getting geared up to possibly take an L on this Apple trade. So watch out for that one. Apple coming through a little stronger than I'd hoped for.
Yeah, with just a minute to go here, Piccolo in the chat was just sort of saying the Lions could upset today.
Yeah.
If Kelsey doesn't play, apparently it's 4.5. I can see that.
Kelsey's warming up, though, apparently.
If he goes, on that line, assuming he doesn't play, I think the Lions cover. I think it's going to be a very tight game if Kelsey's not in there. Like, it's one thing when Casey was playing without Tyreek Hill when they have Kelsey. But, I love Mahomes. I'm a huge Mahomes fan. But, who's he throwing the ball to? They don't have their best defensive player either. Like, Jones is still holding out. Super Bowl hangover. There's just a lot of things going against them in that situation.
It's a big game.
I think it's going to be a very entertaining game because you have two really good offenses.
Get that chili.
So I think it should be a good one. Do not sleep on Pin Duo. Duo was down 8%. Until it gets to SSR, I still want to be stair-step looking for the short. It goes SSR at $90, even almost. Ish. You guys can do the math. 101.59. So, around $90 it should be SSR. So plenty of room for that to still head to the downside. We should already be short this name. But I'm shorting this consolidation here if we can get it. Intel's still bouncing off that 37.50. That's the chip name that's strong. The rest of them look relatively weak. And one last one to get to. I got wicked out. Well, not wicked out because it's still going higher. Probably a good out in AMC. It is still climbing. So this is SSR bouncing. I'm not going long AMC, but let's not forget what happened at $9. This bad boy gets to $9. I think you go for the short again. And it's starting to climb here. Without further ado, that's in the ear. It's not Money Talks, guys. It's time for Happening Now and then heading over to the midday where Obi and Sharif have you covered. Let's go to the desk first.
Max is missing.
Hey guys, 11 o'clock. With the holiday on Monday, we just got crude oil inventories coming through from the Energy Information Association, if anyone was wondering what EIA stands for. 6.3 million barrel drawdown versus a 2 million barrel draw expected there for crude oil inventories just coming through again there at 11 o'clock. I saw this note just pop up as well. Marijuana banking bill talks were very productive, quote unquote, very productive over the recess, according to the GOP Senator's Sponsors Office, saying that a deal is imminent for marijuana banking in the U.S. after that HHS note going back a couple weeks. So might be worth keeping an eye on some of the weed stocks for the rest of the day. Few things still showing pretty impressive moves. UiPath, day highs as we speak here, up 11% almost, coming off earnings. PDD, downside now to the tune of 8%. Again, if you missed it, Bear Cave with a short note on PDD. Let's go over to Obi and Sharif.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to the Midday Show. That's Obi-Wan Kenobi. I'm Sharif, and we are brought to you by Search Trader. Account funding of up to $1 million. Almost said $100 million. $1 million. Keep up to 90% of the profit. Enjoy relaxed trading rules with 8% max trailing drawdown on all new accounts. Shout out to the folks there at Search Trader. Obi, what is going on in these markets, my guy? We looked like we were going to break 170 on Apple this morning. Apple was leading the entire market down. Yeah. It seemed to get its footing under it. I mean, are we done for the day, or what's going on here? Take us through your trades.
I have no idea, man. I'm just a passenger along for the ride, and yeah, we're getting a little bit of volatility here. Yeah. I like here. I was just watching the bounce on the NQ here. I like that. We kind of got that wick off of that 15,175-ish area there, and then we caught a bit of a bounce. But yeah, this morning's been a little uneventful for me. The trend is very strong to the upside, and yeah, it was a little bit short biased. I've tried the short, I guess, once, got stopped out right away. Twice, got stopped out again, tried it again, it finally started to work out a little bit. Took some profits, but then got stopped out on the rest of it when price kind of came back in, and then I guess I'm trying it again for a potential move back to the downside there. But yeah, a little bit strong to the upside. Taking a look at some of these 15 minutes here on Amazon as well. We came up from 1335 all the way up to 13365, so about 3 points, almost a full ATR there. Again, not doing any significant RVOL, so it's done about its almost its full ATR there on the day. But yeah, let's see what the market has in store for us. I know I missed a couple of trades as well that I had written down on the sticky note. I had 330 on Microsoft. I had 176 on Apple. I kind of missed those trades. And yeah, I guess I'm watching AMC and a little bit of AI as well today. But yeah, Ross saying Obi too busy playing Starfield on his side screen.
I finally saw what that was.
Not yet.
I saw what that was. I saw the commercial for the new one, right?
It looks like a beautiful game, but here's
the thing. Not like I'd know.
I'm almost like wary about getting the game, because I know for a fact that like if it's gonna pull me in, oh, I'm gone. You know what I mean? Like,
stop showing up to work.
Yeah, I'll be going on my own vacation for a couple of weeks there if I start that game. But
can you tell me quickly what it's about?
It's just like an RPG type of adventure role-playing game. I think there might be some of that as well in there, but yeah, it's more of like an adventure game where it's yeah, kind of like Skyrim and No Man's Land kind of together is one way I've heard it being described. But yeah.
Okay. Fabian was just telling me something in my ear. I didn't hear exactly what, but all right, guys, I'm in a position. I'm trying to take the strength on Meta. Here, we were doing a bit of a dance with 307, multiple wicks rejecting that 307 level. On the day, we have a 307.05 high, so, you know, essentially 307. I'm long at 54. I'm trying to take this through the 307 break. I really have no idea why Meta is strong. I'm looking at my blotter. Nothing is showing me, you know, anything that explains the move. There's all these news headlines about Meta taking off Chinese propaganda. They have been, you know, very vocal about the fact that with elections coming up, they're not going to allow, you know, what they say is propaganda being pumped by other, you know, state agencies, this and that. Google came out this morning, said something similar with respect to AI-generated videos and images. They're going to be looking to remove those as well as the election cycle starts. I'm talking about south of the border, obviously. Anyway, not really a reason for Meta to be running up 2 1/3% counter market here. Whatever the reason, maybe more money flowing into Meta that's being removed out of Apple. Just a theory here, but no really specific reason. My out for Meta will be this break of 305.5. I'm going to give it some room. Going to give it about $1. We'll see how this one Meta expected to make $20 per share in the 2024 Morgan Stanley. Okay, well, I didn't see that for Morgan, but I don't know if that would even really be the head. Oh, here it is. Here, Morgan Stanley maintained Meta Platforms coverage with overweight target 375. Okay, that does make sense. Okay, yeah, Morgan Stanley not a lightweight, and when they give an upgrade, yeah, some people listen. So moving up on the day. In any event, there's other stuff moving too. AREB, small cap. I was about to say crapper, but I won't.
Okay.
Gapper de
Are we not
jour.
saying that anymore?
I retired it, and then you know, what's life without whimsy? I want to say it again. American Rebel Holdings. I think Brendo mentioned the float on this bad boy this morning. 2.8 million share float. It's already done almost. What's that? It's done almost 80 million shares. So you do the calculation with respect to float rotation. I'm trying to get a dip off VWAP. I realize that there is a bit of a bottom here at that 180 level. But what I don't like about this is the series of lower highs. It looks like it might be a flat bottom break brewing here. And you know what? These small cap gappers have been kind of giving up the ghost midday lately. So we shall see what happens here. The other one, FUBO. And the first two letters was how I feel about this stock because they were taking my money a lot last year with the Prem. I'm not subscribing this year. I'm getting it through alternate methods. Let's just put it that way, okay? 8 3/4, 8.5% to the good. A bit of a 3 top here. We'll see what it does at that $3 area, but a good look. I mean, got off that 250 base. The $2 name, $3 name almost now. It's giving you a nice move up. Still not involved with it, but definitely keeping my eye on it. And then Tesla. I'm looking for a possible break if the market gets real weak here. 243.5. I do like for a break south side if the market starts retracing southward, but you know what? Look at this. Lower high, lower high, lower high, lower high. Compression pattern, though, we're not necessarily getting lower lows on every occasion. We got one here, right? But not necessarily on this trough. So I'm thinking maybe flat bottom breakish. I don't know. It's a bit tough on the name. They had a decent headline this morning. I do like the fact that they're installing 2,000 charging stations all over the country at Hilton. So we'll have to wait and see how this one does here. Costa, are you long Kai Havertz? Look, brother, I'm not gonna tell you how I really feel about that because it's still early in the season, but I don't like what I've seen so far. He hasn't meshed well in the Prem yet. He didn't do that well at Chelsea. You know the drill. We'll give him some time. Mikel Arteta's system might be a little bit complicated. Jay Lee. Can I get the $3 winner for Boyle today? I went long yesterday when it wasn't even lower. Thanks, man. We're gonna hit the bang and half a money for Jay Lee, who's a fellow Torontonian. And as I look at Nat Gas, oh baby, 4% to the good today on Nat Gas OB.
Yep, I'm looking for I guess a little bit of a relief here. We are starting to bend a little bit on some of these names as well. I'm watching the NQ here as well, kind of pushing back into where we got this heavy sell-off in and around that 8:30 time-ish. So we've kind of started to sell off a little bit, holding above this this consolidation, kind of like this range, this double top or whatever you want to call it. It's kind of shown itself, this 15 to 30-ish area, both tops and a little bit of support here so let's see if we can kind of come back in or what we do with this kind of area. If we support this and kind of continue to the upside, then yeah, we'll definitely be getting out of some of these shorts here. But yeah, taking a look at that 333, we know that's been a little heavy on Softy over the past couple of days. So just taking a little bit of a short off of a lower high, coming off of that level there on Softy. Let's see if we do like a little bit of a pullback here. That's what I'll be waiting for. I know I got eyes on, we were talking about AMC and AI as well. So I know I'm watching those, some of these pre-market levels coming into play here on AMC. Caught a bit of a bid here near these lows, 780-ish. But yeah, that's a decent look. If you had these longs, good on you. I kind of missed that trade there in and around that $8 mark. But if we kind of if we can kind of interact with this 850 lows from yesterday, we saw what it did yesterday, straight to the downside, heavy selling. I think we talked about this. Some of the big boys were given the task to sell some shares, and it seems like it was done all day, right? Straight sell off all day on that. So here comes a little bit of a sell there on Softy, just underneath that 332 that we're short from. Let's see how far this move can really go as we start to bend a little bit of that trend to the upside there. Hasn't really bent all the way, but you know, let's see how it goes. Yeah, next one was AI. I was watching AI for sure, and AI had their earnings last night and was significantly down. We talk about how some of these prices interact with the earnings reaction consolidation, and take a look at AI. Take a look at where it kind of pops up to. It grinds up all the way back to 28.20, and you can see that the reaction low off the earnings report was right here at the 28, and you kind of wick up there. So you've made lower lows relative to that. You're using that as kind of a resistance right now. So I think that's a decent look. Maybe this double top could come in on AI, and we can get that continuation of that downtrend sell-off. But yeah, I guess those are the things I'm watching for today. I got the map over here, and it looks like a lot of the tech kind of looking a little red to flat, as some of these other names which have been red for pretty much the whole week, or the whole week being the past 2 days, right? This week being a little bit of a shorter week. But yeah, some of these catching a bit of a bid here. A lot of green I'm seeing, which is relatively different from the beginning of the week there.
Yeah, Tesla just got going there, guys. Big time, making a newer high. Can we get that sustained move, though? Not newer high on the day, but you know what I'm talking about with respect to the compression pattern and the crests that it's making. A nice break through 246, now decidedly above VWAP. VWAP on my chart, one moment, please. 245 3/4. It's getting going here. It's finding resistance at this previous crest at that 246 3/4. The one after that is, depending on whether you look at the closing print or the wick, it's essentially 247 to 247 1/3. But Tesla, a series of higher lows here with, you could argue, a bit of a flat top, kind of bending it here, you know, trying to make it work. But we'll see if Tesla can get going. It's still negative on the day, no question about that. But our friend Apple, and I did add, although I was worried when I was adding on my personal account today, because it looked like it was going down to no end. I got a nice print there in the mid 170s, taking advantage of that. And you know, it could be a fool's game here. For that ad, because no question about it, this China news will be interesting. Anyway, Tesla coming back down into 246. Let's see if this is bamboozlement or this new local high here is going to be interesting. All right, quickly, let's look at our friend Fubo, because it just popped up right into that 298 area, but didn't have really the legs to continue. So we'll keep an eye on that. And I am now out of Meta for a dollar loser. I will be interested in getting back into this one at 305 if it can show me that it holds 305. The reason I'm interested in that level is because we had about a 304 and a half, 305 resistance area. So I'm looking for former area of resistance to act as support. We know it's a strong name, so you know it wouldn't be a counter trend trade. In my books, that's all right. So I'll be looking here to see if it can hold the 305 area. If it can, we're going to take another shot at this for another high day test, which presents us, if we can get a price near 305 with at least $2 here with Testify of Day. And if this ends up being bottom wick on Meta, I'm going to be furious, because this happens to me way too much, where I end up having my stop at, you know, an obvious area where you shouldn't have it anyway. It looks like it's moving here back to the high side, but let's not get carried away. Let's see exactly what happens. Anyway, so that is my look there. Dollar loser on Meta so far as it moves back up into 306. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. Samuel Martin, Fubo, best place to watch football. 8 games at once. Yeah, I don't like paying how much they ask, though, because it's bloatware, in my opinion. They're throwing all these other channels that I don't care for. I just want soccer. Anyway, different discussion for a different day. The Hayes records. Arsenal should have gave Smith Rowe a shot over burning cash on Havertz. Yeah, a bit of a different position. Havertz a bit of a winger, whereas Smith Rowe is a number 10, right? So we'll see. We'll see how they do. And they're obviously not the same stature player. Havertz much taller. Smith Rowe more compact, more messy-like. I definitely agree with you, though, that Smith Rowe should be getting more playing time. I think, it's just a matter of time until he says, I want out unless you guys give me playing time. Because he's going to be a star. It's just, is he going to be a star with Arsenal? I think. All right, quickly before we send it back to Obi-Wan Kenobi, Tesla looking prime here, baby. We're going to take a long here on Tesla and whatever. Come what may on our French Tesla, but we'll be looking to add into dips on this one. But I like the higher lows all throughout. Let's see if we can get a 247 break.
Yeah.
Sell guys.
So I guess we are catching a little bit of strength there off of this level here. Still teetering in and around this 332, looking kind of strong with keeping in line with kind of this trend here. Even though we did make a little bit of a lower high, we've still made higher lows. So, that's something to keep in mind. I'm trying to stay, quick on my feet here. I see Amazon as well kind of coming back up into some of these. Let's see if we get some lower highs there. We saw that we kind of blasted off that 15.2, and we're pushing in towards this 15.3, but if you take a look at some of this pre-market action, right, it's very strong to the downside, kind of a downtrending over the overnight session there on the futures. So yeah, maybe we get a little bit of a retracement before continuing that trend. But yeah, I'm still kind of convicted on this 333 being a little heavy on softy. Sure, I could have gotten in here, but I like the lower high, right? I like that lower high, trying my best to get in on I guess the right side of the V. Shout out to the one Lance B, putting out great content out there. But yeah, just trying to improve some of my trading methods and some of my strategies in how I'm taking some of these positions here. But yeah, it's one big thing I still have to kind of work on is fighting the trend there, trying to take that counter trend. But you know what? It's just I guess it'll just come with time, right? It's just I think I like the experience for that. But you know what? I started taking some interesting statistics on some of these like level interactions on how some of these tests kind of come in, and better just for adding confluence, to the trading there. So cool. Yeah, maybe that's something that can make the trading stronger. Let me know in the chat if you guys run any sort of like stats on your trading or on tickers, or maybe like certain interesting levels, names, or setups even, right? Yeah, let me know in the chat. Like I've recently started trying to take more meticulous statistics in and around some of the price action that's been happening over the past few weeks there. But yeah, let's see if this move kind of comes in. We are slowing down a little bit here, a bit of sideways consolidation, lower highs. I like that. Let's see how far we can go. I have softy up here. We know that there has been a significant support in and around this 327 area from the past couple of weeks. I've showed you guys this a few times now, where, yeah, take a look at that. That 327-ish area has been strong support, and then we kind of pop above, can't really get too far. We took the shorts off of these sellers here, and then we're kind of starting to chop our way back down towards kind of potentially towards back towards this level here. So I guess that's what I'll be watching for in the coming, in the coming week, if we can even make it back down here, or we kind of step off and kind of continue to the upside. But we do look like that 335 has been heavy, and we've been slowly, incrementally kind of like chopping to the downside here. Let's see, I guess here, this is the one I'm looking for, I guess, kind of like we're doing a bit of that, right? So just roughly, we're in a bit of a channel there on softy that I'm seeing. Now, yeah, I'll be watching for, I guess, a violation of the channel or a respect of the channel. Right now, we're looking for that respect, right? So we have tested the top of that channel with that 333 test. So I got short on a lower high. Coming back into VWAP here, let's see what VWAP does. Where is this VWAP right now? I think it's at 33140s-ish. So let's see, we have some intraday support as well here in the 330.50. We talked about that 330 being of interest that I had in the morning. I definitely missed that. It gave it to you at 9:36, and I think I was watching something else at the time. But yeah, I gotta. It was a number two kind of play on my sticky note for the day. But you know what? Can't catch all these trades. But we try to catch some of them, and I guess we caught the other side of the move there with the 333 top. And look at that, straight down to VWAP. We're coming in. Let's see what we have in store. That 136 as well, kind of holding on Amazon. Let's see if we crack the futures coming back into this level that we talked about from before. 15.23 on the NQ, kind of holding as a resistance in the morning, and then a bit of support now as we start to consolidate above. So I have no idea, but let's see what we do with this level, because clearly it's tested from both sides, and it's shown that there might be some interest, some liquidity sitting there over and under, right? So as we push back into this 331, I want to see if we can hold in and around VWAP there on softy, VWAP being at 33140, and we're kind of pushing below it. But I see that there is trending support in and around this area that should come in just above this 331 area. So I'm gonna stay vigilant. If we start to catch a bid, we'll see where we can manage this position a little bit further. But yeah, if we do back to the downside there, that'll be nice for a potential 330 test incoming. We know that level has been pretty interesting over the past few days. But again, if we break that as well, maybe that 327, that line in the sand, as we like to call it, might come into play as well. So that's what I'll be watching.
Look who's in the chat. Dan the Man Emmons. He's back. If and only if the IB high is lost by the bulls in a counter uptrend, short trade can be attempted. But if the IB high holds, don't even think about thinking about shorting above the IB high. Shout out, Dan. Good to see you back, brother. And yeah, we'll definitely take that into consideration. But keeping an eye here on the future, definitely the NQ, much weaker than the ES on the day. Big tech really taking it on the chin. Only a couple of green names in big tech. Well, more than a couple. You got Amazon green, Meta's green, and Google as well. But both up marginally. Meta's 1 3/4. The ES down 0.5 percentage point. It is right at that 44.50. So we'll see how that one holds out. Our Tesla trade right now not looking too good, despite the fact of higher lows. The out will be the break of the 245.50 level. And looks like we are close to getting stopped out there. So it looks like it was that flat top will be the resistance level that, you know, it's acted as, you know, the entire morning, going back to essentially 10:20, except this trough over here. If we get stopped out, we got stopped out. We're gonna wait on that one. The other one that I'm looking at, Fubo, not able to break through that $3 high, has a 299 high to be exact on that name, coming back into 294, really slowing down the volume though, but up 9%, so it has to be respected. The other one, ChargePoint, this one, I mean, not only did it have bad earnings, but then Tesla comes out this morning and says they're going to build 20,000 charging stations in the country, 2,000 locations at the Hilton and Hilton associated resorts and hotels. So obviously you don't want Tesla as a challenger and competitor, not like they already weren't, but it's kind of adding insult to injury. There we go. Yesterday, the closing print was 706. The Huadun comes in. We make a low at 621. That's a lot of percentage points there for a $7 name. We don't do much in the pre, but then the bell rings, or actually at 9 o'clock when people start sitting down, a second Huadun comes in, equaling the first one after the earnings play. But look, the upside down Christmas tree recovery. A shout out to Handy Randy, giving me that name. But we're cresting out here at $6, $5.98, technically the high on the day. So, I mean, is it as good as it gets for the recovery on charge point? Definitely down on the day 18%. So we'll keep an eye on that one. And if it presents any opportunities, we'll want to capitalize on that. Switching back to TSLA here. We're definitely doing that dance with 246. We'll have to see if we get a bump up. But my out will be the break of the trough over here. But we're looking for continuation through 246.5 and to touch 247s. Have multiple outs ready to go in case it really gets going there. Shout out to Lone. I believe he just said, "Hi, Sharif." What's up, Lone? How are you, brother? Hope you're doing well. That doesn't seem correct. I'm not sure what you're talking about there. Did Max get... no, Max is coming back tomorrow.
Yeah.
Max is coming back tomorrow. I messaged him on the gram yesterday. I'm like, Max, we have a pool going around the office here figuring out when you're going to be back. What slot should I buy? And he just laughed. He's like, no, I'm back in the country today, in the office on Friday. So Max will be in the seat tomorrow. And yeah, shout out to the Mad One. He will be back. He's been all over Europe. You guys know how he does. And there's been lots of food pictures posted on his Instagram.
Yeah.
Lots.
Yeah.
Food and drink, Obi. Yeah, so that's my look right now. Still hanging tough here. Shout out to New Kids on the Block on Tesla, looking to move back into that 246.5. The other names I was looking at here, let's bring the side chart. AREB talked a little bit about this one already. Zscaler having itself another day continuation. Closed out at 158, got up to 162.5. Not a bad look. Fubo already told you about. WHLR giving up the ghost. It was really nice in the pre. I sat down here in the morning to do my morning video. I looked at Neil. I'm like, Neil, WHLR. He kind of smiled. He's like, yep, we know what's up there. AI, Obi already talked about this one. Not even bad earnings. I think it's just people anticipated that they would be more profitable sooner than they say they would. Now they're kicking the can down the road into Q4 2024. So analysts not liking that, or market participants not liking that, and hence the sell-off. But, you know, don't count these guys out. They have an awesome ticker. And don't discount the utility of an awesome ticker. I'm kidding, of course. We'll see how they do the rest of the day.
Yeah, so I guess I covered that initial short off the 332 on Softy as we pushed into that 331, just above 331 there. So here's the reason why was the NQ kind of came down right into that level we talked about, that 15,230-ish, and then they started catching a bit of a bounce there. So I was like, all right, well, I want to cover a little bit here, and we talked about that horizontal support kind of intraday roughly around that 3,350. From there, so I just took a quick scalp on the break of that 331 into that 330.50-ish, covering in the 60s. So a quick scalp there. But yeah, I guess we can expect a little bit of support here if it's going to be there from before. But like we said, we've had a lower high, so I guess now I'm just going to wait for potential pushback up. If it can stay a little weak and make a lower high roughly, I'll get more short. But the thing is, like, if it continues back to the downside and it goes straight to the 330, yeah, sure, we left a point on the board there, but that's fine. That'll be, I guess I'll be just looking for the next trade there. This 136 still holding on Amazon. Amazon looking a little bit strong there. Maybe we could form some potentially lower highs there, but yeah, I guess I might. If this goes sideways for long enough, I'll definitely be. I'll get timed out on the position, I guess.
Timed out.
Yeah, just because, you know, it's like the shot clock method, kind of. You know, like if the price action that you're familiar with doesn't really pan out within a reasonable amount of time frame, then it's just like, okay, well, this is kind of not, I guess, something I'm used to or not normal in the sense of perception, and then you just, you kind of just clock out of that position. But take a look at that, flushing down and then ripping right back up on the Softy there. But yeah, we're holding in and around this 331, just printing 80s and 70s. So yeah, I saw a little bit of trouble there right as we snapped into the 50s, and I was like, yep, no, I want to get out real quick. got out in the 60s, but it seems like that move continuation is still happening to the downside off of the VWAP break. So I guess we can take a look at this trade now. I'm realizing like right here, I guess short off the lower high, potential to add more into here, right? It's a little bit distinct, right? We've made higher highs, and then the first time we make a little bit of a lower high after rejecting off the 333 key level that we've observed over the past couple of weeks, right? So get short on that lower high, and then potential to add over here going into VWAP, right, as it makes more lower highs, and then maybe punching a little bit harder into VWAP there, obviously having the most size up here. But yeah, I think this is how I can potentially get a little bit better at taking this specific trade here into this intraday support, where I can get aggressive into these lower highs, and then maybe add a little bit more, not trying to mess up my average too much for the test of the support down here in the 3350s. But yeah, you know what? That could there's always room for improvement, right? But I guess that trade could have been a little bit better there.
Of course.
On off of that move there, but yeah, still in this Amazon short, still looking for the next move. Now, sure, you could be asking, would you be poised to take a long off of this intraday support for the reasons you found to cover? Sure, potentially. You can see that the NQ is kind of bouncing off of that 15 to 30-ish area, or 220-ish we just bounced off of. So a little bit of consolidation. I have no idea where this is going to go, but we were expecting there to be a little bit of, I guess, liquidity in and around this area, and we are seeing some of that happen. But yeah, I have nothing else on the board here. I know I guess we can take a look at what some of the other names we were watching are doing as well. You know, let's see if that 176 is having any effect. That was the low for the day, I guess. If you got long 176s, you only had to risk about a quarter, roughly, in and around that area for the long, right? But yeah, so that 176 kind of confluenced with a little bit of VWAP there as well. So yeah, you know what? It's a missed trade. We are strong on the day. A bit of reversion back into yesterday's prices. But not on Apple, though. Apple just got to its pre-market highs and starting to reject off of that 178-ish area. Let's see what we do with those pre-market highs going forward. For the rest of the day, we still have a lot of time left till the bell rings. Look at that. We're catching a bit of a bid off that 3350.
There we go, Tesla.
What do you got? What do you got,
I was going to swear at it. I was going to call it a bad name there, Obi. But
don't fight the Teslas.
I don't have that kind of liberty on this show. Well, no, you can't just, you know. There's big kahunas, and then there's this desk. Let's be real about it, okay? So yeah, we took 4 outs there on Tesla so far, with a couple of more hopefully through that 247 break, another higher high. The one I'm concerned about is my not friend at the moment, Meta. I've got a tight stop on this one. It makes a newer low, and I'm out. So if this one breaks 303.5, it looks like it's going to again. So that's going to be possibly another loser on Meta. Maybe I should wait for VWAP at 303. Maybe I'm kind of jumping the gun a little bit here on a name that I really shouldn't be. But in any event, we'll see what this Tesla trade does. We're nicely in the money on this one, looking for a continuation through 247. If we can get a nice move here, where am I sitting at next? Oh, I'm sitting at 25, and there it is, old one Canoe. We get it, pumping it through. We're going to wet our beak again over here, and then I'm going to sit at the $50. Let me just see something here over here. What are we at on our French Tesla? Yeah, okay, we're okay. We're okay here. So we're gonna leave that one be for now. Partial fill on that one through the $50, but that's okay. Where are we at? Yeah, we're good. We almost had $1 in that one, but you know, as quickly as you can be $1 in the money on Tesla, as quickly as you can be out of the money. That's just the truth on our French Tesla. But I see your Amazon one starting to pop up as well, so good trade for you there. Google as well just had a big, nice move up from that 134.5, now looking to knock on the door of 135. It's very close to today's highs, 135.05, the HOD on our friend Google. You know, I'm definitely not going to be touching Apple to the long side today. Nvidia kind of not doing much either. I'm looking at AMD on the side chart. It's not doing much either. Kind of hovering around VWAP. They're both down 2+% on the day. So we'll see what we get here. I'm going to sit at the $0.50, just a smidge above the $0.50 here on Tesla, but I'd really like for that 304 level to hold on Meta. I mean, it's not even a counter trend trade. Goodness gracious. This one was up, and then I tried to take the trough, and you're not going to give me the trough? Come on, trading gods. Where are you at? We're kidding. I'm kidding, of course, right? But let's see what we get here. Taking out a nice little profit on Tesla, looking for more through the $0.50 break. Now decidedly higher highs and higher lows. So it looks to me like an upward channel, right? If you were to gauge it from here, there's the trough, crest, trough, crest, crest, trough, crest again. So looking for that upward channel to continue. Whether or not it does, whole different story. The trouble lies in this dang trade, as it looks like it will break down. I'm not seeing strength come in here. I'm about to get stopped out on Meta if it breaks through the $0.50 OB.
Yeah, you can see how that level on the NQ kind of manifested, right? We said that there could be liquidity there. It's kind of shown itself before. And take a look at, we come in, hard sell-off, and start to consolidate. We stop right there on this selling pressure, just in and around that 15,530-ish. And then we bid right back up towards these highs, kind of making this kind of trend here. So yeah, let's see if on that, I guess those were good reasons to cover on Microsoft off of those lower highs, as we've rebid almost a point back up to the upside there. But I'm looking for to get in the reshort if it's going to be there, if the NQ kind of makes lower highs there, that it has been. It's been kind of making consecutive lower highs into this level. If that continues to be the case, I want to look for a lower high on Softy as well to get short into. But yeah, more of the same there. Maybe the trend is starting to go a little sideways now off of that. Again, I want to keep in mind how heavy Apple sold off yesterday, right? We were talking about like, why is Apple selling off so heavy? And I'm sure Sharif can say more on this in terms of the fundamentals. But one of the big news is on Apple is that China is banning the iPhone. Right? And the iPhone being literally one of the top products that has brought Apple to where it is. For the past 15 years, the iPhone has been a revolutionary product for Apple. Now a significant chunk of the world's population, you're banning that product for them. Yeah, I think we can catch a little bit of a sell on that news, and we've seen that kind of manifest there. But yeah, that could be one of the reasons. Like I'm not a stonk whisperer or anything, but like, I would assume that kind of news it would cause Apple to catch a bit of a sell, and we've seen that happen significantly yesterday, right? Apple almost faded, almost 10 points, right? We just off that 190 from the day before, you push all the way back into 181, so almost 10 points there on Apple, and then you get the heavy quadunk in the pre-market off the 4 a.m.
Oh, one could know.
Right there.
It's government officials. You know that, right?
It's government officials?
Yeah, so it's like anybody working for the government. But to build on your point, because you make a very strong point, the Chinese government is the biggest employer in that country. Mm-hmm. So it's not just a small amount of people. Yeah. And first it was certain offices, now they're expanding it to other offices as well, and other government affiliate offices. So yeah, it's not a small thing.
Here's the thing, it's starting, right? The market is always forward-looking. Right?
Absolutely.
So it's like if they're going to start off with some of their larger offices and whatever governmental bodies with the ban, I guess what investors might be scared of or whatever, if that trickles down into retail and like the rest of the population, I think that's kind of where it could be headed. And if it does or not, what do I know? But in terms of like the fear factor, I think that can definitely drive some of that psychology there on that sell move there. But yeah, let's see. We're kind of consolidating right now, sideways. This 136 staying a little interesting. I'm watching that 332 to stay a little heavy. Let's see if we can get a lower high underneath that 332 area. I guess it was a good place to sell earlier, and if that kind of comes in again, we'll take that sell again. But take a look at this. We are making that roughly lower high on the NQ we talked about. So a little bit of confirmation of that thesis there. I guess I want to I guess I want to see some other names starting to turn as well. I know I haven't taken a look at NVIDIA that closely today. Let's take a look together here. Yeah, wow, take a look at that. Bit of range consolidation with a bit of price compression here. Very interesting there on NVIDIA. Take a look at that. That kind of coming in right there with this base forming some support. So a bit of price compression happening there. Now I was watching this Instagram post. It was kind of funny about like technical analysis and how realistically how it can follow through. And it kind of reminded me of a stock psychologist, Mark Douglas. I'm sure you know the name. He always says that the chart patterns and certain price action patterns they do reoccur in the market as a result of psychology or whatever it is. Yeah. But the result, the ending result of those technical patterns is going to be random. So it's like some people can see this and they'll be like, oh, it's going to break out to the upside every time, or it's going to break out to the downside every time. But I'm saying what he says is that it will be random. And it was funny. The Instagram post would be like technicals being charted out and an RR being measured, and then it just violates that RR like ridiculously. So anything can happen, right? But the thing is, the observation that I like to make is like what a lot of people are thinking. If the majority of people think this pattern will go one way and it kind of doesn't, I like that. I find that kind of interesting.
So you're a contrarian?
So, not really a contrarian. More, sure, I guess me with fighting the trend more often than not, I might have a little bit of a contrarian in me.
There's a whole theory on that.
Yeah, but the thing is, I think when things are trending, I guess a majority of the crowd is in the right, and in that scenario, right? If you are contrarian, you're gonna get slapped around, which is kind of what happened here. To me, I'm trying to short this strength, get stopped out, short the strength, get stopped out, get a little bit of relief, get stopped out, and then finally, maybe it's potentially working here as we look to as we're making lower highs there, right? So yeah, it's all up in there. Take a look at that. We made that lower high and then doing right back down to that 15,230 level of interest. So I guess Softy gave you about
Meta,
half a point on that. What are you seeing on Meta?
Clearly, this is funny because this was not institutional money. I mean, look at this, 307.05 high. We're now at 301. It's given up the whole thing. It's going to be a Christmas tree shaped retracement. Now back to 302, blowing through that 303 level. Yeah, sure, absolutely. We'll look. Yeah, because I'm just talking about it. I'm not even like showing it. Thank you for that, Remy. Here's the look. 307 top exactly. With an 05 high, but you guys get it. 307 was look at Meta, bro. It is flunking down. There's got to be something on there. So it's flunking.
It's going
nothing showing on my chart. Anyway, I was looking for possible support at the 304 level. It was a consolidation area top. Nah, buy. And then 303 comes in. This is the consolidation area bottom, also VWAP, buy. Now we're talking about 301.50. In fact, we wicked down below. Where do we get to? 301.32. So 301 and a third. Are we going to go red here on Meta after it was up, I think, like 3 1/3%? So big move down. I didn't really understand why it was up in the first place other than the Morgan Stanley headline that we saw today with a reiteration of the price target of 375. Great. But yeah, no new news on Meta to account for that. And I guess, I don't know. Big move down anyway. I'm very red on it at the moment. And as a result, I am red on the day because of Meta. In any event, it is very weak at the moment and still headed down. This is going to head down to 301, it looks like. So the short is in on Meta, it looks like. Tesla, we're still hanging tough. It's still making higher lows. There's no newer low put in here on our friend's Tesla. I'm getting an alarm here on my watch. Again, same out for me. That 245.5 break, that is where we make a newer low. Other than that, the trade is still valid, and I want to be part of it. Tesla, higher highs, higher lows. To me, that means stay in the trade and try to hang tough. Oh, I'll send it out to you.
Yes, sir. What's this? One second. I was reading this. So Boot Burner saying what? Obi is a consolidation, price compression, mean regression, contrarian. Yeah, maybe a little bit of everything. You know, you gotta keep the quiver stacked. You know, I like to think of it as like tools in the toolbox that you pull out for different scenarios, right? So you know, got to keep the quiver stacked, and when the right opportunity comes up, you pull out the right arrow for that. And I guess that in itself, I'm learning is a very difficult skill that I'm definitely trying to get better at. But yeah, a lot of things in the quiver there. Yeah, I was reading some more chats here. I think there was one more by Nita Stonk. The trend is not really my friend, Obi. So you lied to us all this time. Yeah. Well, here's the thing, man. The trend, like we said, I got in on the bend of the trend, right? So the trend was like, it started to look like it's bending a little bit. So I got a little short, kind of hitting the counter there. But yeah, no, here definitely I was countering it. But here's the thing: I kept a really tight stop, which is something I am working on as well. Is like getting in on the right side, and then right side of the V, and then allocating the proper stop for that, right? And yeah, I hear Sean saying, what is going on with Meta? Meta is just cracked 300. Heavy selling. Take a look at this volume, expanding volume, accelerating volume into that 300 test. That's pretty convincing there. We know that this 297 area has been support for support/resistance, kind of a level of interest on the week, and we are headed straight down towards that level with expanding volume. That's very interesting as well. Yeah, kind of Meta catching a sell. Let's see if that kind of brings down some of these other tickers here. We can take a look at if it's having any effect across the board. Apple's not really doing too much. Microsoft, we know, is still consolidating above this level that we saw, that we expected there to be a little bit of a problem, the 330 for the short, and it's holding, right?
Here,
yeah. Yeah, Meta's still coming down. Bro. Maybe it has some news, you know. Whoa, what was that? Okay, all right, so the next one, Google. I know I haven't taken a look at Google today. Google definitely coming into play. That 130 level was interesting. Sorry, that 135. But yeah, take a look at that. We kind of crack that, some of these speed lines there, kind of slowing that uptrend down. And starting to get a little flat here as of yesterday, and today we broke that to the downside. Maybe, just maybe, some of this selling is starting to dominate there on Google. Let's see what we have in store. Still above VWAP, right? So we might catch a bid there. It's held above VWAP in the morning, kind of accelerated off of it, and now we're coming back into VWAP here at that 134-ish area. Let's see what we do with that level. But yeah, so far we've had higher lows, but we start to go a little flat just in and around that 135 level of interest here. Almost a triple top on the Google coming back into VWAP there. Wow. So Softy just doesn't want that 3315 for now. Still holding that 330.50. But what I'm seeing out of the corner of my eye right here is NQ kind of getting that bit of pressure there, potentially coming in off of Meta. We know Meta is not the top constituent. But yeah, it's very much Meta, says Sharif. Yeah, take a look at that. We are wiping the whole move. Take a look at this, man. Let's go on the hourly candle, because I know there's definitely larger players who like to play on the hourly for the intraday and even multi-day swings. Take a look at that. You just wipe the whole first hour, and then now you're about to wipe all of yesterday's price action as well. So you know what? I see this kind of line in the sand roughly here at the 295-ish area that we've been holding since mid last week and this week. So let's see how far we can get this price kind of catching a support. Definitely some interest in and around that 295, and we're headed straight down into that on Meta, kind of catching a sell. But I don't really see too much of a reflection here of that action on some of these other names, kind of keeping the market in check with some of these other large caps, which kind of maybe suggest that like Meta might be doing its own thing based off of maybe a catalyst or whatever it is. Is Meta talking at Goldman Sachs today? I have no idea. Maybe that's what it is.
Well, there's three different. There's Evercore has one. Goldman had one. The Communicopia. They called it Communicopia, which I find a little, in any event, Tesla seems to be strong here because we're still printing on it. And I've got an out here hanging out at 247.69. Tesla hasn't given up the ghost, okay? It's higher highs and higher lows, but for how long? As Obi just mentioned this, the NQ, a little weak now, 15.220. It just broke through the trough. Let me show the chart here on the NQ. This is the trough I was talking about, that 15.225. We wicked below it and then immediately bought up below it. Now we're closing below it at the moment. Now, it is a 1 minute chart, so this is, take it with a grain of salt. If 15.225 is going to be a level, and it was this morning, right? Look at all the wicks off 15.225. So former area of resistance acting as support, but for how long? Especially with, Meta really is leading the way because we're not getting a sell-off on Google a little bit. You're not getting it on Amazon. You're not getting it on Nvidia, AMD. You're definitely not getting it on Tesla. I mean, Apple still 177-ish. You're not getting it on Softy. So, are you short now, Meta?
No, wow.
Because he. Oh, okay. Well, congratulate you for that. But yeah, tough look. Now, what's Mr. Tesla doing? It's still hanging above 247. I mean, I'm not getting out. Even though the market's yelling, get out, get out, get out of your long, Tesla seems to be holding up here. Yeah, so that's what I have to say about that. But I also want to note the divergence here between the ES and the NQ. Look how you made higher highs on the NQ and higher lows in the exact opposite way that you didn't make it on NQ. You had lower highs, lower lows. It's almost like you inverted these two. But does the ES, can it stay above that higher low area? We're not. Right now, it looks like we're about to break that 4447. That's where we kind of bottomed out last time. If we make a lower low on the ES, who knows? But there was a clear divergence here in the chart patterns between the NQ and the ES where you had higher lows and higher highs, and opposite on the NQ, lower lows and lower highs. So interesting divergence there. Back to our friend Stresla, as we're now back about 90 pennies in the money as we come back into that 247.5. I'm sitting here at 247.69, waiting for that fill. Here comes the $0.50 again. Definitely resistance, if I could point that out, at the $0.50. Multiple wicks rejecting 247.5. Definite seller around there as things are really going down now. Meta is really going. Tesla, holy
295,
cow.
Man. We got to wait for that 295.
Just came down aggressively. Go for it.
Yeah, no, I think we like with this kind of accelerated selling, it's definitely something's driving this. So I'm not really watching the tape on this, but it seems like we can just take a look with these candles that it has expanding volume. Some of the highest volume candles kind of getting out just above this low of day and pre-market low as well, right? So it just goes to show a lot of the larger, I guess a lot of large volume is getting pushed out of this, and it makes sense. We've kind of negated some of these prices and is acting very, very differently than the rest of some of these large caps here. But let's see if some of that sentiment carries over into Softy and Amazon. We're already short. We've made lower highs. I kind of drew in this channel that Sharif was describing here. I like that.
Yes, sir.
You know what I mean? Like as long as we kind of respect or we break, we're doing a little bit of a break here. So let's see if this kind of this trending support that we've had to the downside now acts as a resistance, right? I want to see if that kind of comes into play, and then we can potentially test back down here at that 15.175-ish area where we had some support there, more like 15.160s, but give or take 15, 20 points there. But yeah, take a look at that. We're kind of coming in there. I'm waiting for that 295. Let's see if 295 comes in. This is a very strong sell on Meta, and I think of course it's a little too hard, too fast. But if and when that bounce does come, if you can manage to get on the right side of the V of this move and get long, then yeah, you could potentially catch a really nice trade here. But accelerated selling here. You know what? I want to pull up the tape on this. You had my interest, but now you have my attention. So.
Who, Meta?
Yeah, Meta.
Yeah.
So
hello.
as it comes into the key area, right? Like, I was late to the party on the short, but you know what? Let's take a look at the Meta tape here. Maybe we can potentially catch a trade off that 295. If it does come in, I'm going to be looking for a significant
change. It just moved $12 uninterrupted.
Yeah.
Not one
beautiful.
green candle on my 5-minute chart here.
Volume.
Look at this, Obi. Uninterrupted madness. There has to be news, and I'm not getting it, Sean. I don't know. 307.05, Huadong City. This is the definition of Huadong. When we post a picture on Urban Dictionary, I want to put this one right here on Meta. It is unabated to the quarterback. 205.92 LOD on the moment. I think we see more. Let's zoom out because we got to see what the low of day yesterday, or we're already below yesterday's low. Wow, Meta. Wowzers. Wowzers, go.
No, I'm watching this tape here. If you guys want to join in, I can kind of pull it up as well. Yeah, take a look at some of this tape coming in on Meta here. Pretty crazy. Yeah, let's kind of focus on this. But yeah, man, it's a chase if you're trying to take the short. And yeah, you've been rewarded for the chase because of this expanding volume. But yeah, I'm looking for that kind of support in and around this 295. Let's see if we kind of sell off. This is too hard, too fast, and maybe the selling is not done yet. But when it is, I think we are going to be poised for a little bit of reversion there.
Yes, I agree.
When things kind of make like an outlier move like this, I think the reversion trade is definitely in play. But the thing is, you gotta be very, very patient for that, right? You do have to be quite patient for that. So let's see. I want to see a little bit of greens, maybe some consolidation. I don't want to scalp the long right away. It's still heavy. It tried to go just now above that 295 and then slaps back down. So I want to have some established candles. Maybe we can catch a bid off of some of these support areas on the NQ here. We have this kind of these kind of lows here at the, I guess just on top of that 15.2, right? We're testing that 15.2, and yeah, take a look at that. Still Huadong, no sign of a long. I don't see any change in the tape here. Nothing has changed for me to see that, okay, maybe this is a long now. The tape looks exactly the same here. Take a look at this flow, right? Let's watch this flow together. A lot of mid prints in yellow, and then straight below the bids, dark reds. Take a look at that, right? So unless and until I see this kind of flow start to change in a distinct manner, I don't really want to get involved in the long. Not right now, at least. I understand and I know that 295 might be a level of interest, but we're trading below it right now. Sure, it's a $300 ticker. I want to give it like a couple points of risk, especially when it's being volatile like this. So if you can give it a couple points of risk, or you can snipe the tape read if and when it kind of shows up, that's a whole different kind of trade. But yeah, I'm going to wait for this move to slow down. There's no signs of it slowing down. 290 potentially incoming. That 295 cracked. We have cracked a multi-level support, right? Take a look at how key that area was, 295 on Meta right here. We can take a look at the hourly, get this VWAP out of the way. That doesn't really matter right now when the move is this volatile. But take a look at this shelf, this 2-week shelf. We just talked about this, 295, and you crack that with strong selling volume, yeah, I think you got some players that want to sell on Meta right there, just off the technicals, right? But the bounce, we'll be patient for the bounce, because if and when it does come, I think it will be nice, it will be saucy, and we'll try to be there for it.
Welcome to Atlanta, where the players play.
Welcome to Atlanta, where the players play.
Shout out to Nicole Harris. I saw your super chat earlier. Nice. She in the chat. Hot Lana. Shout out to Hot Lana. Meta's pumping back up though. 294.52. All of a sudden the buying's coming in. 292.22 LOD. I'm not going long this stock. I'll tell you that. But here's a look on Meta. 294.39. Here we go. Getting bought up at the moment. Look at that bottom wick. It just got bought up $2 plus. The volatility is getting real crazy on Meta. 17.8 million shares. That's like how much it does in a day. Already done. Look at the volume increasing, guys. The volume profile is absolutely nuts on this stock. Calm. And we're talking about ascending moves here. right? And look at the descending volume on the move down. Sorry, ascending volume on the move down. 1.75 million shares done on this 1 5-minute candle on Meta. That's atypical, guys. And I don't have any news to account for it. I'm keeping my eye on the blotter here. I'm doing searches on my news blotters, but nothing's coming in to justify this move. All the while, though, Tesla has not given up the ghost. Look at Tesla. It is still making higher highs and higher lows. And now, the main issue with this bad boy is it can't get through the $0.50. And, you know, I submit to you, it has a lot to do with the fact that the future was being pulled down by Meta. But, I mean, if Meta starts recovering here, do we get a $0.50 break on our friends Tesla? I'm sitting at 69s. Here we go. In the 40s again. A bit of a consolidative area, but nonetheless holding up no newer lows on this one. But you know, I have to be cautious, no question about it. Meta bouncing now. I'm seeing 296 come into play. Let's pull up over here. Here comes 296. A bit of a retracement. Is this just a fool's? Is this fool's gold over here, where we get back up into 296 and then the shorts start piling on again? Or was this somebody offloading with a sell program and now they're done? And people are going to take advantage, pull this one above 300 again. I'll tell you what, I'm not participating in it. I'm not intelligent enough to know what's going on, especially in light of the fact that there is no news catalyst, and I want none of it. But here is Tesla coming, breaking the $0.50. Can we stay above the $0.50? I'm sitting at 69s. I don't get the fill. You know, I tried to get cheeky with the 69 out. Maybe I should have had it at the $0.50. And just as quickly as we were at 69, here comes back into the 40s. On our friends Tesla, but the trend remains intact. Higher highs, higher lows on Tesla. Now 1.85 negative. Meta coming right back down too. I'm keeping my eye on Meta here. But we do have a bit of a bottoming tail candle. And a bottoming tail candle is usually quite bullish. It shows that there has been selling exhaustion, or so the TA books say. And here's what I'm talking about. When you have a candle that closes like this and dips down, this shows that buyers are starting to overwhelm sellers at this price. Now, if you want to take a retracement, which I won't, wait for a 5-minute candle to make a new high. And we're not far away from that. On this chart, this 5-minute chart, 296, essentially 60, makes a new 5-minute high. But I would personally wait until it closes. You've got to give up some money. Some profit, you leave some profit on the table to get that confirmation, so be it. But you just don't try to catch a falling knife. At least that's how I see it. All right, back to Tesla. Despite the fact that Meta made a recovery, Tesla's not staying above that 247.5. Tesla's pissing me off, bro. It's not giving me the fill, and it's quite volatile, but you know, all sorts of mixed signals. And just as we were in almost $1 in the money on this one, now we're almost break even here as we move back into 247. So quite bamboozling on the day. Whether you're long or short, man, today has been a tough day to trade, at least for me. I'm speaking for myself. All right, let's see what else is moving on over here. Anything afoot with Chinese ADRs? We'll keep an eye on that. But I think the bullies are at the big desk, and they've got lunch money for you, baby.
Welcome to Lunch Money. I'm going to be doing it solo for you guys here, Brendan away from the desk, but look, there's no surprises what we're going to talk about. It's not just about what you set up to trade in the morning or what's on the watch list. Lunch Money is about new ideas. What can you do at lunchtime? What can you set up for the afternoon? What is happening now that we can take advantage of, or what might have been missed that's going to provide us with some opportunities? There's no way around this. We're going to have to start with Meta. That's just how it is. Nothing is moving the way that Meta has. We've seen nothing on the wires to explain it. However, we have seen in the last couple of days sometimes unusual options activity has been the culprit here. I don't know if that's going to be true. Only time will be able to tell. Let's try to dive right into this to get an idea of what's going on. We always say don't catch a falling knife. First things first, I'm entirely guilty of pulling the trigger on multiple key price levels on Meta. And it's going to happen to you sometimes. If you look at the 1-minute chart on Meta, this was just accelerating to the downside. And it was a strong name for the majority of the day. Looked like it would have support at 302. It's like, okay, you try for a consolidation. There's a teensy tiny green candle in there at that price. and not much on the way to the downside. As it bounced off of the 298, again, morning support level, it tried to bounce. I tried along in there and lost as well, and then tried it off the actual bottom, the 930 low at that 298. Now, eventually, if you go long enough times, you're going to catch a bottom. So guilty as charged. I do have a 94 bottom, because you keep going long, you're just going to lose a bunch and then eventually catch it, which isn't running in the money. The interesting thing for me, when you have what I'm going to call it flash news, this isn't necessarily news because we haven't seen anything on the wire, but a flash event to the downside is where does it recover to? You know that this started accelerating at 303. It got out of hand when it broke 302 support, and you can see our moving average is sort of catching up at that 300 level. So on the way back to the upside, if there's outsized selling that caused this move, anything that comes out confirming a legitimate reason why Meta is this weak, I would look for 300 as an obvious level for a retrace, short, and then that 303 level as well. Couple of things to keep in mind here. If you never see any news and you're like, this doesn't make any sense to me, there is nothing wrong with sitting something out. Can't say that enough. A lot of times, traders will see events like this and it's like it's a great learning opportunity, it's a good trading opportunity. I'm always willing to lose betting on something like this because I'm looking for a $10 bounce to the upside, right? So you're willing to lose a couple bucks here. It'll be a decent portion of the day, but sometimes that's how it is. You don't have to do that. You can just sit back and learn. I remember watching the flash crash and trading absolutely nothing during it. That's not to say that this is a flash crash, but Meta, absolutely unbelievable price move, and it looks like it's making an exhaustion candle. Watch out if it gets back to 300. I think I'd be looking to cover any long you have off the bottom by the time it gets to 300. Not the only name out there moving. There was a short report on Pinduoduo, and a lot of times when we have these short reports, and not to go all tinfoil hat on you guys, but when you have a short report come out, it oftentimes is going to be exit liquidity for whatever firm has put a short on there, right? So you've accumulated a short position, you're like, this is the reason why we think the company's overvalued, and then they come out with that case when they've already made a short. So with that being said, you can see where Pinduoduo is on the daily chart. It already had a double top over $100, trend to the upside, pick a recent high after earnings when it was just going haywire to call in the short on a day where the Chinese ADRs were already weak. So the timing of it is almost perfect. In this particular case, it has caught a bid, so that whole exit liquidity theory does look to hold true, at least in the short term. This is what the 1 minute looks like. It's been ascending right back into where we were almost at the open, back at that 96 level. Now, because of where it is on the daily, I still believe you're almost looking for short because of that resistance up there. I think the relief rallies come in. There's been some short covering for PDD. If you don't get through that 97 high, like 96, 96, 8, that feels like it's your line to go short. Just observe the fact that it is trending up. So be very, very patient with this. I think the short had to do some covering in there. And if it were to break 97, anything above 105 is all of a sudden squeeze territory. If you come out with a short report, and then days later, or in a couple of days, this makes a 52-week high, also post-earnings when it's been all green, this could go absolutely like parabolic squeeze if somebody hasn't really covered a short that they put on. So this is one that we have to watch. We love these. If they make a support level for 1 or 2 days in a row on any kind of a short float or a short report, then a lot of times that's a good place to go into the long. Just watch out for this if it breaks 105 in the next couple of days. This afternoon, I'd be fading off the 97 level. The biggest regret I had this morning is not going to be one this afternoon, and that's going to be Intel. If you were watching the markets yesterday or watching the afternoon show, Intel was just relatively strong. The old guard was relatively strong. Oracle was having a fantastic day as well. Adobe was doing pretty well. Intel broke through a triple top on the daily. The trend is your friend. This is the daily chart on Intel. I don't need to tell anybody that it's been all green for multiple days in a row. Even in the face of the market falling today, it broke that triple top just above 37 and has been relatively strong ever since. Now, the obvious trade here when we look back at the short duration 1 minute chart is a trade that, caveat, I'm in it, and I have been reloading this off of the 37.5 level. So that's the triple top on the daily at 37.5. And this is what it's been doing. It's been bouncing off that level. It got to 38, bounce, get to 75, bounce, get to 75, get to 80s, bounce off 37.50 again. So as long as we're above this support line, just keep on rinsing and repeating, right? If it breaks the trend back into the downside, that's a different story. Sometimes you just go to the well until the well runs dry. And at least for Oracle, you have a support level which hasn't broken. I mean, going long Meta off the bottom hasn't been treating you well. Even if ultimately the last trade ends up good, it's still been an ugly one. This is one where you go long 4, 5, 6, 7 times. They all work. And then if you lose on the 8th one, not the end of the world. You're not catching a falling knife here. You're buying off a support level here on Intel. Another one that I want to get to, we talk a little bit about relative strength in a legacy name like an Intel. Let's not ignore the other one of those, that is Oracle, into a market which was incredibly weak this morning. Obviously with Meta, things have changed as well. Oracle's been all to the upside. It's just multiple days where it's trending up. It's attempting to break the trend here, but this is what you want to look for, and this is what I'm looking for lunchtime and afternoon. Big time acceleration and breakout through 124.75. That 3/4 mark, you can see it. We made a high at about 10:30 just before we cooked it to the midday, guys. There's your breakout. There's your support of the breakout price. If you can climb back above the 125, which actually it's doing right now, you could break out the 125, look for longs in that 25 to 30 cent range, or maybe just above. And then if the market continues to show any signs of strength, this is a stock that has a chance to get back up to the high. So you risk about 30 cents or so, and you can capture over $1 on that move. Again, the overall trend in the stock is up, so you're catching it a pullback. The higher time frame, like the 15-minute and the daily, are showing you a trend up. So even if it is pulling back, you're following the general trend with Oracle. I'm going to give you one last one here before we get out and go right back on over. It's been a lot of big cap names, but hey, it's been one of those days where you want to focus on some big caps, and this is going to be Alphabet. Now, Alphabet got caught up in that whole Meta pullback. Alphabet probably holding up in the top side better than a lot of big tech names. You can see that on the daily. It's still on the top end of the channel. This morning, it was resisting very nicely as it just kept on making higher highs. It got to 135, and then Meta happened. So it was already pulling back, but most of this move is Meta. Lesson here, this was not falling, and nothing was falling as fast as Meta. When Meta continued to fall, 300, 297, 296, when it continued to break down, it started dragging the rest of the market with it. Now, that's an opportunity. It's easy to go to Meta. Sometimes you should just go to a name which is falling in sympathy. The sympathy play is often an easier way to express these trades. Google ends up bouncing, not getting through the opening range bottom. That's right here at 133.5. You look to the first half an hour there at 10 o'clock, and you had a double bottom at 133.5. It caught that bid. If we come all the way back on Meta to 300, Google should be a breakout candidate for the afternoon. Triple top at 135. This is an if trade. If break, if it holds volume above that price, that is one heck of a wipeout bottom. And we look for explosive opportunities. I'm seeing an explosive opportunity. If this market decides it wants to threaten green today and pull a recovery after that Meta mess, Google tops my list at that 135 breakout price. It's obviously resistance till it's not. I have no issue shorting with 10, 15 cents worth of risk to try to scalp it. But you don't want to fight it above 135 on Alphabet. A lot of lessons to be learned by that huge drop in Meta today, providing some opportunities out there, but don't lose sight of relative strength and weakness. Regardless of what happens in the market, Oracle has been strong, Intel has been strong. You can see the clear support levels on those, and you want to pay attention to them. Best of luck, everybody, throughout lunchtime. I know you're going to be looking at Meta, but just a couple of other ideas out there for you for us to watch. That's your lunch money.
Great stuff there, Neil. No question about that. Thank you very much. Neil, dropping facts. The bully at the big desk, taking your lunch money, baby. Shout out to Neil. All right, guys, let's have a look at our friend Stresla here, because we just absolutely printed on this one to the high side. We get that 247.69 break, and we printed all the way through 248. I'm sitting now at 248.11 looking for that fill. We're not going to get it quite yet, but the trend still intact despite there being very much weakness in the overall market. I'm actually referring more to the NASDAQ than I am the ES. Obi will get to a trend him and I just saw on the ES in a second, but higher highs, higher lows for Tesla. You're going to have to put up with volatility. That's just the nature of the game with this bad boy, but the trend still intact, no question about it. Does it continue, or have we kind of gotten as good as we can get? Well, let's have a look at the technicals. Here is the look on our friend Tesla, and this is the opening range high. Shout out to my man Dan, the man Emmons in the chat. 248, I think 68 was the high there. 70, 248.70 is the high a day, and it is the high of the opening range. We printed that at 940, so I'm expecting resistance around the 248.5 if we should make it up there and break above 248, which, you know, if you follow the trend here, we should. Definitely expecting 248.5 because it is close to the $0.5 level, and then ultimately that $0.75 area. Now, having a look here at the higher highs and higher lows, trying to discern, you know, what if there is a moving average off which it's respecting support, and it seems to be, you know, like, this is very loose here, guys. The 7 EMA on the 5, a little bit. I mean, it broke it several times. Most of them were wicks as opposed to closes, but we'll continue to see here if we can continue to head up on Meta. We definitely want to break 248. We want to close above 248. You can notice on these 2 5-minute candles that the closing prints were all at or sub 248. So I'm looking for a close above 248 first and foremost. Then we want to break of the 200 period here on the 5, which also happens to be the $0.5 level that I'm on that I earmarked, and then ultimately to make a new high. We're going to take out baby outs on this one because, number one, we're not holding as much as we were. And number two, you know, maximize profitability. So clearly 243.5 a base on on Tesla. If you got that, fantastic. Now, before I send it back to the OB, you know, look, we dipped down huge here on Meta, 292.25 or 1/5. And now we're kind of topping out, it looks like, at that 297. We're not able to have any closing prints here on the 5 on our friend Meta. Sure, we got a wick a little bit above it. We got to about 297.40, but that was as quick. I mean, as quickly as you got there, as quickly as it retraced. So is this just fool's gold, right? And should you be setting up a short around here? I'll tell you, I won't find out. I'll be a spectator on this one. And as I look, I'm still looking at my blotter, guys, my news blotter. Nothing coming in on Meta. People saying Meta strong in the chat. Until I see more, I got to disagree. Until I see more. But let me tell you about this, though. 248 back on the radar here on my friend Tesla. And if we can get that print at 11, that would just be aces here, Tesla. So, yeah, get going, please, because, you know, right? I'm impatient. But looks like we're headed up in the right direction. Obi, you want to talk a little bit about that ES position? Not position, but the thing that we talked about.
The kind of like that trend on NQ, I guess. Yeah, so we were talking about how we established these kind of like these lower highs and these lower lows kind of looking very similar in terms of like channel. You break the channel, you go down to 15.2, and then 15.2 again being an area of interest. You use that area as kind of like a support, and you pop back into the trend there, testing the top now of the NQ. So I found that to be a little bit interesting there. Let's see if some of this selling kind of comes back in where it has been before. But yeah, it took a little bit of a long there. I think I stepped off to for a bathroom break there and came back, and we saw that Meta had already did the bounce. So I took a quick scalp long on top of the that 296. Like I said, I wanted the 295, wasn't really there for it. I was looking because we were trading down below it, and then when it pops back up, I think that was a decent place to get in. But we just took a quick scalp on top of the 296. I wanted the 297, but the chop is real. So I kind of just pieced off, and like Sharif said, I just want to stay a little bit more observant before I kind of clock into a position. Because yeah, if this selling kind of comes in, because we don't know what the reasoning behind this selling is. It's been a while. Yeah, if you had the short off the break of this strong trend in the morning up here above the 300s, that came in real nice, and you got really lucky with this I guess a V-shape quadrunk back down to the downside, breaking past opening price. But we reclaimed that 295, and we are holding as well as this NQ kind of pushes back up into the top of this range, top of the channel here. Let's see if the sellers come in, or let's see if we kind of violate and just blast back through. We know that this 136 churn has been pretty predominant all morning since about 10 a.m. here on Amazon as well. So I guess I'm just waiting for the next move there. This meta trade was nice off the 295 if you had it on the way back. But yeah, we kind of missed that as well. But yeah, let's see what going forward, where this kind of continues. This selling very, very heavy. Take a look at this very clean, expanding volume. All of these candles being significantly higher than the rest of the day volume candles here on Meta. So yeah, that selling was definitely distinct. We could get a continuation. Maybe it's not done selling off. The selling pressure could just be taking a break, as some of that reversion that we were looking for only goes about 4 points, not even giving you 50% of a retracement off of what was it? Almost a 10-point, almost a 12-point move, even more than that on Meta there to the downside. So yeah, some heavy selling, and something kind of tells me they might not be finished yet, as that pop wasn't really as convincing as before. And take a look at that. Perfect.
You see that?
Look at that rejection, man. Maybe I should just be, I don't know. I'm not
trader.
Yeah, I don't
know.
Give
Arun a call,
Not
bro.
Yet.
Yeah.
Get him I'll stick with my constituents for now. But yeah, no, I'm waiting for Arun to come back, I guess. We can talk to him about some guidance on these futures there. But yeah, this 295 kind of churning on the Meta as we kind of respect the trend for now. Again, these are 3-minute candles here, so let's take a look at what this looks like on a 15, right? On a 15-minute, you can see that we did wick off of this trend pretty periodically, once, twice, thrice, and then now we're doing it a 4th time as this 15-minute candle. How much time do we have left to print? We got about 7.5 minutes left to print, and this candle kind of teeters on top of its opening price there. So if we kind of violate that opening price, this will print very similar to kind of these candles that rejected, sold off of this channel high there. So maybe we get more of the same, or maybe we don't. Maybe it will be different and we kind of push back. I have no idea, but I'm just, like I said, I'm just an observer. I'm trying to pick up on some of these nuances on the day. We are making lower highs there on Amazon, if not by just slightly, but a lower high it is, and lower lows as well, right? So maybe it's time to kind of push into this Amazon position a little bit more here off of these lower highs. Let's see what the NQ kind of does. If Meta comes back in, I think I'll definitely have a little bit more confluence for that. If we can crack this level, we defined how key of a level it's been over the past couple of weeks. You crack it, you come back in from the downside. We said that 297, and then now you're rejecting that 297 back into the 294. So yeah, maybe some selling still on the board there for Meta. What was I doing? Oh yeah, AMC's still doing its thing. We can take a look at the Apple. Yeah, still hasn't really pushed back down towards some of this 176, which kind of tells me that 176 might be still a level of interest there. We can take a look at NVIDIA as well. NVIDIA still doing that churn, right? Still doing that churn, and take a look at that. We haven't looked at it since some of these bottoms, but still holding well within the pattern of this price compression. Let's see which way we blow off, or we kind of just continue sideways, maintaining this initial range of I guess between 460 and around 450, almost 453. But like, take a look at this wick down here, 451 to to 61-ish, so about a 10-point range on the initial move, and then we start to compress in and around that 455-ish, 457-ish area there on NVIDIA. But yeah, you know what? I want to take a look at Google as well. Google, yeah, we saw that it came down off of those tops and kind of recovered off of, what is this? This 1336. Interesting, but take a look at this. What's going on there?
Bro, are you looking at Tesla, bro?
What's going on with Tesla? Tesla's the one I'm not looking at, because you're looking, wow, take a look at that.
Bro, look at Tesla. The gift that keeps on giving. Look at this to the high side, man. $2 plus in the money now. Where are we? Oh, we're almost $3 in the money now, OB. It just squeezed up. Big boy, it's squeezing. Something's going on with Tesla here. This doesn't make any sense. What is happening with Tesla? What time is it? Kathy Wood, Chat GPT. No, that makes no sense. Tesla squeezing up real aggressive here, Obi. Here comes 250, my friend. This one is pumping up aggressively. Here comes 249.90 HOD on this bad boy. Higher highs and higher lows paid out today. This was a buy, the smiley face. Shout out to the NOS boss. Wow, Tesla. Wow, here comes 250. There goes 250. Tesla very, very strong. What a nice, this is a good trade. This is a good trade. All right, so we're going to let this one go. And let me see something over here. Give me a second, please. All right, yeah. So this one, good trade, 250. Let's see if we get continuation. I'm expecting resistance here. I mean, 250 is something that you would expect to get resistance at. But as I say that, we continue to print higher highs. Let's go ahead and wait at the 20 area over here. We're going to sit there. If we get a cross of 20, that would just be aces. But I'm not really sure. Look. You know, I don't know if this is a squeeze or what's going on. We get the print at 20. The $0.25 come and gone. 30 now the high. We're almost $4 in the money on this one as it continues to squeeze to the high side. Lots of volume coming in randomly here. Still not seeing any sort of explanation for why this is moving. We still don't have an explanation for why Meta sold off. Meta, yeah, definitely 297 resistance, but higher lows, by the way, on Meta. I'm digressing because I'm looking at it. Higher lows on Meta with a 297 top. This could be a flat top breakout on Meta if it really gets going, but Tesla is all the rave now with a 250, 39 high. I'm expecting, obviously, to retrace somewhat, but we're out of the majority of the position. Let's see if we can get that closing print on the 5 above 250. Or whether we're going to have a topping tail candle, in which case it's not going to be good because we'll probably mean revert, right? That's the truth of the matter. So let's see if we get continuation, yes or no. But, amen, higher highs and higher lows. You just had to weather the volatility on this one because you could be at like $1 in the money and then you were back to break even or 10 pennies out of the money. And that's the nature of the beast with Tesla. Now, probably get like some sort of explanation later that there was some unusual options activity having to get the market makers to cover. We'll have to wait and see. But as I see that, let me tell you about this. Apple now moving back up through 177.25, and it is decidedly above VWAP, but we still have lower lows on Apple. Lower highs, pardon me. Oops, what am I doing here? I'm clicking the wrong stuff. I got so excited. The lower highs is what I'm talking about. Crest, 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 and crest. We need to kind of get a print above that 177, let's say 75, right? To make that higher high. At least that's how I see it, right? I mean, you could say that there was a trend line break over here, and you wouldn't probably be wrong, but trend line is a bit random. Price action is more, I would say, definitive. So, well, not definitive, but you know what I'm getting at here. It's not as random as a trend line. So we'll have to wait and see what pans out with Apple. Obviously important to me because we're long in the long-term account. But on the day, we're looking at this Tesla print at 250. It's below it now. Can it muster its way back above 250, or are we going to get a Huadunk? We'll have to wait and see. Right now, what I see is a topping tail candle. And that is what concerned me because topping tail candles tend to be reversal candles. So we'll have to wait and see if we can get continuation, but out of the majority of the position. and a good trade.
Nice. Yeah. So we got out of that Amazon short, flipped a little bit long on top of that stop there. Yeah, let's see if this kind of continues. With the market kind of squeezing back up, we talked about this. It kind of looked like it was rejecting really nicely, and then it pops back up and squeezes, kind of violates that that channel from before. So yeah, let's see if we kind of push back up. Can we get back up to 15.3 now? That 15.2 bounce seeming like it was pretty distinct there. But yeah, let's take a look at this. I did flip a little bit there, but gonna keep it tight. Nothing too crazy. If the move does make, like this is, if this forms at a high right here at 136.5, that's technically still a lower high. We see that Meta as well, still looking a little heavy off that 297. So still gonna let it consolidate, see what it does in and around these levels. But yeah, if Amazon kind of pops back up and pushes past this high there, then yeah, definitely going to be a little bit of buying pressure coming in, as we couldn't necessarily break below. Now I get it. I was about a point in the money here, and I didn't really take it there. That's on me. I was looking for a bigger move. I was looking for that 135 to potentially come back in, and it didn't really do that. So yeah, maybe this is the lower high, and this is the place to short. Again, giving me a little bit of a tighter risk up here at the 136.5 for the short. But if the market's going to kind of push towards its highs there, I definitely don't want to be in that short. So a quick flip just to see if that pressure is really there or not. And we're still holding above these levels for now. So I like that. Kind of pressure that we're seeing going into some of these previous highs. Definitely a little bit of a short sellers definitely getting a little sweaty here. If the market continues to push and break some of its highs here at the 15,280-ish, and we do push towards that 15.3, I think some of these highs on the intraday on some of these constituents can easily get broken, and then let's see how far we push on those. And yeah, the ES kind of making its own highs, doing its own thing as well. So yeah, let's see what else we got on the board. Darwin saying CRM and Walmart fairly strong too. So yeah,
we talked about B&U while Neo was on lunch money about this consumer staples today. We're all green. Costco, Target, Walmart, they are all having a good day. And I'm looking at CRM up 0.5 point, definitely higher than the market. Oh, but I wanted to mention this report. Now, I'm not sure if this report just came out now or earlier to account for this push up here on our friend TSLA. EV, energy storage battery prices set to fall more, says this report coming via Reuters. Dampening demand for electric vehicles has led to a 10% drop in prices of batteries used for EVs and energy storage in August, with a further fall expected through the year, market research firm TrendForce said on Thursday. Okay, so this is a Thursday. A slide in the price of EV batteries could help the industry cushion profits from a price war started by Tesla in January to stoke demand. I think if it helps Tesla's competitors, it helps Tesla, because we know that Tesla's margins have been compressing as a result of the price reductions, and a drop in the price of batteries would help, buoy those margins higher. So I don't think it's necessarily only beneficial to Tesla's competitors, but to Tesla in general. That this could, now we don't know, account for the reason it's moving up on the day. Here's the rest of it. Prices for battery materials hit record highs during the pandemic as lower borrowing costs buoyed EV demand, but they have been falling since. If production of EVs continues to outpace demand, for automakers may have to choose between slashing prices and profit margins. Okay, so now it's just getting long-winded. The point is, I'm not 100% sure if this is the reason why Tesla got that bump, but that's when it came out on my blotter, and I didn't see it out earlier. In case I'm wrong, let me know if you guys saw that earlier. If you guys, yeah, I didn't see it earlier on my blotter. I'm just double checking to make sure. No, no, it's all about the Hilton Association and the price wars and stuff. So we'll have to wait and see about that. But Sean suggested an interesting segment on the midday. Build EV segment. So we built the Tesla, you and I, last week, and we saw that, a Model 3 with FSD can get up to 100K taxes in, Canadian, calm down, American friends, right? But today, I was suggesting to the big kahunas that Polestar is a very reasonably priced EV I see a lot of them on the roads. Do you see a lot of them?
Yeah. There's a guy who lives around here who drives his Polestar.
Oh, yeah?
We've talked to him a couple of times. He loves it.
Have you been to shops on Don Mills?
Yeah, they have a store
They
there,
have a
right?
store there, so you know exactly what I'm talking about. The inaugural segment of Build an EV commences right now.
Okay.
So we're gonna go to I'm gonna send it off to you for a second while I load up the Polestar website here, and we're gonna build a Polestar One Canoe.
All right. So as Sharif sets up that I guess building the EV. I'm still watching this 295 here. We see that churn, that consolidation that we were kind of looking for. Look at the NQ kind of pushing back towards these highs. Let's see if we can get past this 15 to 80-ish area on the NQ. I know the ES is already on its way making new highs, so it's already doing its own thing. Yeah, Anita Stonk saying build a bear. Yeah, pretty much. You ever go to Build a Bear as a kid?
I used to get some from my niece, bro. She loved. She went through a Build a Bear kick. She's too old for that now.
Definitely an experience, right? Yeah. Definitely an experience. Tesla billions about to reign in Quebec. Okay, interesting.
All right, I'm ready.
Yeah,
I'm ready.
Sure, go for it.
All right, here we go, baby.
In these positions here, but yeah.
Let's get to the screen, guys. Polestar. We're not going to build a $100,000 Polestar. We're going to see if it's reasonably priced. We're going to go with the 1, Obi, okay? We're going to go with the Polestar 1. Let's see how this is. Now, first, let's get a look at it. Is it nice? I think it's nice. You know, a lot of people say, oh, Sharif, it's a Volvo. Well, it's owned by Volvo, so there's a reason for that. Anyway, let's move down and see where we can build. Where's the build, bruh? Okay. Hello. Build. Explore, pre-owned. No. Oh, where do we build, man?
It's probably in the Explorer.
You think so?
Yeah, it's probably in the Explorer if you scroll all the way down.
There we go.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, there you go. It's being built.
You know what I'm talking about. I want to get to the build. Where are you at, build? Oh, I'm going to have to actually criticize their website over here because I don't know how to build it. Are they hiring? Let's see if they're hiring. No, I'm kidding, of course. Okay, we'll have to figure this out, so I'll send it back to you.
Yeah, just it should be. I think it should be somewhere on there. I haven't really checked out their website, but yeah.
Go ahead. Yeah. I'll send it back to you for now.
The market's still kind of teetering near some of these highs, so I think we'll just have to wait a little bit on this. But yeah, I'm just seeing what you guys are trading in the chat there. Neil saying coin. Yeah, we can take a look at coin real quick. Yeah, coin. What is coin doing? Okay, let me see coin. Coin is blasting to the upside. Wow, take a look at that. Kind of broke yesterday's whipsawing consolidation here.
All right,
we had this bit like 80, 79, 70s, all the way down to 76, 70s-ish. And you kind of come in, you crack that, you do a bit of a lick grab on top of the 76s, and then you pop back into the range for the break to the upside. That's an interesting look. Now let's see what Bitcoin is doing real quick, just to give us an idea of where some of these crypto tickers might be headed in the coming days. Yeah, take a look at that. This is a 3-minute chart, but yeah, let's take a look at 15 minutes right there. Yeah, so still within that range. We got that craziness that happened a couple of weeks ago there, or last week as well. But yeah, this is what happened a couple of weeks ago, and we were just consolidating lower there. But yeah, with respect to coin, it's kind of still testing that range that we had a couple of weeks ago, right? That crazy pop and drop that we did. And we're kind of pushing back in towards that range. So yeah, if this 80 kind of shelf here, these tops kind of break, there isn't really too much up until 82, 83 here. So I think that's a good look on coin. But yeah, I think Sharif has it up. So we are ready to go. Let's see if some of these longs work out as we pass it over to Sharif.
Yeah, hope that works out. So for whatever reason, we can't build the Polestar 1, but the 2 and the 3 are available. So we're going to build the 2. We're going to go configurator. Here we go. All right. Right off the bat, I hate this color. All right, so I got to go blue. Everybody knows my man over there is wearing blue, and I complimented on it from this morning. So we're going to go blue. Does that cost any more money to get that blue? Doesn't look like it is. All right, long range, rear wheel drive.
Yeah,
that ain't going to cut it in Canada. Anybody who's driven here knows you need all-wheel drive unless you're not driving in the winter. So we're going to go all-wheel drive. That's going to cost you a cheap $8K upgrade, Obi. So already we're at $66,950. And we haven't even given the tax man his cut yet. All right, exterior, we chose blue. Upgrade, the pilot pack. What's this pilot pack all about? LED front fog lights with cornering function. I like that. Adaptive cruise control, like that. I use it on my car a lot, by the way. Very cool on the highway. Now, that's included. The plus pack, here comes. Harman Kardon premium sound, I like that. Panoramic roof, gotta have the pano roof. Weave tech seats, don't care for, with black ash deco inlays. I'm gonna click it because I need the sunroof. The performance pack.
Oh, you gotta get that one.
Yeah, that looks good. We don't even know what it is yet. Performance software upgrade. So that plus pack cost us $3K, by the way, OB. $3K. Right. So performance pack is gonna give us performance software upgrade. It's gonna give us, we're gonna be riding on 20s, 4 multi-spoke forged alloy wheels. You're gonna get Polestar engineered chassis tuning and more, and more. Only available with long distance dual motor. We're gonna click that, Obi. And now we are at 76.7.
Not bad.
All right, interior color, what do we got here? I wouldn't mind going blue on black. First of all, I like that interior, I gotta tell you. But here's the issue. I don't know how I feel about the tablet style screens. I like how Tesla switched from tablet style to more, what is this called? There's landscape and
portrait?
Portrait, thank you.
Portrait and landscape.
Landscape and portrait. So yeah, definitely looking for that landscape. I don't like the portrait because it makes watching videos no go. But you know, you get more real estate that way, I guess. This is all the interior over here we're looking at. I'm gonna go with the black on blue. All right, add-ons, tow hitch bar, don't need. All right, how much is it gonna cost if we lease this bad boy, Ob? We're gonna have to ask here. We're waiting for it to load. Hello, hello. So 16K a year, that'll work for me. I don't think it's gonna work for many other people. So we're gonna go 20K. And they want $7,500 down on a lease. They're giving 2.9% interest. How are they giving 2.9%? They're borrowing at minimum 5. The Katina man likes that and he's smashing the bang button. What year is this, bro? Is this 2021? How are they giving 2.9? But the fact they're offering 2.9 must be a loss leader. $859 a month, very reasonable. 8,400 essentially, 8,359. Huh?
Yeah,
that's a lease. This is a lease, guys.
Yeah,
right?
What about the cash?
Right.
Let's see how much.
The cash. Well, cash is all right. Let's go cash. It's going to cost you. Let's go, bro. This website needs some tweaking over here. 76.7.
Okay.
That's how much cash. Let's go finance. How much is that going to cost? The Katina man wants to know the finance cost. Rates. Yeah. What do we got for rates? We're going to load up here in a second. 4.99. I gotta tell you, not bad. They're not making money on you. They're borrowing at 5%. We know minimum they're borrowing at 5%. They're probably getting for higher than 5%. So this is again a loss leader. $944 a month. How much? $10,000 due at signing. It's not a bad look. It's not a bad look. What's the range on this bad boy though? I didn't even look at that. That's going to be an important question here, Ob. 397 kilometers. When you consider the new Model 3, we're talking about 650 as your long range. I don't know exactly how I feel about this one, but that is your inaugural build an EV live on the midday show. Good look there. All right, let's get back to some trading, baby. Tesla is still dancing below that 250. It's had multiple attempts at that 250 to no avail. The fact of the matter is we have a 250.39 high. But we haven't printed newer lows, no question about that, and we are doing that dance around that $50 level. So not going to take any more out here. Going to wait for that break, but we did get top wick. There's no question about it so far. We have that 250 and a quarter out, but you know it didn't hang out there for very long. We dipped down back into 249. Definitely held 249 as a level of support, and now we're less than 1% down the day, 0.85. If to go green on the day, guys, we're going to have to break essentially that 252 area. 251.93 on my chart is yesterday's close. Here we go with 250 again, rocking up 249.80s. If we can get going here, I'll probably wet my beak above 250 again, seeing as how it has been an obvious area of resistance. Let's get to the chat. Seeing some tags here. Why Brothers United? Same model with 2,150 miles, year 2023, just sold $31,000 in auction just now. Shout out to you, brother. Where do you have, is that a site you can pass on to me for, I'd like to know what auction prices are so I know how much I'm getting rinsed by the dealer. Diaz, 29. Last 2 weeks, Apple up 8%, SPY up 4.3%. Last 2 days, Apple down 8%, SPY down 0.9. Make me understand. Well, I can explain the fact that it's the catalyst, the negative catalyst, is specific to Apple. It's not specific to the entire SPY. However, the interest rates, which are a going concern as a result of continued market strength, we got that in the PMI yesterday, that's more market specific. So I would say to you, Apple has an individual catalyst pushing it down further than the overall market, but the overall market down as a result of continued concerns about rates. At least that's my explanation. Sam, what % of your position do you typically get out at each price target? I don't have a hard and fast rule on that, brother. I got to tell you the truth. It's really on a whim, and it's really depending on the day. So I don't know how to answer that. Over here, Tesla moving up, says David Stradler. Thanks for that. Keeping my eye on that. No question about it. Obe, what do you got?
Nothing much. Amazon kind of pushing towards that, pushing towards its previous high there. So maybe we get a potential push towards this 136.70 I'm looking for as we slowly start to creep up towards that high of day, kind of holding that bid there, and it's doing a bit of like a slow grind up, which is very interesting. This pullback off of that 136.50 doesn't really go too far. You only go about a quarter to the downside, and then you kind of catch a bid as well. So looking kind of strong. Potentially that high of day is coming in as this has a slow grind back towards. It kind of violated this top already, and we did bounce off of. So this bounce right here was off that 15.2, and we see that we've kind of we've broken this this kind of trend from before, and we're holding above it now. So let's see if we kind of continue to the upside there. Meta as well. Meta looking like that consolidation is coming near an end here, so we might get that snap back up towards that 300 test on Meta. That's what I'll be watching for. I guess that 295 kind of came in as well. You could have risked like 60 pennies off of that for a potential move to back to the upside there. But yeah, this consolidation is very interesting to me. If we can kind of break either end of this consolidation on Meta, that could be a potential trade there. Or if you're getting in on the edges of some of this consolidation for the short or for the long, I think that could result in a decent play there. But yeah, let's take a look. That 297 is a key area. I want to know what we do in and around this. If we stay a little heavy and we kind of consolidate, I think that we are poised to kind of test that 290. But if we kind of break this and push back above that 300 as well, within range as well, if we do get a bit of that reversion on Meta there. Yeah, I'm still watching this coin from earlier. That coin kind of pushing towards these highs we've already broken, and now we're looking to break some more highs there. So yeah, looking left at 81.82 potentially coming in on Coinbase. But yeah, let's take a look at some of the heavy volume movers on the day today and see what they have done. Apple being the highest of them all, down about 3.2%, right? So we know what that's been doing. Bit of a chop consolidation near some of its highs, but still underneath these pre-market levels here, just 178-ish area. So Tesla is the other one. We know that Sharif's been all over this. That 250 kind of broke and popped. We have this like clean level here from the pre-market, that 248.50-ish area. You come into it, great short off of that level, but then you come in and you pop and break off of that. Yeah, you're going to get a little bit of that buying pressure after the shorts were rewarded so well for getting short off of that pre-market high. And if you held all the way back Yeah, you're probably feeling a little bit emotional on this hold above these pre-market highs there, and we see that on the tape as well with this accelerated kind of volume coming in and breaking out of those pre-market highs and then holding, right? So I like that look on Meta. Yeah, the great American saying Tesla continues to hit new highs of the day. Yeah, for sure. Let's take a look and see if it can kind of push towards some of this closing price from yesterday in around that 251 and this consolidation high that happened end of day at that 252-ish. So if we can get that far ahead, let's see if we do. I'm seeing that Amazon looking a little bit weak here off of that 250, I guess that 136.50 here. As we, I guess not too weak, but we are making a bit of a lower high there. Let's see if we can continue this grind up to the upside, and if we can keep it tight in terms of price action there, I'll still like this for a long. Trying to push towards that high of day that we made in the morning. Very strong, consistent buying that kind of came into this 136, that 137 area from yesterday. Couldn't even get all the way there, and then we start to reject off of that. That's an interesting look. I still want to be short underneath or in and around that 137 if we can get there, but if this is the high for the day, this might have been it. We had the short entry, but we kind of, I guess we didn't manage it too well as we got out for pretty much break even there, just a little bit of profits on that trade. But yeah, as we kind of try to test this long out, I'm seeing that the NQ and the ES are pulling back towards some of its prior levels there. So you know what, I'm gonna just get out of this trade right now, and we can reassess if this kind of comes back into play here. So if this kind of bounces and we kind of hold some of these areas, then yeah, I like the long. But if we kind of crash back in and kind of reclaim this kind of range trend on the day, then yeah, the short, I guess, is back into play. But I'll continue to watch. Meta still consolidating, hot stock of the day, crazy move, no news. But yeah, I guess it'll come out eventually, or I guess overnight, or maybe by tomorrow, and we'll figure out what this selling pressure might have come in with, like what the catalyst was.
Yeah.
Did we have any news? Did you see anything pop up on Meta
looking right
to
now
kind of explain that selling that
Nothing.
we've had?
Nothing.
Nothing, eh? So yeah,
Nothing's coming up on my.
So
just a price spike, the alert.
Yeah, so I guess just some selling pressure. I guess it reminds me of that quote from Reminiscence of a Stock Operator. It only takes one trader, right? It only takes one trader. It only takes one party to really bring it in. And this is one of those prime examples of like, yeah, sure.
I have my suspicions here.
Yeah, whatever they are, the news will come out eventually if it does, right? But yeah, it only takes one, and we're seeing a bit of a strong selling pressure there.
All right, so we got some out at 11s, 250 11s through the break of that last 250 break on Tesla. I was not ambitious enough, let's be real, because we wicked up to 75 there. And so if I had some resting orders at the $0.50, I didn't think, I went to the bathroom and came back and I saw a 250.74 wick, and then a move back south of 250. So definitely that 250 level, no question about it, is a level of resistance right now. We're having trouble closing above that level. All the prints north of 250 have been wicks, not closes. Closing prints more important, especially on the 5 anyway, intraday. We're not getting it right now. The Katina Man is yelling about Meta, and what I see here about Meta is very interesting. I might actually participate in this long, despite the fact that I've been slapped in the face on Meta. What is going on here? Why do I always have trouble bringing these down? 1 second, please, as I try to figure out how to, there we go. All right, so what the Katina Man is yelling about, look at this. We have a bit of a flat top break brewing here through 297. We kept talking about earlier, 297 was a clear level of resistance at that flat top, and then what do we get to support that break? Higher low, higher low, higher low, another higher low, and now we get a flat top break. Do we get a close on the 5 above that 297 level? It's going here. Meta squeezing, 297.70s. This one's going. The Katina Man is getting excited, and rightfully so. He's got VWAP as a target, I would suggest to him, because that's where the 300 level is. You're going to have the $100 level, and you're going to have VWAP jive here. So if you can get that print, I think that would be fantastic. Prior to that print, though, is yesterday's close. That's another important level for me. 299.14. Meta squeezing here, guys. It's squeezing big. 298. Look at this thing go, bro. Yo, don't tell me that this is regular trading today. Something's going on with this name. Someone's manipulating this name. I don't care. And Kathy wants all the smoke, baby. We're going to wet our beak again here on Tesla at the 250 and a quarter. Tesla's moving back up, and I'm looking at the overall market. The overall market's not moving up. It's Tesla and it is Meta. Meta's flying here, bro. 298. It's about to go green again. We're only 0.16 south now on Meta. I'm going to bring Meta charted, even though I should be focusing on Tesla because that's my trade. But Meta, very clear, nice breakout here. Pissed that I didn't have this. This was obvious, 297 top. But look at what are they laughing about? I'm not sure what they're laughing about. Mark and the production team having a nice little chuckle from back there. But yeah, 299, guys. 299 and sub a quarter. That's yesterday's close, but 300 and VWAP. Very, very close to one another, so that could be a very interesting profit target for you guys. But back to our friend Tesla, we're staying above that 254 now. Caveat 4 now. I want a 5-minute candle closing print north of that 250, and I'm gonna go and sit here on just a smidge above or below, pardon me, of the half dollar. Let's sit right there to see if we can get that fill. But yeah, definitely 250 being met with some resistance as sellers pack in, I guess, on the shorts or people taking profits here at that 250 level. You can never really tell. But here we go again with that $quarter. Let's see if we can break through a third. And I'm sitting in the 40s OB.
Yes, sir. We were looking at some of these movers here from before. So so we were taking a look at some of the top volume names here. So I have, I guess, KView as well. That's been of interest as of recent. And I think J&J as well, right? J&J and KView kind of had that deal. Take a look at J&J. Wow, that drive out the open, this was crazy. We saw that yesterday that we had a crazy sell off of this 161-ish area. And then today, coming in today out the open, you wipe the whole move as if yesterday never happened on J&J. But yeah, decent look there. But yeah, KView doing a significant amount of volume, kind of fading off there. And then I guess you have Palantir as well. I was looking for the short here on some of these names as we kind of came back in to here, but I might be waiting a few more minutes before that kind of comes to fruition. But yeah, Palantir rejecting or kind of having some trouble here with the $15 area. Palantir, where that $15 mark kind of selling kind of came in the pre-market off of this same price. Let's see if that 15 stays heavy. We've grinded back up all the way from 1430 bottoms on Palantir all the way back into 15. So that's an interesting look there. Yeah, so the next one was ChargePoint. ChargePoint doing a significant amount of volume today as well. Straight down out the open off of that earnings continuation, but then you catch a bit of a bid on top of that $5. Wow, what's the low on this? Did you actually catch it right on the 5? The low being not 498, 497, so 3 pennies off that $5 level. The potential risk there if you got in off the 5. Just above the 5, that 97, 95-ish area was a decent risk to take that long back in on that change of pace there. So Intel being the next one here. Let's see is this coming down yet? Not yet. Okay, but Intel kind of we heard Neil was talking about Intel as well earlier. Been doing a bit of a churn here, a bit of a channel between this 38 and this 3750-ish area today. So a bit of a locked into this range here after pushing to the upside. So we saw that yesterday and earlier this week. We've had a bit of a choppy range, and then today that strength comes in and pushes above all of those prices. And I guess we're making new highs on the week here on Intel. Let's take a look left. Wow, take a look at that. Yeah, a bit of a base forming there and a bit of a trend happening on the weekly, kind of pushing back towards this 42, this 41 I see. So decent move there. But yeah, take a look. These are the weeklies, right? This is a healthy, nice churn to the upside. So if you're chasing longs for the swing here, I don't know if that's such a great idea. I guess if you were looking for that healthy move up, you kind of want to see that churn, that chop of that 3-4 points on the way up to really build that base for the long thesis. But yeah, it seems like it was a good idea to get out of the long there on Amazon as some of these tickers kind of come back in into these previous ranges there. Steven asking, why did AMC drop so much? AMC had, I guess they did an at-the-money offering. Wow,
yeah,
take a look at that, right? So 40 million, we were talking about this, and we had some of that the week before as well. We got that crazy selling the week before and a bit of continuation.
There was a lot of options volume with respect to puts yesterday, just wanted to mention
so
that.
So Sharif saying there was a lot of options volume with respect to puts, and that selling potentially kind of continuing in today. Let's see if we can crack this low of day here at that 770. But yeah, man, was it Steven asking? Yeah, so bit of a sell. There's a lot of big players that were in charge for this I guess what's it called, the share offering that they did. If I just want to find that news. Yeah, so I think, was this one it? Right here. I think this is talking about the options action, the unusual options action. I guess they talked about it on CNBC as well, but that's not really the news I'm looking for. Okay, so yeah, 40 million shares. So this was the one. So right here, Thursday following a 36% drop. At the market. So they had an 8K with the SEC saying they're doing an at the market for 40 million shares of Class A.
Come on,
so that's why it's catching a bit of a sell here.
There it is,
AMC.
baby.
What are you looking at?
We got the $50 break, my friend Obi, on Tesla. So almost $4 in the money on this one. But what we're gonna celebrate later. I want to tell you this article that I just got. Okay, well I'll tell you about that after, because Tesla just made a new high a day here. It touched 74s. Tesla moving up real nice, man. Stressla living up to its name. Where do we sit here? I mean, how many outs do I have left, by the way? Oh, 2 more outs. All right, we're going to have to hold off here on the profit taking, as there's not too many more shares left to take. We're going to sit at 76, because what's life without whimsy? There we go. Okay, we're already below that, so we'll take that at the $0.75. Now we only have one more out here on Tesla. So I'm just going to let this one ride. Hands off the keyboard. We're about to break 251, man. New high day, 250.84. Tesla is a rocket ship. Much like its cars, there's a lot of torque to the north side here. It's about to go green. The Katina man hitting the bang. There we go. We're about to go green if we break 252. 251. He liked the torque comment. 251.89 HOD on Tesla. You've had to been very patient with this name, but no question about it, the trend is still intact on Tesla. Higher highs, higher lows. You haven't broken that trend, and if you were able to weather the volatility, you've been rewarded. Now, look at this. We've made a lot of fun of VinFast on this desk and on the big desk. Okay, we have. That's just the truth of the matter is. But look at this. VinFast will pay buyers if they encounter issues with their EVs. Now, you're probably wondering, wow, what, are they going to give you like $20, $30? No. The first 3 days, VinFast will give you $480 cash, and then every day subsequent to that, you get $160, and that's USD. I mean, who else does that? Now, I don't know if that's a glowing endorsement here that they may be in the shop a lot. Who knows? I guess time will tell. We'll figure out if they end up spending a lot of time in the shop, or, you know, this is just a marketing gimmick. Fact of the matter is, it's caught my attention. I'm probably not the only one. All right, here we go. 251 coming in here on Tesla. We know 89 is the high, and we are 89s right now on the ask. Can we break it? Can we get that 51 print? I won't be taking anything out at 51. We're going to let this one ride till the end of the show, essentially. Here comes 52, and there it goes, my friends. We're going to spend the money on that one. This one is headed to the north side now, only 1/3% negative. This was like 3-4%. It's made a hell of a recovery, and there's no question about it. It is the strongest name out of the Mag 7 today. New duty booty, as my, we'll just do like a little bit of a Canadian style there. But I want to send it back to Obi because I want to get your opinion on this 135 top here that's brewing on Google. Because it's a very, very clear top, much in the same way that 297 was a top on that meta break that the Katina man took. What do you see there?
Muted? Yeah, sure. We can take a look at meta there. Sorry, Google. You're talking about that 135. Yeah, decent. So we're looking at it here on the 15-minute. We can see that it's been an area of interest before. So that 135, yeah, bit of a I guess resistance there that we've observed this morning. Bit of a selling off, pretty strong off of that 135 level, and yeah, as these markets look for a kind of a potential bounce, I think that 135 could definitely come into play. We see that this area was consolidation from yesterday's very strong sell-off when we kind of broke this kind of trend that we started to form there. But yeah, so that 135 definitely. I think it's a key area, Sharif. But yeah, let's see.
How do you feel about that?
It has to confluence with a little bit more of these markets, because as of right now, with the data that's been printed, there's been sellers every time all day off that 135. So unless and until we can kind of violate some of these tops.
Are you not impressed by the higher lows and the flat top?
Like here?
Yeah.
So here's the thing. If you I think that if you wanted the long, like the long was probably good in and around this 133, 134 area.
Right.
But if you're looking to hit the breakout here, you definitely want to get by, like make sure that like you're bypassed these sellers that are clearly here from this morning. This
Understood.
is a 15-minute chart, right? So it's like for 1, 2, 3, 4, so almost an hour, this price kind of popped into 135 and failed, popped into 135, failed, popped into 135, failed, and the fourth time around, I guess the longs were like, well, there's definitely some pressure here, and then you can see it kind of does a real sell-off off that level.
The reason I liked it is, number one, it's up 1/3%.
Yeah.
Counter market, right? That's what caught my attention initially. And then number two, the higher low. Number three, the flat top. I like higher low flat top breakouts. They're wedge patterns and they usually resolve in the direction of the trend. And so that's why I want to get your opinion on it. I'm not interested in taking long, but this might be interesting in power hour, especially when the volume picks up, because I tell you the truth, Google's volume has been bubkiss today, 9 million shares on a day where there's been plenty of shares done on the day. Like, let's just take Tesla, for example, 75.7 million shares, right?
It's like, look, it's 1 o'clock. The average, the 10-period average volume on Google is 24 mil.
I agree.
We've only done 8.8.
That's what I'm saying.
So
I agree.
our vol is definitely not there. And yeah, so you can expect a lot of fugays on low R-vol days, just because nobody's really standing there on the book to kind of, I guess, hold the price in and around. But yeah, not. We may get that 135, but the thing is, what I'm seeing, my only opinion is that if we can get past these sellers that have shown up at the 135 earlier today, then yeah, I think the long is not wrong off of that level on the push if it's convincingly there. But given the limited data that I'm able to see here from the chart, that even from yesterday we consolidated, couldn't really get past that 135, and then you come in on a heavy sell, and that kind of happens in today as well. You have that very strong action, dip buy off the 133 being kind of key from before as well. You dip into that 133, gives you the 135, and then you sell off of it. Yeah. Unless and until those sellers kind of step out of the way, I think I'm gonna just hands off on the long, maybe a potential re-up on the short as well, because the sellers were there. So you might want to sell with some of the bigger players.
Understood. I respect that. All right, let's get some tags here. Mud, DraftKings, baby. We'll definitely look into that. It's a good day probably to get into something like this. We know there was a data point today or yesterday that actually got off a podcast that I listened to. Last year, about 40% of people who watched the NFL, who considered themselves regular viewers of the NFL, bet on games. This year, there was a survey done, and over 75% of regular viewers, however you want to define that as, I don't know how they defined it, whether it's 5 games, 10 games, or whatever, are going to bet on the NFL. So we know viewership is up, now income down. The worst part of it is over if you listen to analysts, right? Because they had to get licensed in all these states. That was legal fees up the yin-yang. They had to give promotions to get people to download their apps and stick with it. And, you know, a lot of people were manipulating that. They were using it to their advantage. Make a long story short, maybe the growing pains for this industry is behind it. I'm not saying it is, but maybe it is. So DKNG, very interesting. Tonight, the inaugural game of the NFL, Thursday Night Football. We got the Chiefs and we got the Lions. I'll be watching New Do to Boot It. So we'll make sure. Thanks for that, Mud. I'll have a look in a second. Diaz, 29. Yesterday, NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang sold more than 89,000 shares. I know, brother. I mentioned it this morning at the big desk. It was insider selling. It popped up on my chart. Thank you for that. The shares were worth more than 42.8 million. Thoughts? Look, dude, I mean, he's worth 38 billion now, right? He's going to cash out. He needs a little bit of cash. You can't always just have paper money, right? So you're going to get these big cats selling, and then that's just part of the business. He's probably got to buy a new mansion, right? Or he's going to get maybe another Polestar or something. Who knows? Zion Lala. Thoughts on NVIDIA for a swing 448 to 455 has been bouncing prior to earnings. Your thoughts and analysis on NVIDIA. We'll have a look at NVIDIA in just one sec. Lala. Just as I answer another, Serjan Sharif, what does 14,000 sitting on the ask for Meta? Okay, I don't have Meta up. Let me have a look here on Meta. Where is this 14,000? I don't see it reflected on my book. Sitting on the ask where?
Yeah, I don't see it.
At what level? At 299.85? Well, we're far removed from that. It's not showing up on my book now, but if we get back up there, I'll tag me though next time, because you just put Sharif and I won't see it. So you gotta tag me. All right. Keeping my eye on Tesla here, we're back into 250, so we're definitely going lower. I won't be selling anything here, guys. I've only got one more out, and it doesn't make sense to me. Let's have a look at our friend NVIDIA for our other friend, Zion Lala, good friend of the show and active participant. All right, let's look at the swing. We're going to go with the 15, and I'm going to put the NVDA ticker so that people can follow along. And Zion's levels were 448 to 455. Correct? Yeah, 448. All right. So I'm assuming a short here. You're talking about Zion, right? Okay, so 448, 455 has been bouncing prior to earnings. Prior to earnings. Okay, so I got to zoom out even more here. Half an hour. Let's see. So 448. Where's 448? Right over here. Yeah, okay, so definitely 450 was the base, brother. This is the earnings day, August 23rd. I mean, you can see that reflected on the huge move up on that candle. So maybe we'll zoom out a little bit more. 448. Okay, so 450. Look, I'm going to go with 450, Zion, because 448, kind of a random level. You definitely have a lot of activity going into early August at 450. Yeah, you wake up before above it intraday, and then you move back down. But the mean of this entire consolidation area, no question about it, 450. You end up retracing. We go down to 400 on the August sell-off. We know what happened there, and then we start moving back up again. I'm going to use 450 as my level. I like 450 for a possible bounce play for a swing. Not financial advice, obviously, but it was a very clear level of resistance in August, early August. Again, in mid-August when we retraced up to it, but then you get the eventual break, and look at all the dips. Subsequent to earnings, 450 was the buy level. We find ourselves right there again. What's your out, though? That would be my question to you. Technically, on a technical basis here on the chart, if 450 breaks on a closing basis, if you close below 450, where are you getting out? How much room are you giving it? I mean, quite frankly, the technicals tell you that you got to give it to 420, right? Because that's the nearest trough over here. Yeah, you may have to use a different, I mean, I don't know if you can stomach that kind of move, a $30 move in a $400 name. I mean, it's a tough look. 420, though, is the area that I'm looking at, ironically 420, right? Yeah, Zion, I don't know. 450 is a good look for a support level. It's just, it breaks down, and we are likely to get more retracement in September, right? I mean, look at the data. Do some quantitative analysis on September. The last 100 years, the majority of the time, September is a negative month. And we're just scratching the surface here in terms, we're the first week. We're just closing the page on the first week here of September. So, realistically speaking, we could see 400 again on NVIDIA before it gets better. I'm not saying we will, but we'll have to wait and see. So shout out to you. I hope whatever decision you make, you end up printing on. Obi.
Yeah, I said, I saw in the chat, someone said Apple is bleeding off. I forget who it was. I think I might have missed the name. Oh, Ponzi Fonzie saying Apple slowly bleeding out. Yeah, let's take a look at Apple here. It's back on that 176. That was interesting. I kind of missed that price in the morning.
176. Yeah.
So 176 is right there on the Apples. So let's see if, you know what, I like Meta as well, but you know what, we'll let Meta consolidate in and around that 297. I'm more interested in Apple right now on this 176. So we're going to observe what 176 does before getting involved here, as it's not the initial test of this price, right? We've already kind of recycled this price on the day, but we know it's kind of an area of interest.
Bless you.
And it's being defined intraday as well with some of these 15-minute candle wicks just wicking off about a quarter underneath that price. So yeah, I like that look. Let's see if we can make that higher low or even have some trouble here in the 17575s on Apple there. Maybe we catch a potential bounce on the market, kind of trending around that higher end of that channel from before. So I guess that channel has kind of been violated, but yeah, so just looking at it without any trends, we've just been kind of in this sideways chop in between. I guess some of the key levels was that 15175-ish area, and there goes Amazon pushing to the high side as some of these longs look like they're coming in, and Apple kind of bouncing off that 176. So maybe you want to take this trade here.
Apple.
What's going on with Tesla over there?
It's above 250. It's dancing with 250. I'm kidding when I say about Apple, guys. I'm just, I'm out of the money on it now, but in my long term. Interesting article here, Obi, coming in from RBC, Royal Bank of Canada. You guys have RBC in the States. It's not under Royal Bank. They just call it RBC. They want to, I guess, remove the Canadianness of it. They're expecting interest rates to drop in 2024 by the Bank of Canada, which I find to be interesting because I think they're just...
I see what you did there.
I think they're really annoyed that they have to allot a lot of their money to loan loss provisions. They'd rather take that money and count it as profit so their balance sheet can look a lot better. So maybe some wishful thinking here from the Royal Bank of Canada, which I find to be interesting. I believe they allotted, I'm not 100% sure, it was like $800 million on the quarter, not on the year, on the quarter for bad loans. So we'll have to wait and see what that one does. But yeah, anyway, with respect to Tesla, bouncing back here above 250 OB. My out on Tesla will be the break of the trough over here. Have a look if you're able to come to the chart. There we go. 249. I'm going to give it to about 248, pardon me, 89. If it breaks this trough, then a new low will have been put in, and the trend, in my opinion, is no longer relevant, no longer valid. Sorry. So my out will move up into 248, high 80s, but ideally, I don't have to trigger that because now we're above 250. I see several 5-minute candles that have closed above 250. So in terms of reclaiming that $50 level, I think we've reclaimed it enough. Now it's just going to be a matter of, can we go green on the day? That will be my next target. And that takes us all the way up to a smidge, yes, a smidge, below that 252 level, Obi. I believe yesterday's close on our friend Stressla was, let me tell you accurately here, 251.93. So if we get anywhere around there, I'll be looking to take my profits. The Neil,
Thank you.
Go for it.
Yeah, no, just Neil pointed out some size on the offer there.
He put it in the chat too.
136.79 there, just cracked all in one order. Take a look at that. Yes, so all in one order, cracked right there, some size. So while that was happening, we took that scalp 176 long on Apple, instantly in the money, like 20 pennies. Never even looked back. I should have been in 10, 20 pennies earlier, but yeah, we piece off into that 50 test right there. And Amazon going wild as well, 137 incoming. So I definitely want to interact with that level, and seeing some size going in at high of day. That stack was pretty huge, and I said maybe in and around this high we might see some size of shorts kind of getting out, and lo and behold, on the ask, some huge size gets in and gets slapped on a gate there. But yeah, let's see if this 176 kind of bounce kind of comes in, that kind of confluence with this on the NQ there. Just looking at the 3 minute, so you pop into that 176, you can't even get past like a dime below 176. We knew that this was kind of an area of interest, so that 175, 75-ish area, but you can't even get past into the 90s below. And then take that quick long scalp there. It seems like Amazon long is working out as well. They're glad we got out of these shorts here. Went a little long, stopped out, didn't really consider that this trend might be just tight enough. No reason to kind of sell there as we continue to make higher lows and a little bit of a higher highs going into that 137. But that 137 is here now, some significant size going in at that 136.79. Let's see where we go from here. The potential for that 15.3 is coming in if we can violate some of these highs on the day, right? But you know what? I like this look on Amazon, that 137 incoming, Apple 176 bounce. It was there. We waited for it, and it was choppy in the morning. But right now, how clean? Like, tell me when. When are you gonna get if you got in at the dollar, or I guess even if you got in at the candle close here at 176.05, at what time on Apple are you gonna get a 5 to 10 penny risk? Are you going to be able to take that?
Very little.
Not very often, but when it does come in, you have to be there for the snipe. And that my execution in and around that bounce wasn't really there. But you know what? We still took a piece off of that action. That's good enough for now. We still got to get better at taking those chunks off the move. But yeah, a bit of a bounce there. 176 bounce gives you about 60 pennies. Instantly in the money off of that strength that I saw. Sure, I got in just over the 20s there. Not the best entry. I think the better entry was in the teens. I think I liked what I saw in the teens when we pushed back above 176, and I could have entered there a little bit better. But that's fine. We were pushing into that 137. Let's see what Amazon does with this 137. With this market kind of screaming back to the upside here. Let's take a look.
Yes, we have a super chat. Can you have a look at this? Guys, says Nick Dub. Thank you for the $5 super chat, Nick Dub. Can you look at Airbnb, Crowd, and Melly? You want to take one of those?
Yeah, sure. I'll take one of them.
Airbnb, we know we had the report. We had the New York headline with respect to the bans yeah, look, it's a supply thing. Maybe I'll take Airbnb because I can rant a little bit about the fundamental aspect of it.
Wow, take a look at wow.
Man, we're doing well here on Tesla, man. We're back above 250.50. Sure, we're not at highs, but I digress. Let's open up Airbnb now. Airbnb just got it wasn't earnings, my mistake. It got added to the S&P 500, or it's going to be added. It was announced that they are going to be added to the S&P 500. That spurred this huge move up. On September 1st, we popped up from $132. By the end of day, we were at 140. It's great, of course. More institutional money flows in to Airbnb. But I think that, there is too much exuberance in this name. And here's why. New York has a shelter inflation problem. People there making $250,000, $300,000 are living in 1- and 2-bedroom apartments because they're paying $5,000 a month in rent. Okay, whether this is accurate or not, a lot of people are suggesting that the reason that there's so much rent inflation is because of the short-term rentals spurring up everywhere. And if you want to hear more about it, the Wall Street Journal podcast, fantastic. They had a piece about this, I believe, early last week or earlier this week. Whatever it is, go find it. It's there. It's not going to be removed. Now, New York instituted regulations, basically outright banning, effective ban on short-term rentals defined as 30 days or less. They put a couple of exceptions on there. The homeowner has to be available, or it has to be there so you can rent out a room. However, there can't be locks on the room. Anyway, the regulations don't matter. It's a de facto ban. Now, Airbnb sued the city of New York twice to try and stop this. The litigation just completed. As a result, the law or the bylaw, or whatever the ordinance, can go ahead. And now you're looking at a $5,000 fines, up to $5,000 if you are a repeat offender. Now, how are they going to enforce this? Neil brought up a good point earlier about that. Essentially, to list your Airbnb, your property on Airbnb, Booking.com, Verbal, what have you, you have to be registered with the city. They cannot list your property on their platform unless you are registered with the city. If the platforms, for whatever reason, allow a rental to go through that isn't registered with the city, they're also subject to fines. So what does this do? This creates a supply issue. And it's not only New York. San Francisco's watching very intently. So is LA, so is Miami, and a number of other big cities. So if this starts spiraling, you get a supply dry up. And I don't know how I feel about that for this name. We know a lot of people have been going away out of the country lately. They've been going to Europe. They've been going to Latin America. But that's just a trend, guys. I mean, a lot of other people want to come to the States for their vacation. So I don't know how I feel about Airbnb at the moment from a macro perspective. But the technical perspective, let's look at that, guys. Let's come to the chart. Looks fantastic. Who can complain about this? A, B, and B. Let's look at that. This is the half an hour. In fact, let's go to the daily. Let's start out with the daily, Obi-Wan Kenobi. Where are we at here with the daily? Obviously, you know, this is the pandemic inflation. You know, we got up to about 200, where did we get up to? 220 was all-time highs, and it's been lower highs ever since then. But this looks like to be the mean area over here, which is that 132 level. Look how many wicks we have in 2021 and 2022 bouncing off this 130, 135-ish area, give or take. So I would say this is the mean of the price action. Now, guess what? We're above that level. So we're now making a new trend. Higher lows, you can kind of see that. Higher highs coming in. So if we break 155, the trend continues, and then all of a sudden we're back, you know, we're knocking on the door of 165 and 170. From a technical perspective, it looks good. But from a longer-term fundamental perspective, I have my reservations. That's my rant. What do you have for CrowdStrike?
All right. Yeah, so got out of that Apple long as well. That 176.60 looking a little heavy there. Couldn't really make it too far past on that name, and I guess we tried a little bit of short here on Amazon. Stopped out, got back in on a bit of trouble there. Let's see how far it can go. But yeah, we can talk about CrowdStrike right now. CrowdStrike kind of again. I can't speak on the fundamentals as well as Sharif because I personally, like I said, that's an area that I need to improve on. I don't really look at them as often as I maybe should to get a perspective on some of these names. But yeah, no, CrowdStrike definitely of interest going into earnings. Has that crazy move in and around that earnings, and we're holding that price here above that 160 level. So yeah, let's take a look left on CrowdStrike and see if there's any levels of interest that we could potentially come into. Yeah, right away you can see that we're testing, teetering up near this top here around the 1st of August. This 167.70-ish area, so we're just about there, just about a few pennies off of that price. And yeah, let's see if we can kind of break out of it, because if we can break out of it, looking left, we got a lot of room to go. Oh, look, there it is again. A bit of a price coming in there, 168-ish as well. So yeah, if this price breaks, it's definitely key. It's tested from both sides. right? If it breaks, I think the continuation back to the upside is definitely in the stars for CrowdStrike. It has been creeping up since earnings. So we were talking about how certain players like to get in and around earnings on a day 2 or a day 3 after some of that news has digested, and you can see a lot of the times that where you get like these continuation plays post earnings in the direction of the move that it kind of went in. So you'll have a little bit of a chop consolidation and then continuation. So we've been seeing that with a few names, and CrowdStrike, I guess, is one of them, pushing into a key level here just underneath this 168. If we break this, the continuation definitely is going to be there. So that's my 2 cents on CrowdStrike. It seems like we are forming a bit of a trend here to the upside. This seems like this was the earnings was kind of in here, and then that earnings reaction high is kind of holding this a bit of a trend there, consolidation up into that level. So that's my 2 cents on on CrowdStrike there. Yeah, let's take a look at let's see, one stock every day hold up the QS. Okay, let's see. Let's check out. I haven't seen QuantumScape in a while. We can check out QS as well. QS, what's the volume that this is doing on the day? So decent amount of volume, 2.4, but the average is 4. So yeah, definitely a little bit of a lower volume day. But take a look at this trend here. Oh, it seems like I got stopped out of my Amazon there as it blasts up to the upside. Nice. All right. So yeah, that didn't really work out. Next trade. All right, so back to QuantumScape. So a bit of a downtrend there off of that this high that this action that we made on it. I guess we can better define it using one of these. I've been using some of these a little bit more often. Where is the channel one? Okay, hold on 1 second. It's right here, somewhere right here. No, not the fib channel. I don't know much about fibs, but okay, so maybe it is in here. Okay, yeah, right. It was in the trend one. Okay, so right there, you have a bit of a channel here that's kind of forming. You can see that it's trending, right? It's trending to the downside, QS, since whatever, I don't know what this news was, what this catalyst was that to bring up the action, but we've caught a bit of a steady sell on a multi-day time frame there on QuantumScape. But yeah, I don't have much more to say for that. But yeah, definitely one for the swings, right? I see that Amazon is pushing that 137.30s, kind of this high of day as well. So let's see what we do. We saw that yesterday's high was roughly 137.40s, I think, from yesterday right here.
Tesla.
So yeah, 137.40s was yesterday's high. We're pushing in towards that yesterday's high. Let's see if that level stays heavy like it did yesterday as well. So yeah, I got a little short, a little premature on the shorts, but that's fine. We were just testing the waters there on that trade. But yeah, let's see if it kind of comes in off of that same level where we caught a piece of selling yesterday. Take a look at this volume pushing into that high of daybreak. Yeah, I think that's definitely a little significant. If we can kind of pull back off of this high a day on NQ as well, that definitely set us up for that short back down off that 137 level. It seems like I might have sold that Apple off that 176 a little too early as we're pushing all the way back into that 177 off that 176 trade. Yeah, I got to get better with those kind of paper hands with some of that there. You know what? I want to try some of this Amazon again if we do start to catch a bit of a sell there, Sharif.
Yeah, we got Tesla out high a day there as it just knocked on the door of the level that I explicitly said. Yesterday's closing print was 251.93. This candle went up to 251.77, got out some at the $0.50, so we gave up about 27 pennies there. But that was an obvious level of resistance for me. It's now down a 1/4 point on the day. But I suggest to you, once the kahunas take over, the big kahunas, this could go green. We could see a 252 and even 253 print. I would not put that beyond Tesla. It has been unabated to the quarterback. Shout out to Thursday Night Football. For Tesla here to the high side with a series of higher highs and higher lows. Getting that off that, I want to say 243 and a quarter. When I sat down, here's what I was looking at. Let me tell you. Let's pull this up. I said, look, Tesla, forget about all this over here. Forget about anything subsequent to this. When I sat down at 11 o'clock, when I came back from my walk, I'm like, oh, wow, look at this 243.5 flat bottom break. Lower high, this is the high, the IB high, lower high, another lower high, and then I said, fantastic. This is going to flat bottom break. The market's, wetting the bed, and Apple's tanking the market. Everything's weak. People are worried about interest rates. And I put a stop order, a script order, pardon me, for a 243.25 break to take this south. Boy, was I wrong, right? Because it just looked at that 243.5 and laughed and went up and to the right. And look how it's rejecting that yesterday close. So I'm very pleased today with how I saw the levels on this. I don't see it like this every day. Most of the times I'm wrong as opposed to being right, but today I got it right. 251.77 high. We're breaking down now below 251. But here's the look. I would say if you're holding this, you got to get a reason. And somebody was asking me earlier, I forget who it was. Maybe I can go back and look here because it's good to bring this up. Somebody's asking me, Sharif, why are you not getting out? Pascal. Yes, Pascal. He asked, his initial question was this. Let me just find here. Can you explain your thought process on waiting to sell when you know you're over $1 in the money right now? Why hold? And I answered back, I said, because the uptrend hasn't broken higher highs and higher lows. His response was, so you'd rather cut $1 off profit to wait for the trend than to just take profit while you have it. Thanks for replying. And then I wrote back, yes, because there's got to be a reason for the out. Additionally, I'm over $4 in the money, so you can give it room. And the reason was I kept finding, I think it's better on the 1 minute chart, kept finding troughs, which were obvious troughs in the uptrend, off which to have a trailing stop, right? So initially, we had this was our entry right here, right? And this was the obvious trough. So our entry was here at this 246.61, and I had to give it through the break of 245.50 because that's where the trough was. And then we made a higher high. And then the trough was 245.70. And then we never broke that, so you keep moving up your trailing stop. Then the trough was 246 2/3. We never broke that again. You see where I'm going with this? Right? So now the trough, I would say to you, is this 249.5. Now you could go with this trough or you could go with that because this one was a quick one. This one was more of a developed trough, which is essentially that 249 break. So if you're still holding this, 249 might be an interesting out, but look at it rejecting exactly off that close yesterday, which really gets me to believe that the algos are definitely in control of this name. Anyway, we'll see. The balances have been coming off the 50 period, give or take here on the 1 minute, so that could be another interesting area to look at. But I like to use price action more than the moving averages, and the fact of the matter is the troughs didn't let me down today. It doesn't mean it's not going to let you down any other day, but that's the reason, that's rationale behind that, and I just wanted to make that point.
Yeah, so we got stopped out of that Amazon, but you know what? When it does come in, we kind of slap that sell in, and it seems like we caught a piece of that right side of the V there as the market kind of sells off of these previous highs there. I like that. You know what? I'm getting more, I guess, attuned to kind of wanting to take this right side just because of how much more smoother the position kind of falls into place if you're willing to kind of be patient and wait for that distinct change in pressure. But you know what? It took a couple of tries. It took a couple of tries. We don't have it down pat, but we're trying to manage our risk in and around some of these strategies. But yeah, almost instantly in the money there for that short. But yeah, very distinctly different than some of these shorts that I took earlier as well. So we got stopped out. We're a little too early, and yeah, we keep it tight here, and we come back in all the way back down to 136.85s. So let's see how much further this can go. If the market kind of comes back in and kind of, I guess, tests that could be a thing. But yeah, I'm watching this 136.70 as well. This was the top from before that we just recently broke out from. So if there's players still sitting at that 136.70, 136.60 from earlier, then yeah, then we can definitely easily just continue to trend to the upside. But I like that 137. I wanted to interact with that 137, and then we did that. So let's see if this position kind of works out. About 30 pennies in the money right now. This thing has done, I guess, over an ATR now. Let's. I know it's not doing any significant R vol on the day, but we can just take a look at exactly how much lower we are than that, right? So yeah, a bit of some lines here, but yeah, we're doing about. So the average has been about 40 million, which is interesting. But yeah, that 26 million going into only about 2 hours and 20 minutes left in the day till the bell rings, right? So we still got some time. Let's see what comes in, but it's doing relatively low RVO. Looking for that sell-off back in. We are going a little bit sideways here on the futures as well as the ES. ES has been going sideways from much earlier, since about like 10:30-ish. I have here, so like 11:30 on our time there. Some of these futures are an hour behind. But yeah, so that 137 short. Let's see if that comes in. What's going on there? I see that Sharif is.
Take this opportunity to like and subscribe to our YouTube channel. You won't be disappointed. There's lots of bangs.
I love
Throw
up
up the ones for the giggle, baby. Throw up those ones in the chat. Throw up the ones for the giggle. The giggle. Throw up those ones. Let's go. I want to see all ones in the chat, or we're not trading anymore. There it is, baby. There we go with the ones.
Nice. I like
People,
that.
yeah, there we go. There we go. The giggle is clutch. He's wanted to reshoot that, and I think we need to put our feet down on this one. It's a joke. Our foot.
Yeah,
down.
no, we don't need
because we love the giggle, baby. The giggle makes that whole thing.
Yes, sir.
Shout out to the Katina man for that. The epic giggle. Can I just mention one quick thing?
Yes, you can.
We're about to go green again on Meta after that epic Hwadunk. So we have a series of higher highs and higher lows. Ob1 Kanob. How do you see that?
Oh damn! I guess that 295 area I'm looking at as well. I guess that was the bottom into the 292 flush, and then 295 holds, and then you consolidate above that 295 and slowly bleed back up into that 300. Yeah, I got to do better. I got to do better than that. We talked about how great of a trade this is going to be. Sure, you have to expect that chop, but that 295 hold, oh man, look at that. Very clean, and you got 5 points on a reversion trade.
Wow.
When a move happens a little too hard, too fast.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I think you can expect a little bit of a reversion there. Yeah, let's take a look roughly at what was that? So that's about almost a 15-point move, right? Almost a 15-point move to the downside. And let's see how much of a retracement we've had here, right? Hold on one second.
I'm still getting nothing, by the way. No, continue, but I'm still getting nothing on my news blotter for Meta. Nothing.
Yeah. So yeah, so definitely, the reason to, if I can just get this to click. Oh man. Okay, there we go.
Yeah.
All right, so roughly.
I see.
Plus or minus. So we did about 15 to the downside, and we've done about 7 back up.
Wow.
So we've done about a 50% retracement. So if we push back up into this, what is this? Into the 300. So yeah, exactly into the 300. If we get there, that will be about a 50% retracement of that Hwadunk back to the upside there. So let's see if we get that 137 holding right now. I want to get a little bit bigger if we can make lower highs here underneath these highs here in the, what is this? It's 35, 137, 35-ish area. Let's see if we can make some lower highs and kind of continue to catch a sell there. A bit of first sign of some interesting selling after we kind of grind up towards high a day and break past it into a previous significant level of resistance that we've seen this past week. So I like it.
All right, cool. Someone asking about AMD. AMD's been very consolidative today, and yeah, sure, it's putting in higher lows at the moment. Here's a look on EMD. Let's have a look here. Look, I mean, it's a $100+ name. It's giving you it's giving you about $1.50 a range. Today is not AMD's day. Now we saw earlier, Lisa Su earlier in the week, Lisa Su was at Communicopia, and she started doing a little bit of talking, and that was the result of this move up over here. Look at that volume, man. Wow, that one 5-minute candle had 3 million shares. And then, you know, it consolidated the rest of the day. So I don't have a trade on AMD, and I don't think it's AMD's day to trade, but sure, you could make the case higher lows with a flat top at around that 107.5. Sure, you have a 107.69 high, but the better look, I would suggest to you, is at 107.5. That's a top. Now, that is a wedge, and it's an ascending wedge, so usually it resolves higher, but it's down to 2.25%. So I wouldn't say that really counts as the direction of the trend. Yesterday's close was 109.25. Look, I mean, if the market starts curling up, the NQ starts going, you're going to get movement in AMD. There's no question about that. But it's just why choose the weak or the less volatile names on the day. And the same can be said for our friend NVIDIA. Now, I think it was Obi-Wan Kenobi that was drawing the wedging trend lines, and I think he's quite accurate in that. But the fact of the matter is, we're not getting a decision one way or another. And by decision, I'm talking about resolving either up or down. You're very much consolidative. Nothing is happening on this name. Sure, Jensen Huang sold some sharage earlier in the month, and, you know, bless you. But the fact of the matter is, today, you have a wedge pattern with very little volatility. What's the volume, by the way, on NVIDIA? We're doing about 30 million shares. It's not a bad look. What's the 5-year average? 51.4. And I would suggest to you probably that if I was to remove the 5-year and make it a 1-year, it'd be a lot higher than that, especially as of late. So very much a consolidative day, down 3% on the day on NVIDIA. It's not really been a microchip day, right? At least not that I can gather. The names have been Apple to the downside, Tesla to the upside, and Meta to the up and downside. Meta, you know, it's been manic today. All right, it hasn't been able to kind of figure out what it wants to do. But Meta's looking good. Meta's knocking on the door now of $300, and it just went green again. Higher highs, higher lows on Meta, looking to reclaim 300. VWAP and 300 aren't far off from each other. Let me get to it over here. Yeah, here's the 300, and there's VWAP. So do you encounter resistance at the $300 level? Very possible. You have a VWAP possible rejection. I mean, yeah, we'll see. I mean, I don't have a trade on it, I'm quite honest with you. Amazon is looking absolutely fantastic, though. I got to give, I mean, I'm sorry to say that.
I'm short, but
but it's higher highs and higher lows.
Yeah, for sure. I think that's a good look there. So yeah, I got a little bit more short, but it seems like it's kind of pushing for that top. So let's see how far it can get. But take a look at Apple, man. That 177 came right in off that 176. So interesting move there. Again, we gotta be there. So I guess a little bit of a lesson learned there. Can't have too much of paper hands on a move like that, especially when a key level kind of comes in after a while, right? Sure, we've traded this price earlier in the day here, but yeah, these wicks kind of getting in the way. But yeah, we've traded that price earlier today, and we come in much later. So the last time we kind of clipped that price was 10:36, and you come in at 1 p.m. So I think that's enough time to kind of give it that room there, and then you come into that 176, and you have a clean bounce off of that, giving you a 1 point on that pop, just off of like a trend hold, right? We're kind of holding this trend here roughly to the downside. Now, unless and until we can get past some of these highs, the trend has not changed in my opinion. But yeah, Amazon looking hella strong here as it pushes towards high of day. Let's see if this short kind of comes into fruition. I know that Sharif was talking about that NVIDIA pattern. So yeah, we kind of extended some of these lines here just to give us a better perspective. But yeah, take a look at that. You have this kind of a downtrend that's been dominating. You attempt to push into it, and you get that price compression with it, and then you kind of I forget what these are called, but yeah, these kind of like this quadrant type of thing starts to form where you have a significant resistance and a potential support. Then that support could turn resistance, and then that resistance could also stay resistance as well. So let's see where we go from here. These are just lines on a chart. We know that the prices are very well defined here at that 460 and that 450, 453, 454-ish area. But yeah, let's see if this dominant downtrend kind of holds on Nvidia and we pop back down to the downside there. Maybe with that we get a bit of relief here. We've seen that sellers kind of come in just in this 15,280 area. So if Nvidia can kind of hold that trend to the downside, I think that could bring some selling in as well. And then if that 177 stays heavy on Apple as well, kind of following that trend back into the downside, I think we can easily reject off of some of these highs on the NQ as well. Let's take a look at Softy. I know I haven't taken a look at that in a while, but wow, take a look at that. 330 back in. So 330, we missed that 330 in the morning, but this 330 coming back in might be a little bit different perspective than the 330 right out the open. So I'm curious to watch what that 330 will do going forward today, but that 330 definitely a key area of interest on Microsoft.
Meta's near 300 now,
Meta
and it's getting to
300.
VWAP. Here we go.
Sure,
this is going to be
talk
interesting.
about it.
Yeah, before I get to Meta, I want to talk about this here. Headline coming in: the U.S. government is investigating China's breakthrough smartphone. Neil alluded to this earlier, or was it Sean? You talk about the Huawei? Was it you? It was Sean. The Huawei Mate 60 Pro, 6.82-inch screen, 50 megapixels, 12 gigabytes of RAM, and a 5,000 mAh, what is that? How do you say that? mAh battery. Now, here's the article. The new flagship device, which _reportedly includes a 5G Kirin 9000 processor developed specifically for the Chinese manufacturer Huawei, recently shocked industry experts who didn't understand how the company would have the technology to make such a chip following sweeping efforts by the United States to restrict China's access to foreign chip technology. The tit-for-tat exchange by the two countries with respect to smartphones continues. You better believe, well, at least I do, that this is probably in response to something to do with the Apple headline that we got today, and then the expansion of that this yesterday and then today. What's up, Obi?
Nothing. We just my screens just froze for a second,
okay.
so I tripped out. I was like, maybe something's happening. Maybe that's an indicator. But no, the screen froze for a second.
Thank
you
guys.
Yeah, I tripped out on that.
Thank you guys. Chat educating me because I'm uneducated in that regard.
On?
Yeah, so that's a look.
Oh, milliamperes?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here we go. Let's look at Meta, guys, because for the moment it's rejecting off that 300. But look, the trend is intact. I hate to keep repeating myself because I've said it so much about Tesla. I'm going to have to say about Meta. Higher highs, higher lows. You haven't broken the trough, and you continue to make higher highs. And there goes 300. Now I see 302 on 302 on the ask. I don't see it on the bid, so we haven't broken it yet. The fight between buyers and sellers continuing at this level, as we expected it would. VWAP and the 300 level, a good confluence between the two. And usually that means a nice little fight between the Bulls and the Bears. Shout out to Bulls versus Bears in the chat. At that level. So let's see who wins here and for how long they win, because we've had all sorts of volatility on Meta. Guys, we have a 307.05 high and we have a 292.22 low, and that came in with about 20 minutes. More, half an hour. They were separated by about half an hour of price action. So Meta's given us volatility, plenty on the day. Do we get back into that 304, 305 area? I mean, I don't know where to look for levels of resistance here. I mean, it's a Christmas tree. It's a V-shaped retracement, and there was really no slowing down on this name. You can see my entries and exits. I got bamboozled on this. I kept trying to buy the dip because I was trying to go with the trend, and I got shellacked on it. But the fact of the matter is, on the way up, there was a little bit of a pullback. That pullback ranges from about 303 to about 304.75. So it's about $2 worth of range. On the way down, there was really no stopping this, right? And so I don't have levels for which to say, okay, great, above 300, I'm going to do this. No, 300 to me is a level. It's VWAP, it's a $100 level. And that's a look. We're at it now, and now the bid is above 300. Can we close above there? Meta's going, what? Are you long Meta? The man, the Katina man is long 294.50 on Meta, and it's a $6 winner. We're gonna spin the money for the Katina man. It's now breaking through decidedly through that $300 level. Let's see if it can hold.
Yep. So I guess we are fighting the trend. Got stopped out of my Amazon once again off that 137 area. So you know what? I'm gonna stay patient. I'm gonna stay patient. We know we missed a couple of trades there, but yeah, the trend is definitely my friend, and you guys have caught me red-handed fighting the trend for the counter there once again. But yeah, take a look at the NQs pushing past some of these high of days that we made earlier today in the trading session here. But yeah, pushing past that high. Let's see how far past we can get. I'm still not done with this short. I know I sound a little bit stubborn there, but we waited a few times, right? We tried here, we tried here, we tried here, and I guess we tried here again. But yeah, the long is definitely there off the 135 hold, and let's see what we do up here. This 177 on Apple as well, looking like it's going to give us a little bit of trouble here if the market kind of wick tops this high. If we can't convincingly get past this on the NQ, I expect some of these larger cap tech names to kind of have a bit of a pullback and respect this trend we're having on Apple there. And Microsoft as well, right? Microsoft was back down to that 330 level. So if Microsoft kind of cracks as the market is pushing highs, Microsoft is pushing lows. Now Microsoft being the second largest constituent. Now I haven't taken a look at the constituents in a while, so let's take a look at that for the NQ, because I know if you guys remember, it was a couple of months ago that they repriced the constituents in some of these names. So yeah, let's take a look real quick. Yeah, Apple's still at the top here, so the weighting has changed. We were talking about how Microsoft was creeping up onto Apple and sometimes even took first place when it comes to the components. But yeah, Apple, Microsoft, Amazon being the top weighted, and then NVIDIA, and sure, I guess Google as well coming in above, being number 3 if you count both the class of shares. But yeah, this is the order of the distribution in the market right now. Oh, take a look at Adobe coming into the top 10 as well. Interesting looks. Tesla kind of creeping up as well. But yeah, main tickers that are kind of moving these markets here are just kind of these 7 tickers, right? You have Apple, Microsoft, Amazon, NVIDIA, Meta, Tesla, and Google, Alphabet, being some of these market leaders, kind of drawing some of this price action here. So we can see that a lot of these larger cap techs are down on the day, but take a look at some of these other ones, Google and Amazon kind of pushing up. Tesla, of course, kind of looking a little bit red on the day, but everything else a bit more green, very distinctly different from how we started off the week here across the board there.
Yeah, all right, just keeping my eye here on some headlines. I got BlackBerry up, and apparently they reported interim earnings. You love when a company does that because you're definitely not ready for it. And they huadunked here. Do I have the ticker up? 1 second, I just want to talk about this. Where's the headline? BlackBerry down over 15% on pace for its largest decrease since, I don't know why it's not loading, since February 2021. What's going on with the thing over here? Not loading for some reason. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on with the news headline. But yeah, BlackBerry down big, guys. There was talks about this one with a buyout, and we saw the price spike up. I believe it was a couple of weeks ago. And then it was basically dead money ever since, just floating above that 5.5, a little bit above, a little bit below. And then yesterday, in the aftermarket, around, I believe, 5:30 or so, the huadunk came in, and it came in fast and furious. We dropped from 560. In one 5-minute candle, we dipped into 470. That's a lot for a name like this. It's not a small float, guys. BlackBerry's, why am I not able to see the float on BlackBerry? Anyway, I think my system is messing up. Point of the matter is, we're down big again. We tried to hang it up with 5. 5 was a resistance level today, and now we're finding some support at 465. So interesting look there. by the way, just want to, before we close off here, because we got 2 minutes left on the show, let's do a quick recap of the big tech names because they are all moving up, baby. We're about to go green on a lot of them here. Meta's green again. Shout out to the Katina man with that trade. 350 cents coming into play. We are now above, decidedly above that 300 level and VWAP. So good luck for Meta. Amazon continues to head to the high side as 137.50 now in play. Multiple higher highs and higher lows. This one, I guess you could have got a dip trade maybe at the 135.50 mark initially. Obviously, we know that Apple unlikely to end up green on the day as negative headlines have been coming in fast and furious, but a lot better than where it was in the pre or right at the bell. I would suggest to you 173.54 low a day. Microsoft's been dead money. Microsoft has been not doing much lately at all. Google getting through that 135 flat top breakout that I was looking at earlier. That's giving you 46 pennies here. Good move on Google after that V-shaped recovery, kind of the opposite of Meta. Dipped down red. Now we're moving right back up, but 135 was definitely an interesting level on Google. And what can I say about Tesla? Probably my best trade of the week, and it's continuing to head up. It's marginally green at the moment, up 0.05%, dancing with that 251.96. Now 252.18 HOD as this one continues to steer step up. But I would say the weakest of the bunch, in addition to Apple, have been the microchips. NVIDIA, still a compression pattern, breaking out through the trend line somewhat, maybe trying to dance with 459, but it's been a bit weaker on the long side, much in the same way that AMD has been, very range bound. Compression patterns, lower highs and higher lows. Let's see how this one resolves. Definitely trading within about a 25 penny range, or no, that's incorrect, about $1 range, give or take, on AMD. But yeah, not much else to report. Oh, we are done for the day. Any closing thoughts?
Nothing too much, man. I'm just gonna stay patient and wait for some of these levels to come in to take some of the bigger trades. But I don't see anything too crazy right now. Sure, we had that Meta. That was definitely a great trade. Shout out to Sean for that crazy winner there off of that low that we had. But you know what? It is what it is. Max is going to be back tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
And I will see you guys around.
Thank you for filling in, man. You did a hell of a job on the big disc and on this disc. Good for you, Obe. Shout out to Obe1 Kenob, always stepping in. Guys, we will be back tomorrow, same bat time, same bat channel. Right now at the big desk.
Take it easy.
Hey guys, yeah, welcome back in. A couple hours left in afternoon that's turning out to be a bit of a choppy one for the overall market. However, we are still dealing with a number of individual movers that are leading the way, including this one, quite the V-bottom here.